Live from Darlington, South Carolina, a Labor Day weekend racing tradition for a half a century continues today in the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart. Well, this track has only been tamed over the years by Mother Nature, and it's against some threatening weather that we begin today's race with cloudy skies and rain in the area. Let's take a look at the Walmart Tire and Lube Express starting lineup. The yellow arrows will indicate those drivers in the top 5 in points. Dale Earnhardt starts in 6th position. Dale Jarrett. The defending series champion goes from the 9th spot. Jeremy Mayfield with his 4th career pole and 2nd of the year 2000. Let's take a look now at 16 through 30. Only one driver in the top 5 in that group. That would be Rusty Wallace, the hottest driver in the series, who's won the last 2 events. He starts from the 16th position. And now we go back to follow the rest of the starting lineup and look at Jeff Burton starting way back in 35th and Bobby Labonte, the points leader, who is all the way back in 37th, taking a provisional to get into the starting lineup. Let's take a look at the points as we have completed 23 races this year in the 2000 season, and Labonte leads Jarrett by just 91. Dale Earnhardt within 200, and Jeff Burton and Rusty Wallace both within 300 of the points lead, with Stewart, Rudd, Martin, Ward Burton, and Jeff Gordon completing the top 10. Our race analysis here this weekend will run 367 laps. That composes the 500 miles. The pit window is between 67 and 72 laps. The race record is held by Jeff Gordon, and the purse exceeds $2.5 million. I'm Bob Jenkins with Benny Parsons and Ned Jarrett up here in the booth. Jerry Punch is down on pit road.
And Bob, as you mentioned, points leader Bobby Labonte starts 37th today in a backup car. He wrecked his primary car on Friday. There's 91 points and 11 races separating him from his first Winston Cup championship. A tall road to climb today, but don't bet against the Joe Gibbs coach team anytime in a big game. Bill Weber?
Jeff Burton won both races here a year ago, but had one bad lap in qualifying. He starts 35th in the 89 Winston Cup races here since 1955. The winner has never come from outside the top 15. Here's John Kernan.
Ward Burton won here in the spring, finished 2nd here in the Southern 500 last year to his brother Jeff. He starts 3rd today, and one thing about Ward, he loves Darlington, and as Benny Parsons always says, it's the mental thing that makes the biggest difference here at this racetrack. Upstairs.
Jeremy Mayfield and Johnny Benson on the front row. Ward Burton is along with Mike Skinner on row number 2. Great crowd as usual at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. First opened in 1950. Here's the start of the 51st annual Southern 500. Quickly, Jeremy Mayfield jumping out to the lead as they come off of corner number 4. Ward Burton is running in 2nd position. And Jeremy Mayfield is going to lead his 164th lap here at Darlington.
And the 10 car, Johnny Benson, started on the outside pole, but when they took the green flag, Benson got a horrendous start and is falling back to 3rd spot.
Ward Burton was very fast in happy hour yesterday afternoon in the final practice session. His Pontiac was on new tires, was better than anyone else. We'll see if it's going to work here today. We've got a battle for 3rd.
That is Mike Skinner coming off of corner number 4 and gets alongside Johnny Benson, who came off corner number 4 very high, almost got into the wall. It broke his momentum. He's lost 1 spot and now is about to lose another to Mark Martin.
Oh, Mark comes off corner. Now Earnhardt is trying to get on the inside of Benson and will. Earnhardt in the 3, Goodrich Chevrolet.
So Johnny Benson drops back from his 2nd starting position and now is running in 6th spot.
I hit the wall there in turn 2.
Yes, he did. That's Johnny Benson's radio.
What's happening is the racetrack is a lot different than they ran last night in happy hour. It rained here 2 or 3 times overnight. It's a little cooler than it was yesterday. Oh, and the 99 car, Jeff Burton trying to work his way forward after starting 35th.
Well, it's already up to 31st now, trying to take over the 30th position there from Jeffrey Bodine.
Oh, and see a smoker The car is spun. That's Chad Little, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And the caution is out for the first time on lap number 5. I don't think he hit anything, just slid down off of the banking. Maybe he has some damage there in the back end that could have caused the spin, but in any case, caution is out for the first time.
Looks like Dave Marcus might have spun as well.
And I think Hut Strickland also spun in the 90 car. He had some damage on the right front of his Ford as he went by.
So the caution reduces the speed of the field for the first time. There you see Scott Pruitt, who's running in 7th position. He was the fastest of the 5 rookie qualifiers who were all within the top 25 after first round qualifying. Scott Pruitt right now running in the 7th position. Jeremy Mayfield has led all the laps so far, and this year he has now led 11 races. Let's take a look at this incident up in turns 3 and 4. Yep, we can see some contact right there. It's the 33.
Joe Nemechek, the 33 car, gets in the back of Chad Little, and around he goes. And behind, when the other cars start slowing down to avoid the crash, we see the 90 car. Nettie almost backed up in front of David Green, didn't he?
Well, he did. He got stopped from sliding just as he got to the banking there.
Tony Stewart, the Home Depot Pontiac, just 2 cars behind the spinning Chad Little.
So the track crew is down there in turn number 4, surveying the situation. 5 laps completed. Jeremy Mayfield leads.
I'm a child care director. In the summer, I drive buses and vans. We have a blast on these field trips. It's just as much fun for me as it is for them. Parents are entrusting me with the safety of their children. We have to make sure we keep great tires on the van. We trust Walmart to service our vehicle. They have name brand tires and they have great prices, and I guarantee nationwide. That's one reason we bought them.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Because it's pretty precious cargo.
Hey, Jeff. Now listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now come on, Jeff, you tell me. Is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
Here at Kawasaki, I want to take a moment to recognize the risk takers. Those who live on the edge. Those brave souls who buy another brand of ATV.
Unit 1.
We got him.
Now that takes guts. Don't settle for anything less than the comfort, reliability, and engineering of a Kawasaki ATV.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
ESPN's coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart is being brought to you by Pepsi, the choice of Darlington Raceway. By brand name tires, oil changes, and more at your neighborhood Walmart Tire and Lube Express. And by the Y-Track Pontiac Grand Prix, proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team. Still under caution here at Darlington Raceway. We go down to Bill Weber.
Matt Kenseth has rejoined the rear of the field. Significant damage to the right front and to the nose of that car. They're concerned about 2 things, aerodynamics. They don't think that's going to be a problem, but they're also concerned about the grill getting closed up, so they peeled off some tape to try and get more air in there to help cool the engine. John Kernan.
Steve Park is behind the field right now. He got involved in there, ran into the back of somebody. He has damage on the right front. They've had to tape that up. They actually punched a hole in the right front air dam. They've taped that up. The hood was also bowed. The crew tried to press that down as best they could so it wouldn't interrupt the airflow into the cowl. So they're hoping that they got that fixed as we get ready to go back to green.
There were several cars that came into the pits, including the 33, Ned.
Yeah, evidently there was some action up in front of the 97 and 33 that we saw on television there, and Chad Little apparently checked up for that trouble in front of him, and Nemechek got into him from the rear.
So the green flag comes out on lap number 9 as we restart the Pepsi Southern 500. Dale Earnhardt takes a look to the inside of Mark Martin and the battle for fourth.
See Jimmy Spencer back there in the Kmart car, passing cars up in turns 1 and 2. Never see the 93 car. The Amoco car was damaged to the left rear. I believe that's what started the thing. He and the 17 made some contact, and when the 97 car saw that, he tried to slow down, and that's when Nemechek ran in the backup.
And they're all running right together again as Steve Park comes to the inside behind Matt Kenseth, and Chad Little passes by Darrell Waltrip, who is in his 800th NASCAR Winston Cup race. Oh, look at Rusty Wallace come up through the field. He takes over the 12th position.
Passing Michael Waltrip to do that.
Here's our nation's onboard camera with Michael Waltrip as he follows Rusty Wallace, the hottest driver on the circuit. One of the last 2 NASCAR Winston Cup races.
And 3 out of the last 5.
Check out our Jimmy Dean telemetry. As he goes down the backstretch, we'll watch the miles per hour. 178 miles per hour on the brakes. This is the toughest corner on the racetrack this weekend for the guys. Michael Waltrip up against the outside retaining wall.
And here comes Bobby Labonte, who is charging up from his
37th starting position.
Yep.
He is now up to 26th.
Bobby Labonte of Circuit City onboard cameras. He follows Rick Mast. And Labonte's being followed closely by Ted Musgrave. Rick Mast going by Elliott Sadler.
And Labonte now will go to the inside and also pass by Elliott heading into turn 1. Ward Burton bringing Tony Stewart right behind him. They both passed Bobby Hamilton and move up to about the 19th spot.
Check that out. Just 13 laps into the race, we saw Bobby Hamilton very, very high down in the corner. That's usually a strategy that you would use 40 to 50 laps into the run.
Mark Martin pursuing Mike Skinner for 3rd position.
Mike Skinner was one of those drivers who put his car up early yesterday in happy hour. He was so pleased with the way that car was driving. He said, man, let's just wait till the race gets started. But as Benny said, conditions are different today than they were yesterday afternoon when they made that last practice run, which could make a difference in the chassis setup. What was good yesterday might not be quite as good today.
Been a threat of rain here all weekend, but fortunately, oh, something just happened to Skinner's car.
I think he just moved over to the left. Oh, he did something now. Oh, we see. Is that smoke? It sure is.
Sure is. I saw something. It's just as he came off the corner, something from underneath the car or whatever, but obvious problem for Mike Skinner as he hits pit road here on the 16th lap of the race.
Well, that's too bad because he did have high hopes for this run today. Jerry?
Well, to quote Mike Skinner, he says the motor has blown all to pieces. It's all to pieces, Larry, talking to Larry McReynolds as he coasts now down pit road. As Ned just mentioned, they were so happy yesterday because they ran 30 consecutive laps, parked it in happy hour, and said maybe today will be Mike Skinner's day. In his chance to get his very first Winston Cup win at his 134 start. The car was not running when it came to pit road a moment ago, and now the crew go over the wall and look at Mike. A lot of smoke from beneath the hood, but a tough break early on for Mike Skinner.
Dale Jarrett is running in 8th position, and he looks back and sees Jeff Gordon, who has won 4 Southern 500.
They've been running nose to tail since the drop of the green flag. There's Ken Schrader in the M&M's car right in front of them.
And they're running right where they started, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
And we see Mike Bliss, Rick Mast, and Bobby Hamilton racing with each other. Back in the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, and then right behind Mast is Bobby Labonte as he continues to claw his way toward the front. Now he takes a look to the inside of Mast, down the backstretch, can't make a move, however. Bobby Labonte, our Haviland serial score, shows us that he started 37th and now is up to 23rd, looking good early, John Kernan.
And Bobby thinks the track conditions are going to come to him. The car is a little tight getting into the turns and a little bit loose coming off the turns. He just radioed in and told his crew chief, Jimmy Makar, I think the track is going to come to us and to our setup. Now to Dr. Jerry Punch.
And Mike, we just saw you climb out of the car, and I heard your comment, the motor is gone. What a disheartening day.
That wasn't my exact comment, but that was pretty close.
I'll paraphrase it.
Yeah. It was unfortunate. I've always not looked forward to coming to Darlington, and the guys on this team worked really hard at putting a great car under me. We had a good qualifying effort. Last night in the happy hour, we were the best car by a 10. Thought, wow, this might be our turn for Darlington, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to coming back to this place now. I think we finally got a setup that'll work good for us, and it's unfortunate. We've got a good record with the engines on this race team. Always got good race motors. It's just something that happened, but we'll be back.
Mike Skinner walks away. He's got to be disheartened knowing they had a shot today.
Well, you see that Rick Mast has passed Mike Bliss, and now Bobby Labonte comes up to challenge the Milwaukee, Oregon driver.
And right here is where Rick Mast passed him the last time as he came off turn 2. Bliss did not get off the corner particularly well, and Rick Mast blew by him, but this time looked like, oh, we see Kevin LePage going by the 18 car, and here comes Jimmy Spencer, the Kmart car. He's on the inside of Jeff Gordon trying to take a spot away, and he will.
He started back in the 12th position, and right now Spencer moves up to 9th. That's Kenny Wallace right behind Jeff Gordon now. And look at the interval between first and second. It's 2.6 seconds. However, back here for the second position, a pretty good battle between Ward Burton and Mark Martin.
There's some contact down in turns 1 and 2. They ran in on Johnny Benson going into the corner down there, and DJ, I don't know if he hit anything and cut a tire or not, but he almost lost it down there.
Well, looks like he is slowing, losing a couple of positions here.
He might have just lost momentum. Looks like that might be what happened as Rusty Wallace goes by. Now looks like DJ is back up to speed.
And there's the 99 of Jeff Burton up there already.
Well, he has come from the law 35th up to 14th. Take a look at what happened going into turn 1 there just a moment ago. You see Kenny Schrader in the 36 car getting on the inside of Johnny Benson, and DJ ran up there, and then Jimmy Spencer tapped him a little bit, and they got a little bit crowded there for a moment.
Nice job by Dale Jarrett of saving the car. He was sideways. Here it is from his onboard camera.
It's too bad we couldn't be inside his body right now, because you could see what fear is all about right there. Oh, my goodness, I crashed. No. Man.
And it was just a situation of a chain reaction type deal when they all backed off going into that corner. Mark Martin making a move.
Yep, change for second position as Mark Martin has passed Ward Burton. So now it is Jeremy Mayfield still leading, and now the interval is up to 3.09 seconds. He leads Mark Martin, Ward Burton, Dale Earnhardt, and Scott Pruitt after 24 of 367 laps in the 51st Pepsi Southern 500.
At Gene Latta Ford, it's easy to see that we're Southern PA and Northern Maryland's truck headquarters.
If you want a sporty, easy-to-handle truck, we've got it. Or if you need something tough and rugged, you'll find it here, too. Choose from over 100 trucks in stock. No one sells trucks with bigger savings and better service than Gene Latta Ford Buick.
Completely satisfied customers are our trademark.
We guarantee it.
Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment is uniquely formulated and designed to protect your car's engine. Sure, Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment has its imitators. Hey, we're even flattered by it. Remember, the car you choose is your business. The way it runs is ours. Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment. Imitated, but never duplicated. Duralube. Available at these and other fine stores everywhere.
ESPN at 7:30 NFL primetime. At 8:30 Sunday Night Football as Tennessee invades Buffalo in a rematch of last year's AFC wildcard game. On ESPN2 at 7:30 Baseball Tonight. At 8:30 the USA women's basketball team plays the national team. And at 10:30 RPM Tonight. And on ESPN Classic at 9, Real Classics presents Palooka. And at 11, step into the ring with some of boxing's greatest fighters. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
The big boys are coming to Homestead Miami Speedway. Gordon and Jarrett return for NASCAR's Winston Cup Pennzoil 400 weekend, along with Earnhardt, Martin, and Labonte. Tickets are on sale now. Join the champions, stars, and celebrities in a weekend of NASCAR thrills and excitement. The Pennzoil 400 and Miami 300 at Homestead Miami Speedway, November 10th through 12th. Get your tickets now. Order online or call 305-230-RACE. That's 305-230-RACE. Call now.
It remains mostly cloudy over Darlington Raceway. Off in the distance, we see some, I hope, is fog and not rain. Well, Jeremy Mayfield won his second Bud Pole of the year 2000 here, his fourth career. They're the drivers that are eligible for the 2001 Bud Shootout at Daytona International Speedway in February. Jeff Burton continues to come up through the field. He's now in the top 10. He just passed the 7 car of Michael Waltrip, and he's now in 10th position.
One advantage that Jeff Burton and the other guys received on that first caution flag when the 97 car spun, 9 cars made a pit stop, so that allowed him to move up 9 spots. And Rusty Wallace losing the spot to Tony Stewart, and Tony Stewart started way back as well. He started back in 29th and has worked his way up to now about the 12th spot.
And Jarrett takes a look to the inside of Wallace.
Just try to get up there going into that corner. Now the other Wallace gets down the inside of DJ. That's Kenny, and he makes the pass.
And Kenny Wallace has asked for and received permission to leave that team for next year. He'll be going elsewhere for 2001.
Now let's see if Kenny Wallace can go up and pass his older brother, Rusty.
Rusty's car is not working to his satisfaction right now. We saw him pass some cars there early. Boy, since then he's been dropping back. He's really struggling getting off of turn 2 in particular.
Kenny finished 11th in the Busch race here yesterday. That was won by Mark Martin. And now he has moved up to the 14th position, make that 13th spot. Rick Mast and Ricky Rudd.
Now Rudd is one that's dropped back a little bit since the race started. He started in the 17th position. And I understand there's some raindrops falling off.
Oh boy. They're running 21st and 22nd at the moment, and caution is out.
Caution's out for rain. Caution's out. Busch is out.
Well, we didn't get too far, did we? 33 laps, make that 34 laps when they come down and get the caution flag. And that is the reason. We can see it from Wally Dallenbach's onboard camera. A little bit of rain falling over the speedway. We've been very lucky so far this weekend as far as activity here at the track. It's rained during the night and in the evening, but nothing that has interrupted qualifying or the race yesterday. But it's sprinkling now.
Yes, it is.
In some parts of the track, there is blue sky. However, in other parts, there are, as you can see, some raindrops. So hopefully this will not be a shower that will dampen the racetrack or last very long, but it does bring out our second caution.
And my guess is on this caution flag that most cars will make a pit stop because they know we aren't going to end the race now. And they've got to change some tires, so my guess they'll all come down pit road.
Boy, tire management is such a key factor here at Darlington because the pavement is very abrasive and it grinds the rubber off. Even though Goodyear brought some different right side tires here, a harder compound that they hope would not wear as fast as some tires they've had here in the past, but the pavement is just so abrasive and the speeds fall off pretty quickly. And so you're right, Benny. Yeah, they want to take every opportunity to get some new tires on those cars.
Looks like Dale Earnhardt has moved into second position. And here come those on the lead lap down for a pit stop.
Which means everybody on the racetrack.
Yes.
That poor pace car out there all by himself on the racetrack.
And this is a very long pit road here. Of course, there used to be pits on the front stretch and the back stretch, but just one now, but it's very, very long. Let's get out to John Kernan.
Jeff Burton in for service, a half pound down on the rear tires. Car just a little bit tight in some places, a little bit loose in others. Chuck White's the jackman. Scott Bray, who does the rear tires for Jason Keller's Busch Series team, is changing the front tires. Mark Armstrong switches from the front to the back to Jerry Punch.
Front two cars pitting nose to tail. Jeremy Mayfield says 4 tires and don't touch it. Just 4 fresh tires. While behind him, a major chassis adjustment for Ward Burton's car. It's very loose. Bill Everett.
Chassis adjustment and 4 tires for Mark Martin just barely beats out the 26 and the 24. John?
Problems for Jeff Burton on the pit stop. The left front tire, a couple of lug nuts fell off, so they had to reach down, pick them up, put them back on the studs before they could tighten them up. So a bad break for Jeff Burton. Otherwise, it would have been a very fast pit stop. But Frankie Stoddard now consoling Scott Bray. Told you came over from Jason Keller's Busch Series team. Changes the rear tires there. He's changing the front tires for Jeff Burton this weekend.
You really got a feel for those guys who try and work as hard as anybody on the team.
Yeah, watch this. We see Hollywood's back on the rear already changing the rear tire. Front tire change comes around. Hollywood is tightening lug nuts. They pull it and say, okay, guys. And then lug nuts fall. See, he's got to reposition the wheel. And just precious seconds going away.
NASCAR official watches to see that all the lug nuts get tight. They are. Jeff Burton is back on the racetrack, but has lost a lot of positions. We'll take a break. It's raining at Darlington.
We made it. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you too. Best friends forever. This is when we share Coke. I didn't bring any. I never liked you. Because I'm prettier than you? Because you're stupid. No, you are. No, you are. You are. No, you are.
Sometimes you just got to get it done, no matter what. You can plan all you want, but you still got deadlines. Sometimes you need extra equipment. I'll tell you who saved my neck a time or two. Nation's Rent. They got what I want. They get it to me when I need it. It's newer, and it works. I can count on these guys.
Nation's Rent carries Ingersoll Rand, air compressors, and compaction equipment.
They get it done for me.
Nation's Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yes, you are. Oops. He's not going to like that. Perfect. Now tell me this isn't the finest crop you've ever seen.
Why don't you go next?
For the best flakes, we only accept the best corn. Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
As you can see from the pace car, what was a sprinkle has now turned into an outright downpour. It is very, very wet, and the race is going to be stopped.
They really don't have any chance because these tires, untreaded with no tread on them, slicks, even at this speed, it'd be very difficult to keep them on the banks here at Darlington Raceway. You see all the crews running down to quickly cover up the air intakes on the car to make sure that the air filter doesn't get wet. Tony Shoemaker quickly trying to cover up. Oh, he's trying to get his tires ready. He's in the dry. Look at those other guys go down and worry about keeping the car dry.
Well, it is pouring down right now, and that means that we're going to be this way for quite a while, because the track, although it does, this track, as I recall, dries fairly quickly because of the banking and because, Ned, it's so abrasive, as we have pointed out.
It does dry rather quickly.
And it's narrow. I mean, you know, at most racetracks, we're talking about 2 or 3 or 50 or 60 feet wide racetrack that you've got to draw. Here, we're only talking about 20 or 30 feet that you have to draw off.
Well, Jerry, are you dry?
Well, Bob, at least barely from the waist up, maybe anyway. It's a little wet there on the bottom end of pit road. Now, a moment ago during that first round of pit stops, Ward Burton came down pit road in second position. They had trouble getting the rear tires on. Crew Chief Tommy Baldwin, orchestrating the whole pit stop, said he had trouble just getting both rear tires on, both the right rear and the left rear tire. Couldn't get them up on the hub, and they were a little tight. And because of that, and because they made a chassis adjustment, he exited pits in 15th position. So he lost 13 spots on pit road, although he's going to have plenty of time here this afternoon and a little time to wait here to be able to get back toward the front. Bill Weber?
Well, we're undercover in the 24 pit with crew chief Robbie Loomis. Your driver is happy with his car. What are you doing there? You making some...
Got to close that up.
Cover that up in a hurry. Your driver's happy with his car, but you do have some nose damage, Robbie.
Yeah, he's really happy with it. The car's handling real good. It's we did bump the top grill out of the thing, but, you know, the guys do a good job. They put a secondary screen in there. I think that thing will take care of it the rest of the day.
But this is a tough track for that, because as we were talking a few minutes ago, a lot of tire rubber, a lot of sand goes in there.
Yeah, if there's any place you want to keep your grills in it, this is the place. And we're going to look at it right now and see just how bad it is. We might have to come back in, but we hate to give up that track position.
You guys are due for a little good luck, aren't you?
Oh, I tell you what, we're glad this Darlington race is in September. August took a toll.
Okay, that's Robbie Loomis.
Here's what happened to Jeff Gordon and what Robbie was talking about.
It was on that jam up going into turn 1. So he bumped into Jimmy Spencer when things sort of jammed up in front of them. Spencer touched DJ, and it was just sort of a chain reaction type of a deal.
Well, it's just one small cell that has located itself right over the racetrack. Every place around us looks good. Clouds are broken in some areas, but right over the racetrack, this black cloud has come and put a damper on our race. The jet dryers have already been fired up, so hopefully this will be a relatively short delay. Let's take a look at how they are running at the moment. Dave Marcus did not come in, and neither did Darrell Waltrip, and so they are at the front of the field with Jeremy Mayfield back in third position. And as you noted, Ned, sure, Darrell Waltrip would have appreciated Dave making a pit stop, because Darrell could have led in his final Southern 500.
Yeah, and I'll bet that'll happen before this green flag ever drops again.
Here's 16 through 30 now. Notice that Jeff Burton, BP, because of that pit stop, dropped all the way back to 21st.
Yes, he'd worked his way up to 10th spot and lost 11 spots. And we saw the front tire changer really beating himself up in the pit area.
Mike Skinner is out of the race already because of an engine failure, and it has stopped raining. And so now the effort is to get this racetrack dry. We'll stay here and watch the procedure and talk to some drivers when we return to the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart.
Hey, Mr. Tool Belt, why don't you change your oil every 3,000 miles? And remember, women know when you lie. I mean, missed oil changes. You know better. Come on, consider the risk. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. Can you say insurance? Because I could say I told you so. Reformulated Quaker State. What more do you need to know?
Save up to $50 on leading car care products when you buy Quaker State at AutoZone.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey Jack, where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat. Thanks. Hey guys, check this out. Wow. How do you think it got here? I don't know. What do you think we should do with it? We can't leave it here. Oh, is it dead? I don't know. See if it's cold. Go on. Huh? It's cold.
Getting lucky? Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Push, guys, push.
The rain is over for the moment here at Darlington. The Pennzoil copter cam circling overhead was the first to give us an indication that weather was moving in. It did, dumped its rain, and now it's out of here. And now there are 4 jet dryers on the racetrack at work trying to get the surface dry.
And we talked about this being an egg-shaped racetrack. You can see the big end down closest to the camera and the small end down in turns 3 and 4. And that's why that turns 3 and 4, the drivers are having so much trouble down there. It's not banked as much as 1 and 2. It's tighter than 1 and 2, and it's tougher than 1 and 2. Let's go down to Jerry Funk.
Guys, it may be egg-shaped, but right now the egg carton is full of water, and these drivers are trying to stay dry with me. Ward Burton, your car, very good in happy hour yesterday, but I heard you say loose, loose, loose when the race began today.
Yeah, we're real loose. We'll get that better. We know how to fix that, I think. We just got to get the car in the racetrack a little bit more. I'm just slipping and sliding right now and trying to stay out of fence.
You guys had a little bit of a struggle in that pit stop. We commented a moment ago that they were having trouble getting the rear tires on. Cost you 13 spots on that caution flag stop.
Yeah, those mental mistakes have been killing us. We just got to somehow or another pay more attention to the details. You know, we'll recuperate from this time, but that's the kind of thing that bites us at the end of the race and we don't get the results. But this team's been working real hard, and we'll get all those things turned around.
Hey, the sun's coming back out. Things are going to brighten up for everybody here. Good luck to you.
Okay, thanks a bunch.
Ward Burton won it here in the spring, wants to make it 2 in a row. How about his younger brother, Bill Weber?
Well, I'm here with Jeff Burton. He's made it to Mark Martin's pit. I'm just talking over with Mark Armstrong. First of all, your car is very good, as we expected.
Yeah, it really is. It's real slippery right now. We didn't make many adjustments on the car. I think the track's fooling everybody right now just because it rained all night. And I think if you adjust on it now, it's going to get you later on. So we just left it alone. It's pretty good. It needs to be better, but I think it'll get better as the track gets run in.
Did have a tough time in the pits, Jeff.
Yeah, we did. That's just the way it goes. I mean, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. And not a good way to start. You know, we worked real hard to get the positions that we had got, and now we got to go do it again. I looked up there, passed like 10 cars that I'd already passed, but that's just the way it goes. Sometimes, you know, things happen, and we just didn't have a good pit stop. Maybe we got out of the way.
I know that's hard work, but is there any fun involved in passing all those guys coming from 35th there at Darlington?
It's a lot of fun. I didn't want to have to do it twice, but it is a tremendous amount of fun.
Okay, best of luck. Thank you. John?
Tony Stewart has made up 16 spots since the start of the race, starting 29th up to 13th. I'm with his crew chief, Greg Zippadelli. So is the car pretty good, Greg?
Yeah, it really is. Home Depot Pontiac's running good. Tony's doing a great job. We've had a good car pretty much since we unloaded here. We tested here 2 weeks ago and felt pretty comfortable coming back. Just kind of, we were good in practice, went for the pole, and ended up 29th. You know, it is, you slip a little bit here at Darlington, and you lose a bunch. But just had a pretty decent pit stop. I'm running 11 to 12 something right now, just trying to be patient and just keep working on the car.
What did you do to the car on the first pit stop? Any adjustment?
We're a little tight. We just raised the track bar a round and a half, and we're just going to kind of sneak up on it. It's pretty good right now, this place there. It seems like if you go too much too quick, it come around and bite you, so we're just going to work on it.
What about Tony here at this racetrack? Does he like racing at Darlington?
I think he does. I mean, he enjoys it when you're running good, and there's such a fine line between being good and being terrible here. I mean, you go so fast. We came here and tested. We worked on a lot of just getting Tony comfortable here. I think we ran 380 laps, and when we left, the biggest thing was he said he just found a lot of things out about the racetrack, and that's the key here. If we can just keep him comfortable all day, keep him calm, good pit stops, hopefully we'll have a shot at this at the end.
Well, that's the plan for Tony Stewart's team. Right now, the sun trying to poke its way out, Bob.
Yeah, I noticed, and that, of course, is going to aid considerably in the drying of the race surface. Well, let's take a look at a Coke pit summary here and show you what happened during that round of pit stops. Jeremy Mayfield lost a couple. Dale Earnhardt also lost 2. Mark Martin lost 2. Ward Burton from 4th all the way back to 15th, and Bobby Labonte gained.
But those three guys up there at the top, they didn't lose to people in the pits. So those two cars stayed out on the racetrack.
Right.
And they will be making pit stops. So actually they stayed the same as far as where they were.
Jeff Burton there, 9th, all the way back to 21st position. When we come back, we will talk to Dale Jarrett, the defending champion of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, who right now is in 12th position during this rain delay.
Best Automotive Hanover isn't like the rest. Give the people what they want. Low prices, lower payments, highest trade-in value, and superior service after the sale. That's what makes us best. So come to Best Automotive Hanover, where your horse of a different color.
Endless Summer RVs, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
Traditions. The annual slumber party seems to draw the most people.
Hi-ho, the Mary-o, the farmer in the dell.
Rich is by far the cutest.
I think.
Why don't you marry him then?
Hello? Is your refrigerator running?
What?
You should chase it.
It's dark. It's crowded. It can get really out of hand.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Welcome back to Darlington Raceway, South Carolina. The Pepsi Southern 500 is in a weather delay. A downpour a few minutes ago, but right now it is not raining. The sun is even beginning to poke through, and the track drawing operations are underway. Here again is Jerry Punch.
And I'm with the defending Winston Cup champion, Dale Jarrett, who has a two-time winner here and finished second in the spring. And, DJ, your car a little bit off at the beginning.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it really wasn't that bad. Just trying to be patient. A little bit loose off the corners, and but it wasn't bad. And made a move to follow Kenny Schrader underneath the 10 car going into 3, and got a little bit of a tap there and lost 6 or 7 spots. And so, yeah, it wasn't bad, but we made some adjustments on it, and hopefully when we go back to racing, it'll help me.
Well, after your imitation of a cue ball over there, I heard you slow down a little bit, and everyone looking at you were concerned a little bit about that left rear tire, maybe getting a fender in against it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have a tire going down, and so just you take you a lap or 2 laps to make sure that everything is okay and get back up to speed. So everything was fine, and we're ready to go back to racing.
91 points away from the points lead with 11 races to go, including today. You guys have a great shot at it, and you know what it feels like to stand on that stage in New York.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, and that's certainly what drives us here now to try to get back to that position. And but as I looked up, I saw Bobby had made up quite a few spots, and he's coming pretty good. So this is going to be a battle to the end. We're going to have to do our job. Dale Earnhardt's running up front, so we got to adjust on our car and get a little bit better. We know that to gain points on these guys, we got to probably win the race. So that's what we're here to do.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jeff.
EJ sits 12th right now. Bill Weber?
Well, Johnny Benson looking for that first Winston Cup win. Had an outstanding run in qualifying, but you have battled here early in the Pepsi Southern 500.
Yeah, with the track being no rubber on it, being pretty green, it kind of wore our tires right off the car. But, you know, hopefully a couple changes that we made, James Ince, all the guys, good pit stop, and we'll see what happens there for the end.
Now, you guys talked it over on the radio before you came in and pitted, and you made some hefty changes.
Yeah, I don't know if we were talking it over. But, no, like I said, everybody's doing a good job. Aaron's Pontiac was qualified great. We're just working on the race setup a little bit. We thought we were going to be okay, but just a little hard on it. Made some adjustments, and hopefully it'll be all right now.
Yeah, well, the way it went is you called it in and said help, and he said, here's what we'll try and do, right?
I was yelling help big time. But we'll just wait and see what happens. You know, like I said, made some pretty major changes, and I don't think we'll be as near as good as what Jeremy is, but hopefully we get a little bit better and move forward instead of the way we've been going backwards.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Okay, Johnny Benson, and now here's Johnny Kernan.
Thank you, Bill. You're looking at the most famous knee in motorsports, Bill Elliott's left knee, which he fell and broke it, shattered it, I guess, 2 weeks ago, on the sidelines this week. Bill, how are you doing?
Doing well. Just been trying to do a lot of therapy, trying to get going, and just trying to basically get it back where I need to be. I mean, I felt like if I tried to push this deal and come back a little early and something were to happen, then I'd probably be out the rest of the year. But right now, I'm just trying to take it a week at a time. We'll see what Dr. Andrews says and go from there. But, you know, I'm here today trying to give these guys moral support.
How's that going?
Well, we're struggling a little bit, but, you know, that's just the way this business is. You know, you change one part of your entity around. You know, David's new to these guys. Try to work with him, get him what he wants, and, you know, try to get out here with a good finish here today.
What about next week's race at Richmond? There was talk that you might try and be back for that race.
I'm going to try my best to be back next week. I've got to go back to Birmingham next week, and I'll talk to the guys and kind of see what we need to do and see how the therapy comes, because, you know, right now I'm not supposed to put any weight down on it or bend it to more than 30 degrees to keep from pulling the kneecap back apart. But after next week, I can go 45 and put 25% of my weight on it. So, you know, the next couple of weeks will kind of be critical, but then, you know, maybe it'll get me back in a position that, you know, Richmond's, it's a night race, a little bit easier circumstance than run here at Darlington.
You mentioned therapy. What exactly what kind of therapy can you do when you can't bend it more than 30 degrees?
There isn't a lot. All they do is basically bend it for you. You know, they help you do leg races, and just try to keep the muscles in your leg working. Basically about all they can do right now. The bone heals enough that they can start putting pressure back on it in order to get the bone healed well enough to really go aggressively after the muscle.
Well, Bill, it's good to see you back here at the racetrack and in such good spirits.
Well, we're trying. I mean, you know, the last couple of weeks has been tough on me because, I mean, I'd feel differently if I did it in a race car, but doing it around the house just, you know, really makes things tough.
All right, that's Bill Elliott, hoping to get back soon, but they'll have to get his doctor's advice next week.
His driver, David Green, started in 40th position, currently runs in 34th, and we hope Bill's back in the race car next week. You can see the work being done on pit road. Jet dryers are working on the track itself. The rain is over, but we are still under a delay here at Darlington.
The rigid 10-inch table saw powers through even the toughest hardwoods. The oscillating sander converts from spindle to edge belt sanding in seconds. Engineered for power and precision, each and every rigid tool carries a lifetime warranty. But when it comes to something with even more power, Rigid's got that too. Rigid, available at the Home Depot.
Make your move, Tony. Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Any flavor you can dream up, Sonic can make into an old-fashioned float or creamy smooth flurry drink. Choose from a cool Sonic float or one-of-a-kind Sonic flurry drink. Like a float, only blended. Try new peach or your favorite flavor, now just 99 cents each. Only at Sonic.
If a replacement windshield isn't installed right, you could have a slight leaking problem. So go to PPG ProStar Certified Technicians. They're professionals who do the job right the first time. For auto glass repair or replacement, call 1-800-PPG-7011.
Hello, I'm Tom Jackson, analyst on NFL Primetime, where we follow 4 golden rules. 1, never use computer enhancement to improve highlights. 2, never say the Redskins are playing the Cowboys when they're playing the Giants. And 4, never hold back the best highlights just to spite the audience. Because at ESPN, we always play by the rules.
NFL Primetime, Sundays at 7:30 p.m. on ESPN.
Back at Darlington Raceway, South Carolina, a weather delay for the Pepsi Southern 500. We have run 37 laps so far, and let's take a look at the highlights so far in these first few laps. Lap number 5, a jam up in turn number 4. That sent the 97 car of Chad Little spinning toward the infield and also involved Dave Marcus and Ted Musgrave. Then Mike Skinner had an engine problem. He is the only car right now out of the race. Lap number 23, another jam up. Nice save by Dale Jarrett. Jeff Gordon gets his grill punched up when he hit the Jimmy Spencer car. Then the rains came. The red flag has come out, and that's where we are right now, with a little bit of moisture again falling, at least here on the front stretch. Another small cell, but it has found us here at the raceway. Well, I'm Bob Jenkins, along with two former Winston Cup champions, Benny Parsons and Ned Jarrett. They have both won here at Darlington. Benny in the spring of 1978, and 35 years ago this weekend, Ned Jarrett won the Southern 500 by 14 laps. They know how to win here, but they also know it's a very, very tough old racetrack.
Oh, man, is it ever. You know, at Michigan Speedway, the cars raced each other. And at Bristol, you just tried to survive. And at this racetrack, you simply have to race the racetrack. You can't worry about the other cars. You've got to try to keep it out of the outside wall and keep the car from spinning out, because off the corner, really and truly, you can spin out by yourself. This is one tough racetrack. If you can make it to 50 miles to go, then you might try to race with someone.
We saw a couple of cars yesterday in happy hour brush the wall. The Burton brothers, each of them at separate times out on the racetrack, trying to get their car set up so that they could run it to the limit and not get into the wall, but I guess they had to figure out how far they could drive it, and until they did, they brushed the wall. But it is so easy, as you say, to get into the wall here. And tire management is such a key factor here at Darlington because the surface is so abrasive. We talked about that a little bit earlier, and it doesn't end. It just keeps on all day long, just wearing those tires off, and as it wears them off, the cars slow down. They start slipping and sliding all over the racetrack.
And once again, as you can see, the track has been dampened by another cell that has moved over, but that is not stopping the track drying process. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
And I am with Scott Pruitt. And before I talk to Scotty about his efforts today, you heard just a moment ago about Ned Jarrett winning by 14 laps, and your response was?
That sounds like a 24-hour race. That's amazing. I mean, that was awesome.
Yeah, he was pretty incredible race car driver. It's one of my favorites in his time. Now, your effort today is pretty awesome. Didn't qualify here in the spring, come back with the same car, but a different kind of crew chief. And, I mean, Brad Parrott has done an incredible job. You qualify 7th, and you run in 7th.
Yeah, things are going real good. A lot of it's me, too. I mean, I came here the first race as the third race out of the box, and I didn't know where to go, what to do with this track. We really struggled. A lot of pieces have come together for us. We were headed the right way into the engineering staff. Brad was that last component that we really needed as a team, and him coming on board was that final piece we needed to go ahead and move forward. Things have really turned for us mid-season. It just seems like every race we get better and better and better. So it's proud to be a part of the whole Tide team, and it looks like, you know, for the rest of the season, especially as we head into next, expect some pretty good things.
And speaking of good things for next year, an announcement this week by Cal Wells. You've got a teammate for 2001.
Yeah, we signed Andy Houston. He did a terrific job at Michigan. And it looks like they're going to try and do probably 3 or 4 races with him this year in the Cup Series. A good chance to get him acclimated with things, a good chance to get the team really coming together, so when they roll out next season, there's just that much more of the momentum already, and they're headed in the right direction.
Hey, good luck. Let me ask you, your car, you made some adjustments a moment ago. The car very, very tight, real tight to the racetrack?
Pretty tight right now. We're carrying a pretty tight car all the way through 1 and 2. We're a little loose off 4, so we'll just keep working at it. I'm happy to be running up front, so we're just going to keep fine-tuning the car and see what we can come up with.
Hey, good luck to you. Scott Pruitt, currently sitting 7th on the grid. Let's check in with Bill.
And I'm here with Dale Earnhardt. You guys worked pretty hard in happy hour yesterday, and looks like it's paying off for you.
Well, like I said, this morning we just sort of put some stuff under it. Kevin and Mike Moore and all the guys, they just kept talking about what we was doing. Mike Kaluk with his shocks, and this is a little bit of a combination of from what do you think Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Ward Burton, a lot of these guys would run, and our setup that we ran here in the spring just wasn't doing it. So it was really good. I got a pretty good race car. I don't know if I got a car good as Jeff Burton the way he's coming from the back, but I think we can race them all day and be there in the top 5 or 4. Hopefully have a chance to win if things go right and this weather breaks, and be leading at the right time.
What's your car feel like?
It's okay. It's there. You just got to run the tires. I mean, I think I could pressure it and run a little harder, but I don't think I could run hard long. And it looks like Burton's just running hard long.
And Jeremy Mayfield's running hard pretty early.
He's going pretty good, but after he's got out there a ways, we'd sort of pacing him. We were staying right there with him, numbers to numbers, but a little adjustment here and there, maybe we get better.
Yeah, so you're talking to your son. How's his car? Did you ask him?
He said terrible. Said, I'm carrying it. He thinks he's carrying the car, so we'll see what kind of driver he is, if he can stay in the lead lap as bad as he's pushing.
Okay, have a good race, and we'll make it stop raining, and you can go after the lead, all right?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's Earnhardt. Back upstairs.
Bobby's interesting. He said Jeff Burton, the way he's running, he couldn't see Jeff Burton in his rearview mirror, but that's how they keep up with what's going on, and his crew was telling him, hey, that 99 is coming up through this pack, and he's running this lap time or whatever, and so they know what's going on even though they couldn't see him.
Good point. Back down to the dock.
Guys, Michael Waltrip and Sterling Marlin are side by side. They're just inches of, oh, they're sitting in a passenger car. That's why they're side by side. So they're having a little bench racing here. Guys, just staying out of the rain and having some fun?
Yeah, we're just discussing the first 37 laps here at the famed, always tough Darlington Raceway. Both of us got this deal pretty much figured out and decided we'd listen to the Panthers play football today. They're up against the Washington Redskins, and I wonder how Wesley Walls and all them boys are going to do today.
Got to wonder. Now, one tell you, I know this guy over to your right was very concerned last night watching ESPN when his Tennessee Volunteers were just barely able to get by Southern Mississippi. Right there, Sterling?
That's what me and Michael was discussing that too, and man, it's got close, so they got to do a little work. We're still pulling for them.
How are you guys race cars in the first 37 laps, sir? Are you close at all?
He said he was real loose. My car's loose, too. Bobby said the reports from all the teams are that the guys are loose. I mean, Goodyear's caught a lot of flack, but I'd like to commend them on that tire. They're consistent. You know, it's not a deal where you're going to be perfect for 20 laps or 10 laps even and then go all to pieces. You kind of start off with what you got, and it stays that way. So they're always trying to make this deal better for us, and appreciate what Goodyear's done. I think we'll have a good race on this tire today. I started 11th, and I'm running 11th, so if I don't make any more progress than that the rest of the day, I don't know how good of a day it's going to be. I had 37 laps. Surely I could have passed somebody, but it hadn't worked out yet.
Hey, Sterling, you had a great effort last Saturday night in Bristol, Tennessee. What a car you had. We kept watching you. You're working traffic and had a little bit of a problem on that last pit stop, I guess, on the restart. A couple of them come flying by you, but other than that, you had a great evening.
We did. Guys, done a real good job, and Bristol's one of my favorite tracks. Really like racing there in Sneed, and we got the same car here, but we're not quite doing as good today. But we're coming from, I think, 33rd to 23rd or something, so we're coming, but we're slipping and sliding.
All right, right now they're sitting here relaxing and inside the car, taking it easy. We get the rains have stopped, and it looks like we may have a shot to get this thing back underway here very shortly. Bill Weber?
Oh, sorry. You caught me watching the Pepsi Southern 500. See, this is how Earnhardt knows how the other guys are running, because these guys down here tape the race that's being broadcast on ESPN. Then if there's a rain delay, Earnhardt comes over and watches the race, so he knows how the other guys are running. Right now, Earnhardt's doing pretty good, but they're chasing Jeremy Mayfield. So we'll give you an update.
Okay. Well, Michael and Sterling were talking about the football season and the NFL season, and yes, it's back on ESPN. We have a real treat for you on Sunday Night Football.
Going to be fielded by Lorenzo Neal at the 25. Dishes it back to Wycheck. He throws it across the field to Dyson. He's got something. He's got something. 50. He's got it. He's got it. 10. He's got it. It's a touchdown Titans.
A rematch of that playoff game last year, the Tennessee Titans and the Buffalo Bills at 8:30 Eastern Time, Sunday Night Football on ESPN. ESPN and ABC, your exclusive home for primetime NFL football. Back to Darlington in a moment.
You think you're harder on your engine than most people? Well, good. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving, just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
Save up to $50 on leading car care products when you buy Pennzoil Clean Engine Formula at AutoZone.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And has
celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you. The Polaris millionth automatic $1 million giveaway. The chase is on. See your Polaris dealer for contest details.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
Do I hear steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for a free oil change when you purchase lifetime Midas brakes. Guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Welcome back to the Pepsi Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. We are under a weather delay after 37 laps. Now, when there's nothing else to do, we show you what's going on outside the track. Now, is this cart loose or is it pushing, BP?
That's loose. But see the front tire when it slides across the racetrack? That's pushing. Just a little bit of both. It's pushing and loose.
Hey, I'm impressed with that young man and this a young lady.
Yeah.
And I tell you, they're following that steering wheel and making it work. Pretty good.
Well, a guy who has made it work over the years is Darrell Waltrip, who today has his 800th NASCAR Winston Cup start, third on the all-time list. Dave Marcus has 874. Richard Petty, 1,177. Currently, Darrell is second. John?
And Bob, Darrell can't wait for this race to get going back again, Darrell, because you're going to lead a lap, right?
Well, I'm going to go tell Marcus, you know, hey, man, you had your fun. You had your little bit of time, not even in the sun, but anyway, you've had yours. Let me lead a lap or two here, and I'm sure he will. So that was the plan, was stay out sometime today and try to lead a lap if we could. It'd be nice to be under green, but anyway, we're not that great, but, you know, you hang around here all day long, survive this thing, and you can get a top 20 finish.
I remember, about 8 years ago in the rain, DW.
Yeah, I was sitting there in the lawn chair, had my umbrella up, just singing away, just singing in the rain and hoping it wouldn't quit. Now, today it's not halfway, so it ain't going to make a whole lot of difference. I'm not going to wear myself out doing any rain dances right now, but I love Darlington. It's, you know, it's like you and I were talking, John. If you're a purist, if you're a traditionalist, if you've been in this sport as long as I have, then you know what Darlington means to the sport. It reminds me of my hometown. Every time I go back to my hometown, the rest of the world seemed to have changed, but my hometown hadn't. And that's kind of the way Darlington is. It just never changes. It's the same all the time. And if you take tapes from 50 years ago when they first run here, the drivers were complaining about the track and the walls, and it was slick, and the tires wasn't any good. I mean, you know, it ain't really changed all that much.
No, it's a great place to come and watch a race, and I always enjoy it. Now, let's go to Bill Weber.
Okay, and I'm here with Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was watching the race a little earlier, too. Man, you're having a bad day. Your car's tight, and your Redskins are losing.
Yeah, I was, that's the last thing I needed to find out when I got out of the car during a rain delay here at Darlington. But we're a little bit tight, but, you know, we've made a lot of changes this week on the car, so we know what we need to do to get the car to go the other way, and we just have to find out what's too much and what's not enough and find somewhere in the middle and just stick with it.
Yeah, I know you'd love to win or get a top 10, something neat like that, but really this is a learning experience for a young guy like you at a track that's this tough. You want to learn how you can make your car better today so you can bring it back and be better next time as well.
Yeah, that's true. I really have never found this place real comfortable. Goodyear changes the tire every race, so we're a rookie team already. We don't have any notes to go off of, so it doesn't hurt us as bad as a lot of these guys, but we've always ran good here in the Busch car through, you know, pit strategy and things like that. So this is kind of a race where we just kind of work on the car and try to get the car comfortable, and hopefully we get a good finish along with that. But just to have a good, comfortable race car sometime during the duration of the race would satisfy me.
A few minutes ago, your dad said the driver in that A car was doing a pretty decent job.
Well, that's hard to believe coming from him, but
we'll send you the tape, okay?
Yeah, I had to take a look at it and just make sure he wasn't lip syncing or anything. So we'll just keep on working on the car and try to stay on the lead lap. There's a lot of fast cars here. A lot of guys if it goes green, a lot of guys are gonna get lapped down. So as difficult as it is to get around on this tire, it's kind of some of these guys are a lot quicker. So we're just kind of work on it and try to stay up there. And I know it's going to come down to the last 100 laps and a few cautions and a lot of risks being taken, but the greatest risk is the one you don't take. So hopefully we'll be around.
Just one quick question. You are battling at this track, but you do run well at Richmond. You won there in the spring. You tested there. We're going back there next Saturday night.
Yeah, we're really excited. It's hopefully going to be this kind of turning point for the season, or the bright spot toward the latter end of this season. So we've had some difficult luck and some bad things happen to us and run poorly at certain tracks we thought we'd do well at, and we're going back to Richmond where we know we got a good setup. We went there and tested, tried to find some even more speed, and hopefully it's going to pay off and we'll get $1 million.
Okay, I'll try and keep you updated on the Skins game, okay?
Thanks.
Okay, that's Dale Jr. Let's go to John.
Well, it was close, Bill. You had 2 shots, and I'll take it. So we got, now, Jeremy Mayfield sat on the pole and has been the car to beat here in the early laps. He's gone back to makeup and wardrobe, I'm told, so we'll check in with Peter Suspenzo, his crew chief. Peter, the car very good. Yesterday morning, not so good in happy hour, and this morning, according to what I'm reading here, 4 springs, track bar, sway bar, dropped the gear, changed the nose weight, changed the bite, and adjusted the shocks. Apparently, you knew what you were doing.
Well, I don't know if we knew what we were doing, but so far it looked pretty decent. And we know it's a long way to go, and we're going to fight the rain. Seems like all day today. But hopefully, when the checkered flag falls, we will be the first one to get it.
You were among a number of crew chiefs who were praising Goodyear about this tire they brought here. And originally there was a little bit of apprehension, but the tire they brought, very consistent. You were showing me some tire temperatures a moment ago. Very consistent wear-wise.
Yeah, well, we're real pleased with the tire that Goodyear brought, and the inner liners seem to be working real well, so we don't have any complaints.
Back in the spring, you guys didn't get very far. You got hit from behind here. I know you had the best race car in happy hour. What would it mean for you guys? You've been coming a long time to win at the Southern 500.
Well, yeah, it's definitely a race that we look to try and win because there's a lot of tradition here, and this racetrack, Jeremy seems to really excel out. He knows how to race the racetrack, and we finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th here, and hopefully it's time to get that first win here.
Good luck to you, Peter.
All right, thank you very much.
They sit 3rd on the grid right now. They were the first car on and the first car off of pit road. Of course, the 2 cars that did not pit, Marcus and Darrell Waltrip, sit 1 and 2. So he will head back and talk with his driver. We're joking about makeup and wardrobe. He's actually back in the motorhome going over some strategy, I'm sure.
And actually, these are the first laps that Dave Marcus has led this year. He last led at Atlanta in November of last year. Darrell Waltrip running in 2nd spot, and there are the top 15 for you in this rain delay at the end of 37 laps.
As we go back and check out 16 through 30, we see Jeff Burton back at 21st. He had worked his way up to the 10th spot, and some lug nuts fell off on a pit stop, cost him about 11 spots. Steve Park had to make the pit stops early on. He has worked his way back up to the 30th spot.
And the remainder of the field here, you see that 42 cars are still on the lead lap. The only man out of the race is Mike Skinner, who had an engine problem.
Well, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back after that to the Darlington of old, and it will be with a very familiar ABC commentator. Stay with us for more.
You know, it's times like these I think about the wide track Grand Prix. Its speed-sensitive steering gives you road-gripping control, so even tight corners won't get you off track. Oh, the wide track Grand Prix. Wider is better. By Pontiac.
You better believe a pain like this, from a soul like this, will go on like this, live on like this, and a look like this, give you pride like this, 'cause it's true.
It's True Value paint, and you can't do better. It really is this good.
Goes on like this, feels on like this, looks like this, right like this.
True Value paint. Great paint, great store.
Okay, DJ, I'm ready for you. What's the game?
I'll see boomerang.
Boomerangs? I think I prefer football.
So what are you doing here?
I came here for the big juicy steaks. How about you?
I want that shrimp on the barbie.
Ah, let's go eat.
They're back.
Man, I'm hungry.
What, $1 for a sliver of raw fish?
It's sushi.
Sushi? Where I'm from, we call that stuff bait.
What else can you get for just $1?
Well, I can get a 20-minute phone call for only 99 cents.
Quit kidding around.
No, it's true. Dial 10-10-220. It's just 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
And just 7 cents a minute after that.
And get this, there's no monthly fee.
10-10-220 really is a great deal.
We know. Hey, you forgot to cook this.
Dial 10-10-220.
Welcome back live to the Pepsi Southern 500, where we are waiting for the track to dry. Well, ESPN is making its final telecast from the famed Darlington Raceway. Hopefully not forever, but at least for a while. ABC and ESPN have been coming here for a long time. We'd now like to recall back to 1973, when the fans and the drivers gathered for the Southern 500.
For somebody like Jackie Stewart, who is used to the Grand Prix circuit, to come to Darlington in a totally different kind of crowd.
Now, this isn't Monte Carlo, but it seems almost like it could be. There's gambling going on. There's money on the table. Pretty dangerous leaving that sort of money with a Scotsman around.
We are back live at Darlington, and we are having some audio problems because of the weather. In fact, about 35 minutes before we went on the air today, we had a major power failure in the compound that blew out a fuse, and we were only about 5 minutes away from the top of the hour and going on the air, and we finally got power back, and for a while we didn't know whether or not we would be on the air, but we are. We're still having problems, and we ask you to please bear with us. We get out to John Kernan.
And I'm with the top rookie so far this year in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, Matt Kenseth. And Matt, a little bit of trouble early in the race. What happened up there?
Yeah, that's what we didn't need. We're just kind of running along there, and Dave Blaney got real loose in front of me. And when you enter turn 3 down there, your car is kind of sliding, and you really can't turn it. And he all but stopped up by the wall, and I couldn't get slowed down enough, and I ran in the back of him. So we're just getting ready to come in here and put this piece of nose we got sitting down here. We're going to take our DeWalt drill and drill some holes and pop rivet it on there and try to make it a little better aerodynamically. And I didn't mess up the car and the wheels or anything like that, so hopefully it'll be all right.
You won the Busch race here last spring in 1999. How much of a difference is it running a Winston Cup car here versus a Busch car?
It's a lot different, and it's really been a struggle sort of this weekend. We've been running okay, but with this new tire that we have, it's really, really slippery, and it's really hard to get the car hooked up. So in a Busch car, you can pretty much give it as much gas as you want to without spinning the tires. And with one of these things, you got to be really careful not to spin the tires too much coming off the corner.
Who's helped you the most at a track like Darlington with the advice and things?
Well, Mark and Jeff Burton helped me the most, being teammates. But actually, when I drove Bobby Labonte's car here last spring, him and Jimmy Makar helped me a lot. And Bobby tested here before he came here and got hurt last spring, and he gave me a lot of hints about the line and helped me out a lot, and actually carried over and helped us win the Busch race, and it ran pretty good with his car.
What about the year as a whole? I mean, you got the win in the Coca-Cola 600, so you got that. You're leading the Ray Bestis rookie points. Pretty pleased with the way things have gone?
Overall, we're pretty satisfied. I mean, all the guys in the DeWalt team, for being a brand new team, I think have done a good job of building good cars and getting used to the Winston Cup Series and the longer races, and making our pit stops better. So it's been okay. We're always looking to improve and try to run better than what we are. So we'll just keep working at that, try to get the best finish we can, I would say, and learn as much as we can going into next year.
What about tracks the second time in a Winston Cup car? How big of a difference does that make for you?
Well, the tracks I've never been to before, like Pocono, for example, we were a lot better our second time there than we were our first time there. So it helps a lot to return to these tracks, especially the ones that are new to you, places like Indy and places that you've never been to.
All right, well, Matt Kenseth, best of luck today, and thanks for spending some of the rain delay with us.
All right, thanks. Hopefully it quits.
I got my fingers crossed, Bob.
Matt Kenseth won his first NASCAR Winston Cup race earlier in Charlotte, and he is driving the same car here today that he drove at that race. Well, let's try this again. What do you say? This is cool enough that we want to get it on the air for you. We're going to take you back to 1973 when ABC was covering the Southern 500 here at Darlington. And the first voice you will hear is that of Bill Fleming.
You know, it's kind of interesting to find out what it's like for somebody like Jackie Stewart, who is used to the Grand Prix circuit, to come to Darlington in a totally different kind of crowd.
Now, this isn't Monte Carlo, but it seems almost like it could be. There's gambling going on. There's money on the table. Pretty dangerous leaving that sort of money with a Scotsman around.
I know that.
Who's going to win?
David Benson. Look here.
Yeah?
That's a known fact.
There ain't no doubt about it.
Richard Petty will win. Richard Petty.
There seems to be some difference of opinion.
You race, don't you?
Not again.
That's Jackie Stewart.
I know. Thanks very much, my boy. Give the boy $1. Who's your favorite driver?
Bobby Allison.
Yeah? Do you know who Jackie Stewart is?
I guess he drives USAC.
USAC?
Yeah.
The American. Is he an American driver?
I believe he is. I don't know.
Why do you come to the race?
Just to watch the cars.
The race cars?
Mm-hmm.
And what else?
The boys.
And the boys?
Mm-hmm.
Does motor racing attract attractive men?
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
Do you think it's just that, or do you think it's the women, or the glamour, or the danger, or the...
That's all of it. We got a chance to get away and drink a few beers and everything.
Well, break loose from everybody else?
Yes, sir. Just be on your own.
What's the special meaning of Darlington as far as you're concerned, as far as a race is concerned?
Well, I love this track better.
Yeah, because of the racetrack, the people, the race itself?
The racetrack.
Who's going to win as far as you're concerned? Who do you want to win?
Dave Payson.
What about you?
Yeah, me too.
You're here for the same program?
No, I'm waiting on the party.
You are? How long is that going to take?
Well, it should take about 7 minutes.
7 minutes for the usual full program.
Yeah, for me, 7 minutes.
Well, that's very good. Congratulations.
You're welcome.
Most of us come to see a race. Now, of course, there's other activities, but...
What race?
Well, I suppose the Rebel one, unless you're staying for the one later in the year.
The Rebel 500.
What race?
The Rebel 500.
Get him what race you're looking at, okay?
The Rebel 500. When?
This is going to be run today, we think.
Today.
You reckon it is?
Well, if it doesn't rain, probably.
When did you get here?
Last September, I think.
Well, here I am in famous Darlington downtown. This is America for me. Something totally new, something I haven't even imagined could be possible in motor racing. A new look totally. Everybody seems to be very loose. They seem to enjoy themselves. They seem to enjoy the individuality of being able to wander around without the restrictions of the grandstand. They certainly seem to enjoy themselves. Few of them seem to see the race completely. They seem, however, very happy. A wee bit full, but the beer seems to have done them a lot of good. They're very relaxed. They're enjoying the sun, and I think really they are also enjoying their motor racing.
Well, that was in 1973, and a few things have changed, but a lot hasn't, and the race fans are one constant because they're back again in the year 2000, and I'm sure that if you took a microphone down there right now and interviewed somebody, they'd have about the same comments they did then.
Yeah, I'm sure they would, yeah. They have different drivers that they would pull for, of course.
Well, everybody is waiting on the track to dry and remaining in pretty high spirits here because the skies have brightened somewhat and there hasn't been any rain for a while now, but track drying is continuing.
At Gene Lotta Ford Buick, we do whatever it takes to let you know.
Completely satisfied customers are our guarantee. You see, we guarantee it. That's why our new project... construction project. We guarantee our
There you go, worked out.
completely satisfied customers are our trademark.
We guarantee it.
That's as good as it gets.
Why does Ray Cook Golf only make putters? After 200 tour wins, including all the majors, who needs to ask? Hand-milled, perfectly balanced, precision heel-toe weighting, accuracy, distance, feel. We only make putters, but it is 60% of the game. Ray Cook, the choice of champions.
Catch the league's top teams and the hottest bats in action as they bring muscle and power to the plate in a Labor Day slugfest jam-packed with 5 big games. The road trip rolls on. Nets, Reds at 1. Phillies, Giants at 4. Pirates, Dodgers at 9 on ESPN. Mariners, Red Sox at 1. Yankees, Royals at 8 on ESPN 2. Tomorrow.
You know, Robert Yates, Todd Parrott, the whole 88 team, they're not just people I work with, they're like family to me.
Families are real important in NASCAR. My father got me into it, and now it's my turn. Hey, can I borrow the keys to your car this weekend? No.
Families are great support, but I compete with my brother. So do the Burtons, the Wallaces, we all want to win.
Hey, look, I love my brothers, but I'm not going to let them pass me on Sunday.
This is NASCAR.
Dad! No.
While the spectators are waiting for the track to dry, they are being entertained by one of Kenny Wallace's crew members, and he has really got this crowd fired up.
He's been doing all kind of motions down. Didn't know if he was trying to get the wave started or what he was trying to do, but he got his attention.
And unfortunately, we're beginning to see some raindrops falling again here on the front straightaway. We do see some rain over our left shoulder, so there you can see how the rain is beginning to fall once again. Doctor?
And we thought we'd catch up with Kenny Schrader down here, who had a great qualifying effort, coming off his second-best finish of the year at Bristol. Kenny qualified 8th, we're running 8th, and now sit 9th after the pit stop. Pretty good race car.
Yeah, little M&M's Pontiac's real good. You know, the guys just worked awfully hard last month in the shop and here at the races, and Johnny Benson and the whole Aaron's team has helped us quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to this rain to stop and we can go play some more.
You've got to go play somewhere tomorrow, too. Don't you schedule to be out like Salt Lake City or somewhere to drive?
Salt Lake City, Utah tomorrow night. We got a Winston West race, but it's going to be here till the end of this thing first, no matter when that is.
This team has come together, and the addition, as you said a moment ago, of the 10 car, of Johnny Benson's car, having 2 cars, I mean, I guess no one could have imagined how much that would help.
Well, it's just, you know, none of us claim to be the smartest guys in here, and we just, when you just got a whole nother group of guys that you can bounce stuff off of, talk to them, know what they're doing, and not get lied to, you know, it just makes it a lot better, and we've seen benefits already.
Anybody on your crew as good a dancer as one of the Kenny Wallace guys? Can those guys do the boogaloo like he was doing a moment ago, entertaining the fans?
I'm just surprised it wasn't Kenny up there himself, because the kind of reaction we were seeing was something like you'd get from seeing Kenny perform.
Well, the day's young yet. We'll probably see him out here yet.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, Kenny Schrader, let's check in with Bill.
Okay, and I'm here with the 25 bunch, and Jerry Nadeau and Tony Furr talking it over. If you look right over there on the back of that cart, you're going to see yourself on TV. So it's on a 3-second delay, so don't confuse.
Oh, okay.
How's your car?
It's not too bad. I mean, we're just having a good time watching everybody in the stands. Looks like they're making some noise out there right now.
You brushed the wall here. You got a Darlington stripe yesterday in happy hour. Did it do much to the car, Jerry?
No, not really. You got to get a stripe here at Darlington. I mean, I guess it's one of those things that you got to do at this speedway, but we've bent a lower control arm, fixed it. Car's running pretty good, so I think we'll be all right.
So what are you and Tony talking about?
Well, we were just talking about that Hendrick Motorsports is off tomorrow. We got the day off, so if this thing gets rained out, I guess we all got to get home tomorrow.
Yeah, because you're off, right?
Yeah, we're off, so we'll let everybody else race. We'll just go home.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
No, if Rick's listening, I'm sure he's changing the rules right now.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Okay, that's Jerry Nadeau, and we're going to John.
And I'm with the point leader, Bobby Labonte. And Bobby, not a good starting spot back in the pack, but you've made up quite a few spots the first 37 laps. How is the car?
Well, it's not bad. It was a little bit loose on exits, but everybody was, I think. So, you know, our Interstate Pontiac crew Worked real hard. You know, they did a good job making changes this morning. Hopefully we can, you know, overcome our starting spot and make our way through the field and have a good run today.
Makes a lot of difference that there's no backstretch pits anymore, right?
Yeah, it really does. Last weekend really hurt us. You know, we had 15-something second pit stops and looked out on the right side when the jack dropped, and they were over there passing us already, so there wasn't no way we can do better than that. Where today, at least, we made up a few spots on pit road, so that was good.
What about this rain? What does that do to you guys? I mean, it changes the track again, washes the rubber off that you had put down. You know, what you and Jimmy Makar have been sitting back here. What have you been discussing?
Well, really, you know, we looked at it at the start of the race today. There wasn't like a lot of rubber was gone from yesterday. It looked like it was never rained in a way, so I'm not sure it's going to wash what rubber you can put down on stones. You know, I think the stones are turned over or something like that. We got the hard side up, but you know, it's just a deal where you know, it'll probably get back to normal here shortly.
Are you feeling, you know, the season is winding down. You're in the points lead. Are you starting to feel maybe not pressure, but just being more aware of your position now?
Well, I don't think it's anything that we're doing. I think it's everybody's telling us that we're in that position, and we should be more aware of it. And we're just, you know, going along like every weekend's every weekend. But, you know, it is getting down there, and we're excited about being 90-some-odd points in front. You know, it's better than being 90-some-odd points behind. So we're just looking at every race as if we just got to do the best in it and see what happens at the end of the day. And hopefully today we'll, if we can get race in between the rain spells, you know, hopefully we'll be looking good.
Well, Bobby, I appreciate it, and sorry to bring that up.
That's all right, no problem. This does look like a good time to start at 11 o'clock in the mornings, doesn't it?
Yeah. How about that? What do you think about that, Bob?
Well, anything to get it in today.
They used to do that. When you ran it on Labor Day, the race did start at 11 o'clock.
Well, it has just rained harder than it has all day, but still, the entertainment continues.
Man, he ought to be in the X Games, shouldn't he?
That was on a tarp, not on pavement, so he's okay. But he continues to entertain the fans here, as they have no entertainment on the racetrack because of the pouring rain coming down here at Darlington.
NASCAR's official financial services provider. Step up.
I want you to wake up tonight thinking about this commercial. So I'm going to put the stuff that comes out of this oil filter on this ice cream. You wouldn't eat it, but you feed it to your $20,000 pickup. Look, all oil filters aren't created equal. Because an SAE test HS806 for weighted average efficiency, Purolator's Pure One filters out the dirt and grit that ruins engines, giving more efficiently to the leading brand of oil filter. You care about your car? Great. Next time, put on a Pure One from Purolator.
ESPN's coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart, being brought to you by Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. By Conseco. And by Purolator. You care about your car? Next time, put on a Pure One oil filter from Purolator. Once again, a small rain cell has passed over, but it did pass right over the racetrack and dump some more moisture, so the track drying effort is being set back once again. However, we do have some racing that we want to bring you. Back in 1995, when the International Race of Champions was in its 19th season, they came here to Darlington, South Carolina to run a race. So let's go back now to 1995 and the IRock race here at the track Too Tough to Tame. drivers themselves have called the one that's too tough to tame because it's so difficult to race here. It's almost universally disliked by any driver who has ever driven on this track. Now, one of the reasons for that is the fact that the surface here, first built in 1950, is made of a very abrasive surface that each tire is alive. But that's all changed now. Over the winter, they have resurfaced the entire facility here. Over 5,000 tons of asphalt, creating a 64-foot wide track here that is smooth as glass. That may change the whole nature of competition here at Darlington. We're about to find out. So with the absence of Al Unser Jr., there are 11 cars ready, 5.5 rows, lined up in the reverse order of finish from round 1 at Daytona. In the first row, that powder blue car on the pole is road racer Hurley Haywood. Jeff Gordon in the silver car on the outside. In the second row, the salmon-colored car is road racer Steve Millen, and stock car driver Mark Martin is in the aqua-colored car. In the third row, the great sprint car champion Steve Kinzer in the teal car, and Tommy Kendall from road racing in the lime car. In row number 4, Rusty Wallace in the purple car, and Ricky Rudd in the white machine. In row number 5, Kenny Schrader in the mustard-colored car, and Scott Pruitt, that medium blue car. And all alone in the 6th row is Dale Earnhardt in the Evans Orange Dodge Avenger. Now they begin to form up, heading off of turn number 4. Track position so very critical here as the green comes out and the Dodge Avengers are racing. Keep an eye on the silver car of Gordon. Everybody else stays in position. Gordon comes ahead. He takes Mark Martin with him. Haywood drops back into 3rd place. Millen moves up, as does Tommy Kendall. On the backstretch now. The view from Mark Martin's car.
As he
Looking ahead at Jeff Gordon.
As he tries to catch Jeff Gordon into turn 3, coming off turn 4. I was really terrified of that first lap because no one had been up in that high groove. All these race car drivers made it. There comes, looks like Earnhardt. No, that's Schrader to the inside.
Kenny Schrader in the mustard-colored car making a move in the back of the field, while at the front it is Mark Martin chasing down Jeff Gordon.
Mark Martin won this race, this IRock race last year, and of course Gordon's level of experience much less, so this is a great matchup.
And we see that Mark Martin has caught Jeff Gordon.
Now the question is, can they get around? Can they pass on this track with this brand new surface? Back to the front stretch again. Gordon still leads it. Mark Martin, who of course has seen success here just last year, both at this track and in the championship. Closes in. Boy, look at the back end of Gordon's car bounce around there, Ben.
It does bounce around. Up between 3 and 4 might be the place that Mark Martin would try to make this pass. He'll go in the corner. As Jeff goes up the racetrack, Mark might try to get inside.
Exactly what he does. He moves to the inside as Earnhardt continues to carve his way up through the field. Just coming around Kinzer.
Scott Pruitt in the blue car behind Kinzer.
Pruitt moving to the inside. Kinzer takes the high road. We go back up to the front. Gordon, the silver car, now being challenged by Mark Martin. A battle for the lead. And Mark Martin is able to forge ahead of Jeff Gordon. So Gordon, the early leader, has now been replaced by the man who won this race 1 year ago. And that was the pivotal race for Mark Martin's championship. So Martin out in front once again this year.
Mark got a run off Jeff Gordon coming off the second corner and made the pass.
Great battles all through the field, but they're strung out in a way that they were not at Daytona.
Haywood and Kendall, they battled for 3rd and 4th. Again, positioning so critical here.
Back to the lead. That's Mark Martin, the powder blue car. Jeff Gordon in the silver car. And we see that Haywood is trying to make Kendall go to the outside, and Kendall is certainly not going to fall for that trick. He is going to try to get alongside, and he does.
So Kendall makes his pass and moves forward as round number 2 of IRock 19 is underway at Darlington, with Mark Martin in the lead, followed by Gordon, now Tom Kendall, and Hurley Haywood. We'll be back.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper?
Well, maybe a little. NEPAOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Sometimes you just got to get it done, no matter what. You can plan all you want, but you still got deadlines. Sometimes you need extra equipment. I'll tell you who saved my neck a time or two. Nation's Rent. They got what I want. They get it to me when I need it. It's newer, and it works. I can count on these guys.
Nation's Rent carries Ingersoll Rand, air compressors, and compaction equipment.
They get it done for me.
Nation's Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
Hey, Mr. Tool Belt, why don't you change your oil every 3,000 miles? And remember, women know when you lie. Look, missing an oil change is like giving a woman a vacuum cleaner for her birthday. You know better. Come on, consider the risk. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. Can you say insurance? Because I could say I told you so. Reformulated Quaker State. It's been tested. It works. What more do you need to know?
College football Thursday. Virginia Tech battles East Carolina.
East Carolina upsets one big one a year. Watch out, Virginia Tech.
College football tonight at 7:30. Virginia Tech versus East Carolina at 8. Thursday on ESPN.
Get ready for the most exciting, fast-paced, pressure-packed new sports quiz show on television. It's ESPN's 2-Minute Drill, premiering September 11th. Hosted by Kenny Mayne.
We're making up a bunch of questions because we've got a quiz show.
Have you got the answer?
We're back at the International Race of Champions, round number 2, Darlington, South Carolina, where Mark Martin is the leader of the run here, being chased by the early leader, Jeff Gordon. Martin was able to work around Gordon, and Gordon has not been able to reapproach Martin since then. At the same time, in third place now is Tommy Kendall, as you watch from Gordon's car.
Let's watch as he goes in turn 3. He's up between 3 and 4 now. He's going to come all 4 down the front straightaway. Watch as he will go down in turn 1. He'll touch the brakes just gently. Almost getting together. 3 abreast in a turn 1.
Schrader and Earnhardt split their way around Rusty Wallace. Schrader just ahead of Earnhardt. They've apparently decided now is the time to make their move. Sitting just ahead of them now is Steve Millen, as the 3 Winston Cup drivers hook up and begin to sort from the front.
Major move by Dale Earnhardt. He'd been very quiet, moving up one car at a time, but this was big league stuff.
Number 1 on Earnhardt's car.
Current points leader.
He won, of course, at Daytona.
That's Steve Millen. Boy, we've seen a couple of puffs of blue off the left side of the rear of the car, so the tires are taking a beating here despite this.
The last time anyone won back-to-back IRock was back in 1991, Rusty Wallace. But Earnhardt's on the move now.
Schrader tried to get inside Earnhardt, took a look.
Millen's doing a terrific job for himself.
He likes this place, Sam. You know, you're not supposed to like Darlington. There's something a little bit wrong with Steve Millen because you're supposed to come here 5 or 6 times before you grow to love this place. He loved it the first time. He got another puff of smoke out of Schrader's car.
He liked it in practice. I'm not so sure that he enjoys it quite now.
No, I think he's doing a great job. He's been living in Southern California since 1982. He's a New Zealander from Auckland.
Here's Earnhardt. He should try to get under here. No, he can't make the pass.
This is the real measure of Steve Millen, to have Dale Earnhardt breathing down your neck at Darlington. One presumes Earnhardt will get by, but he's already held him off for a couple of laps.
I think these cars are touching the brakes. And, Earnhardt almost got in the back of Millen down in 1 and 2. Had to get off the gas. That allowed Schrader to get alongside.
Here's Schrader on the right in the orange car.
So Schrader moves to the inside. Rusty Wallace closes in behind Earnhardt, but Schrader can't get anything done, can't do any work with it at all. And he drops backwards. Now Earnhardt back attacking Millen.
There's Rudd in white on the back of his group.
So Millen has 4 of the best that the Winston Cup has to offer lined up behind him. Boy, every time they get in that corner, they're smoking that left rear.
And once again, Earnhardt, they make contact.
And he collects up the entire group. So Earnhardt makes contact with Millen.
And we've got some seriously wrecked cars out there.
Yes, we do. Second consecutive IRock race in which Dale Earnhardt has been involved with a crash. You remember at Daytona, he and Al Unser came together on the last lap. Now this.
So the leader of the race is still Mark Martin. He and Jeff Gordon were well ahead of the action coming off of turn 2. But the yellow flag flies. Laps under yellow do not count at the International Race of Champions. And we've got some cars with some severe damage that could have an adverse effect on any championship that Dale Earnhardt had in mind.
Boy, there is debris on the racetrack, too.
I would imagine all 4 or 5 of those cars are going to be damaged to the point they'll not be able to race competitively. We see Rusty Wallace's car.
Wallace with front-end damage to his car. Here it is, Benny.
Once again, Earnhardt on the inside, just trying his best to get on the inside of Steve Millen. And they just make slight contact right there. And Millen's car starts sideways, and there's nothing he can do to control it.
Just enough to twist Millen around. You see Schrader moves high, and he gets clear of it. And then Millen comes back up to the wall. Rusty Wallace gets Earnhardt. Rudd gets Rusty Wallace. And, of course, Earnhardt into the side of Steve Millen. So some heavy damage on Earnhardt's, Wallace's, and Ricky Rudd's car.
Rusty Wallace has gotten out of his car. Rusty, what happened?
Dale was just trying to get underneath Millen, and looks like he had his nose underneath him, and then they all ran out of room down there. It's just a racing deal.
A lot of tight quarters racing, though, in those first segments, especially between you and Dale.
Well, it was a good race, no doubt about that. Me and Schrader were running good, and I caught Millen and went to go underneath him down in turn 1 or 3, and he slowed pretty much, and when that happened, it ganged everybody up in the back of me. And we were just trying to get around him because he was really holding us up, and but didn't make it that way.
A very costly accident in Wallace's quest for points. We'll be back.
Aloha, sports fans. You're looking live in the Garage Invitational as Stoney steps to the green. Swing!
Oh, it's a nice swing there, Alice.
Yeah, does your husband play? Consolation prize. Thank you so much. I'm going to shoot lefty, guys, but you can't hit right. Oh, this will be funny. Come on, Mrs. Groundskeeper's going to be coming home soon. We got to get out of here. All right. Easy, guys. Give me the club.
Rain delay, Ice House style. Because sometimes all you need is a smooth, never watered-down taste of Ice House. Enjoy. You think you're harder on your engine than most people? Well, good. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving, just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
Save up to $50 on leading car care products when you buy Pennzoil Clean Engine Formula at AutoZone.
Hi, I'm Enzo, your friendly neighborhood paint guy. There is nothing that makes a home look fresher than a fresh coat of paint. The easiest part of painting is the final step, putting the paint on the wall. The hardest part is the prep. I want them to be able to come into my store and from start to finish, get all the information they're going to need to make their project successful. If you do it right the first time, you want it to do it so often. Because some things, you don't want to do more than once. We guarantee our prices, we guarantee the product. If you're not happy, you come back and we'll make it right.
The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the 2000 Olympic team.
The teacher. If you look at this play, what we're trying to get is a seal here and a seal here and try to run this play in the alley.
A motivator.
Go get him.
Vince Lombardi was a winner. It's a special presentation by ESPN Classic. This day in history remembers the passing of the greatest football coach ever, Vince Lombardi. This day in history, remembering Vince Lombardi, tonight at 6, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC.
Anticipating a green flag any time now. Let's go back and look at what caused this caution period here at Darlington. Steve Millen was being chased by Dale Earnhardt.
Not a very good sound, is it, Sam?
Boy, the violence of it, you can really tell the impact.
And a sound that has taken both Ricky Rudd and Rusty Wallace out of this run. Their cars have been retired. They're still working on Steve Millen's car to see if they can get it back into the action. And you saw Dale Earnhardt as he pulled in at the back of the field, but he's got some aerodynamic suffering on that car. That's probably going to make it less than competitive, though every time you seem to say that about Earnhardt, he seems to make a liar out of you. But he does come off the corner low. The green flag flies. Mark Martin followed by Jeff Gordon. And Tommy Kendall works to the outside.
Kendall looking to make a move here. The yellow flag allowed him to close up on the two leaders.
Early Haywood runs in 4th place. Kenny Schrader, who benefited by that accident, there he is as he chases Haywood.
Boy, Schrader was lucky. He ducked on the outside just in time, got by the crash, and now trying to take over that 4th spot from Haywood. Well, what a great run he got coming off that corner.
Down low, can he hold on to it into the next corner? It looks like he can. Haywood still sitting high, and Schrader takes the spot. So Ken Schrader on the move up through the field now after just barely squeezing by the accident that took out Wallace and Rudd and severely damaged Earnhardt. Back at the front, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon.
Gordon closed up on the back of Mark Martin.
The view from Gordon's car.
We see that Martin drives away down the straightaway now. Looking back for Mark Martin's car at Jeff Gordon. Down in turn 1.
Gordon, of course, has won both of the last Winston Cup races televised by ABC, the Brickyard 400 and the Atlanta 500. So we're used to seeing him run up front.
Earnhardt just limping around. He's going to bring it in.
As a matter of fact, the leaders have already lapped Dale Earnhardt just in a couple of laps. So, yes, I'm sure he'll bring the car in.
Probably an alignment problem, wouldn't you think, Benny, as well as the aerodynamics?
I would think a lot of problems. Watch as these cars go down in turn 1. You'll see the cars let out a little puff of smoke. That's when you hit the brakes and the body goes down and just touches the tires.
Rubs on them just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's not going to hurt anything.
Earnhardt, of course, came into this race as the points leader. But now as he rolls off the race course, and with the absence of Wallace and Rudd, you've got some key players from the Winston Cup Series that are now out of the running here today and are losing any chance at gaining points.
That really improves Kenny Schrader's situation.
Earnhardt back on pit road now. Jack, some tactics here?
Well, Dale Earnhardt coming in to park his automobile. Some smart moves on Earnhardt's part, though. By staying out several additional laps, he moves up the order far above the other cars that were involved in the crash. And when we reverse the order again, points so very important as we head to the final 2 races, it gives Earnhardt a couple of more points.
Those points can make a world of difference. Mark Martin is still the leader, chased by Jeff Gordon, and NASCAR drivers are 3 out of the top 4 positions.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Celebrate the 5-star safety of Ford Windstar, plus get great model year-end savings during the Ford authorized clearance. Ford Windstar, complete with 40 standard safety features, anti-lock brakes, an available reverse sensing system, plus lots of room and comfort. The Ford authorized clearance at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. Now get 0.9 financing plus 1,000 cash back, or choose 1,500 cash at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
The annual slumber party seems to draw the most people.
Hi-ho, the Mary-o, the farmer in the dell.
Rich is by far the cutest.
I think.
Why don't you marry him then?
Hello? Is your refrigerator running?
What?
You should chase it.
It's dark. It's crowded. It can get really out of hand.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Who wants to see a millionaire? The Winston 500 roars into Talladega Superspeedway, where one of 5 drivers could win $1 million. Which driver? Use your ticket to find out October 15th. No tickets? No race. No bull. Call 256-362-RACE or purchase online. And that's our final answer.
I'm Bob Jenkins, back live at Darlington Raceway, where the sun is again trying to peek through. Nevertheless, the track remains very wet because of some heavy showers that passed over within the past hour. We are under a rain delay, so stay with us. We do hope to get this race back underway if the weather continues to improve as it has in the past few minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take you back to the 1995 International Race of Champions competition held here at Darlington.
We're racing again at Darlington as Ken Schrader is working on Tom Kendall for third.
This is where you have Winston Cup experience versus road racing experience, and the difference we will be seeing right here, probably in an ability on Schrader's part to run different grooves. Don't you think, Benny, more confidently?
He can run more grooves. You're right. You know, you said that Kendall looked like a stock car driver because he was big and tall. He also drives like a stock car driver.
Schrader to the inside of Kendall now, and Schrader looks like he can pick up third place. Can he hold on to it? Very close together. And Kendall stays with it.
He has to back off. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, boy.
You were getting a little tense here in the booth, Benny.
So Schrader moves forward into third place. And stock car drivers Martin, Gordon, Schrader run 1, 2, and 3. Road racer Tommy Kendall is fourth.
And Hurley Haywood is fifth in that light blue car. Having a good ride himself today. We thought the road racers might perform well, if not win, and they are doing well.
Remember at the start of the show, Jack Arute talked about the fact that this race at Darlington can be an equalizer, and Benny, it looks like that's coming about.
Yeah. And I said that Jeff Gordon might be the guy to catch. Well, Mark Martin was able to do that. But the stock car drivers, as you said, haven't come to the front.
Jeff Gordon out yet. Still quite a distance to go here at Darlington, the International Race of Champions, round number 2.
Jeff Gordon comes off, glances in the rearview mirror to see if Kenny Schrader is making any progress in catching him.
Now, if Schrader is able to catch him, Benny, do you think they can do anything together? Schrader and Jeff Gordon?
I doubt very seriously that the draft would help them run any faster than they are now.
Mark Martin just has a lock on this race so far if nothing goes wrong, just as he did last year. Really got the number driving these heavy on.
Whoa, one car gets high. Looks like it got up against the wall. That was Hurley Haywood. Looks like he scraped with the right side coming off of turn 2.
Good was able to get by him. There's Haywood, the powder blue Dodge Avenger.
We'll take a look at that. Watch for the powder blue car. Hurley just gets way high, scrapes the wall.
Now that is what's called a Darlington strike.
Congratulations, Hurley. Now you got one. Now Schrader closing up on the back of Jeff Gordon. He's around, down to the inside. Nope,
can't make the pass.
Kenny Schrader was fourth last year in Winston Cup competition, but he had no victory. Very consistent driver.
Schrader closely tucked in to Jeff Gordon. Kendall closing in as well. Down into the first turn. Mark Martin pulls away just a bit while these two fight.
Schrader gets a run.
Schrader had a strong performance at Daytona. He may be a real factor in this year's IRock Championship.
And look, Kendall has caught up this twosome of Gordon and Schrader.
Second, third, and fourth run together. Now Ken Schrader moves to the inside again. Going into turn 1. Gordon sees him, shuts the door on him. Schrader still trying, looking for running room coming off the backside. Now he's just got to drop in line. Again, Tommy Kendall stays right there.
Jeff Gordon, who had been the attacker, is now in the position of being the defender.
And Mark Martin, meanwhile, is just loving this as he watches all this in the rearview mirror about 100 yards in front of this race.
He can drive any groove he wants, keep his tires. This is helping Mark Martin a good deal. That the men behind him were starting to dice it up, compromise each other.
Second, third, and fourth. Gordon, Schrader, Kendall.
But Mark Martin has to be careful
that interval
and not watch too much of the race, because if he starts concentrating on the rearview mirror and watching the race and not what he's doing, he could get himself in trouble by all alone around this racetrack.
3 Winston Cup men and a former Trans Am champion from road racing occupy the first 4 places.
Ooh, Kendall almost got the wall coming off the second corner.
Here's Kendall continuing his pursuit. Looks okay now. Wonder about the tires, though.
Well, I think his car evidently picked up some push. He had to come off awfully close to the wall coming off the second corner. He had to let the car drift up the racetrack, indicative of a pushing situation.
So Mark Martin leads Jeff Gordon, and Kenny Schrader will be back with the finish of this race. Round number 2 of the IRock from Darlington right after this.
All right, Maggot, let's talk about your lunch money.
Yeah, your lunch money.
Oh, here's the $5 I owe you for today, and this should cover the rest of the week.
Wow.
You're the man.
That was painless. Like Gigo.com, where you take control of buying a car. Research it, finance it, buy it. Gigo.com, we've got this car thing down.
3 Chuck. So that's 4 coffees and a dozen donuts.
Guys?
Drywallers are working at a whole new speed. They're using new easy-scoring, clean-snapping USG sheetrock brand wallboard and installing faster than ever.
Slow. Guys?
The next generation of wallboard is here.
Hey, it's about time. Now run get us some lunch. We need 4 hoagies, sodas, bag of chips.
From the leader in ride control technology comes the latest in a long line of innovations. Introducing Monroe's revolutionary new Reflex Shock with impact sensor technology that reacts instantly, shifting between firm and soft compression in just 12 milliseconds. Combining superior comfort with a dramatic reduction in pitch and roll for maximum safety. Experience the new standard in comfort and control with the new Reflex Shock from Monroe.
Here at Kawasaki, I want to take a moment to recognize the risk takers. Those who live on the edge. Those brave souls who buy another brand of ATV.
Unit 1, we got him.
Now that takes guts. Don't settle for anything less than the comfort, reliability, and engineering of a Kawasaki ATV.
Back at Darlington, the closing laps of round 2 of the International Race of Champions. Mark Martin has led all but the first 3 laps here. Here is the battle on the course as Kenny Schrader continues to try and chase down the second-place car of Jeff Gordon. Gordon led the first 3 laps of this run. An accident started when Steve Millen took a spin coming off of turn 2, took out Millen. It also took out Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, and Dale Earnhardt, who was the points leader coming here. The focus on this battle for second place.
And once again, Schrader is able to run Jeff Gordon down. He catches him, but he just simply cannot get by. And Kendall now throws back in all this twosome.
As you pointed out, though, Benny, Kendall in that lime green car just off to the right of the screen has a bad understeer. You see him come off almost every one of the turns right next to the wall.
Still, he's right back there, closing the bid on Kenny Schrader.
This will do wonders for Mark Martin's point situation. Also getting the points for leading the most laps.
Martin came in here at 19 points. And it looks like he's going to leave here with a win.
Just keep it together for a few more laps. Comes Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Kenny Schrader, and Tom Kendall.
3-way battle for second place.
Once again, that smoke that you see when the cars go down in the corner, they hit a bump, plus they touch the brakes. The bodywork goes down and touches the tire, and that's the little puff of smoke we see.
Remember that Kendall has run Winston Cup, Sears Point, and done awfully well. So this is not wholly unfamiliar to him.
3 laps to go as Mark Martin goes by. The signal from NASCAR flagman Doyle Ford.
Still the fight for second place.
Here's Kendall, a little high going into the turn. And high coming off. Notice the reflection of that lime green car in the wall. What can Schrader do here? He's been aggressive, but he's been unable to handle up Jeff Gordon.
I think he's backed off a little bit right now. He's trying to get a run. He wants to catch Jeff at exactly the right place with a run, coming off 4 or 2. There's Doyle Ford. Give the signal. 2 laps to go. And Schrader desperately wants to get a run here off the corner or 4 to get alongside Jeff Gordon.
If he's going to do it, he's got to get alongside 1 and 2 because you're not going to pass 1 through 4. No. Review back from Mark Martin, leader of the race. Dominant power here at Darlington.
And not
looking for back-to-back wins.
Not afraid, of course, to lead because there's no chance he'll be drafted as he might on the super speedway.
White flag.
1 lap to go. Mark Martin. Gordon, Schrader. Schrader can't get the run that he wants.
He just can't get that run. He's backed up to get it, but he couldn't. It looks like this is the way they're going to finish.
We suggested that the complexion of the IRock series could change here at Darlington. It appears that's exactly what has happened as Mark Martin makes that final turn and comes under Doyle Ford's checkered flag and takes the win, followed by Jeff Gordon, Kenny Schrader, and Tom Kendall in 4th place.
They call this IRock round at Darlington the great equalizer because if you're out of the points, you can run well here and come back up front. You're in the hunt again.
I believe we are after leading all those laps and everything. Daytona was a real disappointment. We didn't run good enough to lead, but we run good enough to run 3rd, and we got in a wreck, and you know, so we came out pretty far behind, but I think we'll be in good shape after today.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal is around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
You missed the spot.
Presenting The Day at the Gordons, where racing champion Jeff Gordon and his wife Brooke eat new Fritos chili and scoops. A hearty cup of chili and loads of Fritos corn chips. It's fast. It's filling. It's Fritos. Perfect for people on the go. New Fritos chili and scoops and sloppy Joe and scoops. Nothing goes faster.
I can't believe we got the whole family together.
5 generations.
Can I get you anything, Grandma?
Yes, a Coke, please.
I don't think we have any.
What? I'm 101, and this will probably be the last time we get together. We're supposed to have Coca-Cola. You get away from me. Get away from me.
Do you believe in magic?
It's amazing what you can do with the original Wall Magic and 2 colors of paint. Now with dual foam rollers only from Wall Magic, you can turn an ordinary room into a sensational room.
Do you believe in magic?
So roll on your own magic today. It's easy to create the designer looks you want. Wall Magic, the new way to paint.
Do you believe in magic?
Now available at your local retailer.
Once again, we're back live at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, where it isn't raining right now, but the track remains wet. The efforts continue to get it dry. Well, we've been seeing the 1995 IRock race that was held here at Darlington, and now we're going to take you back to IRock 18 and check out the IRock race that was held here at Darlington back in 1994. We'll continue to update you on the weather situation here, but right now to IRock 18,
here at Darlington. Dale Earnhardt won round 1 at Daytona, and the IRock rewards for finishing positions and laps led. So as we look at the points, you see that Earnhardt is on top. But here at Darlington, they will line up in inverse order of the points, putting Earnhardt in the last starting position. Now, this track surface here is incredibly rough. So rough that it gobbles even the best of racing tires in only a few laps. IRock officials, therefore, have decided that sometime after lap 30, they'll bring the entire field in, give them fresh rubber, and send them back out together to give them a competitive advantage. So the 12 beautiful Dodge Avengers are started and rolling. Let's take a look at the field. In row 1, 2 road racers, Tom Kendall in the number 12 silver car, and Scott Sharp in the number 11. It's an aqua-colored machine. In row number 2, Jack Baldwin, a road racer, in black, and Danny Sullivan from Indy Cars in red. In the third row, in the teal car, is Jeff Brabham. And in that gold car is the sprint car luminary, Steve Kinser. In the fourth row, Rusty Wallace drives the pink car from NASCAR Winston Cup Racing. And Kyle Petty is alongside in the purple car. In the fifth row, the green car belongs to Mark Martin, number 4. And Dale Jarrett in number 3, the white car. And in the sixth and final row, Al Unser Jr. is in number 2, the yellow car. And Dale Earnhardt is in number 1, Evans Orange. And, of course, the numbers here indicate their position in the points coming into this race. The first 2 rows closed in nice and tight. Tommy Kendall in the silver car had some spectacular practice times and seems to have adapted to this track well. He knows he's going to have to protect the inside line, though, if he's going to be successful. Here's the green, and here we go. Gets the early jump, rolls into the flag a little bit faster. Kendall slides backward. Baldwin drops to the inside in second. Danny Sullivan is running high, and Jack Baldwin takes the lead.
And, you know, Kendall just couldn't get his car running. I saw he got on the gas, but he might have had it in the wrong gear, Paul. Baldwin, the guy leading the race right now, is running also in the Busch race, so he's got a lot of experience compared to some of the other new guys.
Busch race had practice here early this morning. Scott Sharp gets himself in real trouble and slides backwards as already the Winston Cup cars look for racing room, and they try to come up as fast as they can. It's still Jack Baldwin, but look right behind him. That is Petty. Kyle Petty has moved into second. The pink car of Rusty Wallace now working on the back of Steve Kinser trying to catch up.
We always know the best part of the passing and road passing is going to be right after the green flag, and sure enough, that's what happened. The rest of the guys are really feeling hard and looking for a way to get around. But remember another thing. As the race goes on, the passing becomes a lot harder because the tires go away.
Mark Martin got into a good position just ahead of Kinser. And now Rusty Wallace tries to move on Kinser as there's the order. The black car, of course, is Jack Baldwin. The purple car is Kyle Petty. As Kyle now closes in. In the meantime, in fourth place, that's Mark Martin beginning to close up. Lined up with Baldwin now trying to hold off Kyle Petty. In third place, it's Danny Sullivan.
Baldwin would like nothing better than to have a regular Winston Cup ride. This is a good opportunity for him to showcase his stock car racing skills, particularly if he can hold off Petty.
At the front of the field, the fight continues. In the meantime, Earnhardt is beginning to cut his way up through the field as expected. There he is. He's already picked up 5 places and now works at the back of Dale Jarrett's car, and they should hook up together.
The tough thing for Earnhardt is to pick up places without burning down that right front tire. Look at this.
At the front, Kyle Petty tries to make a move inside of Baldwin, but Jack's not having any of it.
And it's tough to go down there on the inside because if you go too low at that point on the track, then you swing up and you're high and you can get repowered.
But it's also the easiest place to pass. Now watch here as they go into turn 1. Not much passing usually happens here, but coming off of turn 2. This is where Kyle should be trying to get a run, right here at Baldwin. Down the back straightaway, hopefully he'll pull out now and go alongside. This is what his game plan will be at least.
Fight for the lead here as Kyle Petty again takes a look down to the inside. The yellow flag comes out. Caution on the speedway. The word was debris on the track, but the yellow flag was flying. I'm not sure whether or not it was just before or just after the pass was made. Best guess is that it came out just as Baldwin. There's the problem. That's what's caused the yellow. But you saw Kyle get around Baldwin. I think he did it on the flag, and they'll come back into the order just before the flag. We'll be right back.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sound of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
Guys, it's getting real loose on me.
Hit next lap.
Hit next lap?
Hit next lap.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
What's going on, guys? Stay out or pit.
Pit.
No, no pit.
Pit. Pit.
No pit.
No, baby. Pit. Don't pit.
From the driver's seat to the pits, to anywhere NASCAR fans might be, Motorola technology is bringing the action closer to everyone.
No pit over.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just 99 bucks. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
Do I hear steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
And it looks like Kyle Petty has a bit of a souvenir off of Kinzer's car. Part of the bumper looks stuck right in the front end of Kyle's car. Racing Baldwin in the front, followed by Kyle Petty and then Mark Martin. Kinzer moves to the inside of Danny Sullivan. Now Kyle works up and high. 3 cars battle for 4th place. Still Baldwin on the backstretch. Look at Mark Martin as he moves down to the inside. Martin drops back in the line. Very tough part of this racetrack. Kyle Petty now trying to hold off a very hard-charging Mark Martin. Jack Baldwin still has the lead. But, guys, it's hard to pass.
Tough place right there to pass, Sam. It's almost impossible if you look at the
And the track seems to, it doesn't feel as banked into turn 1 as it looks in the car.
So Jack Baldwin, Kyle Petty. And Mark Martin runs in 3rd. Kinzer is 4th. Rusty Wallace is 5th. They're changing the distributor on Tom Kendall's car. Jack Carruth's right there, and will keep track of it.
All right, watch Jack Baldwin. Watch how late he starts this turn down into 4. You have to hang up there next to the wall, turn down at the last minute. They say it's very tough to see the right moment to turn because the windshield's in your way. It's tricky all the way around this track.
We also said earlier, Jack Baldwin is running in the Busch race, so he's had a lot of laps of practice out here, and he aspires, Sam, like you said.
Mark Martin alongside to challenge Kyle Petty now. Fight for 2nd. Not much of a challenge at all as Martin moves to 2nd.
That's the way to pass it. That's what we described a little while ago that we thought maybe Petty would be doing on Baldwin. That's about the easiest, best place to pass right here at Darlington.
This is an experienced driver on this track looking at a man that's virtually a rookie. So watch the differences as they head down there into the far turns, turns 3 and 4. And watch Baldwin stay high, high, high. Now he's suddenly going to turn down, trying to pick his moment to get that apex. You turn too late, and it understeers, you say, it pushes right up against the wall.
I'll tell you what, that was a nice little corner, though, Bobby. The turns 1 and 2 are entirely different than 3 and 4.
Well, all 4 turns, Paul, are ironically different. This is coming off of turn 2 over here now. This is where the passing usually starts, but they're all different, and you have to run in a different place in all of them. And as we go with the onboard camera, you can just look and see the turns being different. Here now, they go right up against the wall. Now,
Mark Martin sees his opportunity, moves inside Baldwin, and boy, he overhauls him quickly.
Now, that really got my eye because it's very seldom that you see a pass right there. That shows that experience really oversees even though that Baldwin has so much time in his Busch car, it wasn't obviously
Kyle Petty takes a look to the inside while Kinzer spins it, and Kinzer gets it against the wall at the We got just a quick glimpse of it, and boy, when he lost it, it sent everybody flying everywhere.
Now watch Rusty Wallace on the left of your screen in the pink car. I thought he might have made contact, and there's the proof right there.
Yes.
It was Rusty Wallace who pushed Steve Kinzer. And there's Jarrett, who was, as you said, Bobby, trapped in the situation, nowhere he could go.
It looked like Earnhardt was in there nice and tight, but I don't think there was contact with Earnhardt's car. Let's take a look at this view, the same situation.
You look at the pink car, Rusty Wallace. He just turned Kinzer right around.
Earnhardt catches Jarrett, something big in the back.
Yes, pushed him right into it. Poor Jarrett just had it every way there was to go there. No way in the world to get out of it.
Well,
and, of course, Steve Kinzer was 100% innocent also.
They're still clearing off the wreckage of Dale Jarrett's car. We'll be back for the restart here at Darlington right after this.
You are more than a number in a credit report. More than a balance due. More than unforeseen events. You are a homeowner with a valuable resource many people don't have.
I am a homeowner.
I am a homeowner.
I am a homeowner.
That's why, when financial pressures build, you can call AmeriQuest, the company that helps you use that resource to pay off high-interest credit cards, lower your monthly payments, deal with emergencies, and get cash for important purchases. Our refinancing experts can help you get your loan quickly, easily, and fairly. Call your local AmeriQuest branch now at 1-800-479-4695. You can get an approval in as little as 24 hours, and it costs you nothing to apply. Just one call can save you hundreds of dollars each month. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
Suit up. It's a new season of Disney's original series, The Jersey. Yeah! The Jersey's back, more powerful than ever.
How cool is that?
And sophomore year will never be the same.
I have a crisis I'm dealing with.
I have a crisis, too. So join your friends, Nick, Morgan, Coleman, and Elliot, along with Kurt Warner, Phil Mickelson, Kelly Slater, Peyton Manning, and other athletes for new adventures and new powers on an all-new episode of The Jersey. Bring it on. Get into The Jersey, Friday through Sunday, 5/4 Central, only on Disney Channel.
Back at Darlington, ready to go back to the green. Steve Kinzer, Dale Jarrett are out of the run. 10 cars are on the circuit. Out in front is Mark Martin. Jack Baldwin is in second place. Kyle Petty is in third as they will come back to the green flag. Jack Baldwin led the first 9 laps. Mark Martin got the lead just before the accident.
Boy, you can look, Paul, when they come down to the green, how the guys all jump out and start going for it. Remember the tires. Get away first. You're faster than anything. Getting the lead, changing the lead, passing somebody right away is really important.
Kyle Petty now runs very, very low as Rusty Wallace comes in behind Baldwin in a battle for second place, and Mark Martin pulls away.
I said Baldwin would make himself tough to pass. He wants to show the Winston Cup regulars and their car owners that he could fit right in.
Right there is where he got past a little while ago, and I noticed Sammy's running a whole lot lower than he was when he got past. He was running a little bit too close to the wall, too long a time there.
Dale Earnhardt now moves to the inside of Rusty Wallace, while at the same time, Danny Sullivan is sticking with this pack in that bright red car. Boy, look at Earnhardt. He comes in, gives Wallace a little bit of a tap. He goes by on the low side.
There's a hard place to pass again. Dale Earnhardt, I watched him this morning. His Winston Cup car do the same thing to some guys.
Danny Sullivan is sticking with it. So is Jeff Rammel in the teal car just back there. Once again, 2 cars out of the run. Steve Kinzer and Dale Jarrett as a result of that accident. Mark Martin leads.
Dale Earnhardt in the orange car. Most of his all-season wearing a tuxedo. He wore that almost as much as he wore his driving suit because he's got so many awards and so many things.
Earnhardt, the points leader, coming into this round 2 of the IRock. Trying to thread his way up through the field.
Even though Earnhardt did a little bit of fumble, a little while an accident, it didn't hurt his car at all. He's just as clean as can be.
Al Unser Jr. slows it down and takes it off the track. This could have a massive impact on Little Al's bid for another IRock championship.
Obviously, he's got an engine problem, Paul. I know the smoke coming out from underneath the car, which is 90% chance it's an engine.
Well, they've been talking about overheating as a problem here. The rubber that's being ground off those tires getting up into those rather narrow cooling vents.
And so you know, Paul, those cooling vents that you look at right there are actually full of screen wire to keep the rubber or the debris from going on into the radiator. So what you can't see there is a screen right behind it, and it just fills up with ground-off rubber, just like you said.
And, of course, when it does that, it blocks the coolers, then the engine overheats, and you're in trouble. Mark Martin leads it. Now we look back to second place as Kyle Petty continues his challenge of Jack Baldwin. But Baldwin is having a spectacular day and holding on.
Now watch him right here. He comes back to, well, he's going to came right back
Kyle
down.
gets all the way down on the flat of the track to try to get past.
Well, he's been watching Baldwin stay high, and he says, I'm going to have to pass this guy on the inside.
Bobby, the funny thing is, I was talking to Kyle yesterday. He reminded me that back when this track was built in 1950, you see Earnhardt now making the pull on the outside. He said they used to run down there on the flat. They didn't even use the banking. Look at Earnhardt pull off that outside pass. He's passed low. He's passed high. Earnhardt is really hot.
So Earnhardt moves into third place now to challenge Baldwin. Mark Martin is still the leader.
So far, Earnhardt's pass had to be the best one of the day after this point. Pass the guy on the outside in an IRock car that's so evenly matched, almost impossible. There's Danny Sullivan.
Danny Sullivan in trouble as well. During the red flag, they were working on his engine. They were complaining about overheating. Mark Martin is the leader here in round number 2 of the International Race of Champions 18.
NASCAR Passing by Team Monte Carlo.
Come on, man, go, go, go. You're never going to get by anybody this far behind us. Go. The big hell on the right. Let's go, go, go. Blah, blah, blah. What'd you say? I guess my 7 NASCAR championships are clogging up my ears, huh? Now, here, there's 2 ways to do this. There's my way and the wrong way.
What'd it be like to you, Earnhardt?
Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your bike. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning. But doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
Tomorrow, catch the league's top teams and the hottest bats in action as they bring muscle and power to the plate in a Labor Day slugfest jam-packed with 5 big games. The road trip rolls on. Nets, Reds at 1. Phillies, Giants at 4. Pirates, Dodgers at 9 on ESPN. Mariners, Red Sox at 1. Yankees, Royals at 8 on ESPN 2. Tomorrow.
Bob Jenkins back live at Darlington Raceway, South Carolina. There is certainly optimism now because the sun is shining rather brightly over all areas of the racetrack, and you can begin to see the track drying. There are some light areas that are beginning to dry, and so hopefully this race will be getting back underway before too long. We have run 37 laps of this 51st Pepsi Southern 500. Now we take you back to the IRock race held here in 1994.
We're back at Darlington in IRock 18, round number 2. Mark Martin is still the leader, followed by Jack Baldwin. Now that mandatory pit stop is coming, but the best indications are from Danny Sullivan's overheating. Jack ARock, there may be, in fact, a serious problem here today.
Well, Jason Norrie and the crew have decided that what they will do during the mandatory pit stop is take a hose to the back side of each radiator. Now, you may wonder, why don't you force the water through the front of the car? Well, if you've collected debris, especially small pieces that have found their way through the wire mesh, it will simply clog up the radiator more. The idea is to force it through the backside and dump it out in front of the car.
Well, for the moment, the IRock crew is going to work concentrating on the change of tires. There, the right front is changed on Jack Baldwin's car. This is being repeated up and down the line. Jeff Brabham's car, Scott Sharp's car. In the meantime, let's go to Jack ARock.
Well, let's see if we can show you clearly what the screen problem is. If you notice on the front grills, there's an area of no screen. Then look directly behind it, and there is the very fine screen that Jason Norrie was talking about. Well, the separation between the two has created a trap. and that's where the debris is literally blocking off the air inlet area into the radiator and causing the overheating.
Well, this overheating problem is much more serious than anticipated. Drivers now climbing out of their cars.
Well, you see Jack Baldwin there and Dale Earnhardt. Whoever thought that the drivers would be out of their cars in the middle of an IRock race, Kyle Petty. Now they've got a short sprint ahead of them, and they're relaxed, ready to go.
But one car seems untouched by this problem. It sits up at the front of the field.
As we look at leader Mark Martin's car, it looks as if you haven't had serious overheating problems.
No, this car's running real cool, and it's running good, too. It's really handling good, and I couldn't be happier with the way things are going. I just wish I'd run all 60 of them without a yellow.
Is it the fact that you've been running up front, does that account for the fact that maybe you don't get as much debris as some of the people in the back?
Well, this racetrack is real bad about collecting debris on the grills, and it helps being out front. It certainly does.
So Mark Martin, as they restart, will be in front. He'll have a continued advantage.
Well, he certainly will, Paul, but remember, a lot of the other guys want to get back in front. They know now that it's more important than it was before because of the radiator problem.
In the meantime, down pit side, some of the drivers are helping the repairs.
Well, Dale Earnhardt of Kannapolis, North Carolina, is a former car owner, and he's taken his position very seriously in looking for IRock points. He's made an adjustment to his car with the IRock mechanics, adding some additional screening in hopes of solving part of the rubber that's coming up and finding its way into the grill area.
We'll be back for the restart right after this.
I've got 3 boys, and I've got to save time wherever I can. When I'm getting my oil changed at Walmart, it's great because it's right there. It's connected to the Walmart store, so I go shopping. What else do I do? We drop the car off, and then we scatter in all directions. Electronics, sports, toys, and usually my car is ready before I am. I totally trust these guys. I can get my car done, and then I can get all my shopping done at the same time.
Walmart Tire and Lube Express. Great service, great prices, and the world's most interesting waiting room.
Walmart just makes my life easier.
Heat is holding position when your tires are ready to blow. Heat is making it through a 12-car pileup from 13th place. Heat is the last 5 laps of the Daytona 500.
If you want the heat of the last 5 laps all the time, if you want the heat of door-to-door, fender-to-fender action, if you want the heat of Daytona, if you want the game designed by the pros,
you want NASCAR Heat, the only game that brings the heat home.
NASCAR Heat for PlayStation Game Console and PC CD-ROM, rated E for everyone.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you. The Polaris millionth automatic $1 million giveaway. The chase is on. See your Polaris dealer for contest details.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for a free oil change when you purchase lifetime Midas brakes. Guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Any flavor you can dream of, Sonic can make into an old-fashioned float or creamy smooth flurry drink. Choose from a cool Sonic float or one-of-a-kind Sonic flurry drink. Like a float, only blended. Try new peach or your favorite flavor, now just 99 cents each. Only at Sonic.
Well, we're rolling again in the IRock at Darlington. Mark Martin is in front. They're all on fresh tires. Overheating, of course, is a concern. Jack Baldwin is second. There's the green flag. They have shortened the distance. There are 15 laps to go. And so now some people are going to have to get serious. And already it looks like Dale Earnhardt is, because he tucks right in behind the Brabham. At the same time, Wallace goes high. Here's the Brabham.
Well, that was a good pass by Wallace. Don't you know, they're long going out now to go by Baldwin.
Down inside Baldwin, and there he goes.
That's the car that had such a bad heating problem. They had to take the water hoses off and reverse fill the engine. But it certainly hasn't hurt his horsepower, Paul.
Here comes Earnhardt now. He also is stalking Jack Baldwin. Earnhardt in the orange car, Baldwin in the black one as they go into turn 1 at Darlington.
Earnhardt and Wallace both recognize within short distance of the practice they've seen, they must get to the front now if they expect to score any points whatsoever.
This is absolutely no different than the good old Saturday night trophy dash. Only thing is, we're using beautiful new Dodgers for it.
But you still got to keep your eye on the water gauge, because if you follow another car too long, you might overheat, and another man might not and get through and beat you.
Except, Sam, they've shortened the race. These guys are not concerned about it. Watch them. They're all lining up with each other. They're not so concerned about the water now because there's not that many laps to go.
Also, I presume the assumption is that they have made the fix that will make the difference for these guys. Earnhardt's done to his as he pursues Jack Baldwin. Now it's still Mark Martin out in front, but Rusty Wallace is beginning to close.
Well, Baldwin is still looking good. Remember, this is the guy Sam mentioned earlier really wants to make a good showing here, and he has. But they kind of caught him asleep at the last start they did.
Tommy Kendall, the silver car, remember, he was in very early on and spent some time in the pit, so he is not on the leader lap with Mark Martin. All of the rest are. And, of course, Dale Jarrett and Steve Kinser were out in that accident early on. There's your interval, first to second.
Mark Martin, of course, had that terrific 4-race winning streak last year, and that 4-race winning streak included a win here at Darlington, so he is pumped about this place.
I think everybody just needs to respect how hard the Darlington track is to race, how much experience really counts, and how the NASCAR drivers know when and how to pass. The big change today, the biggest upset, the biggest pass that's done, of course, is Jeff Brabham. He just did a beautiful, beautiful job of passing 2 cars right in a row. It was awesome.
If you're trying to explain NASCAR experience, though, what about that guy in the black car, Jack Baldwin? He's staying right there with their best.
Yes, he certainly is, and he's ahead of who? NASCAR's best, Dale Earnhardt.
So now Rusty Wallace closes on Mark Martin. The laps run out, 36 complete.
Rusty is gaining. Uh-oh.
Brabham's got a problem, and it looks like an overheated engine. See some show of steam at the back of that car. Is this indicative of everybody else and what they may face?
I think that you're going to find that a lot of these engines, they got so hot the last time that they got some damage to them, that they didn't have time to check or check on and find out what it was.
Yeah, Bobby, as we look backward from Mark Martin at Rusty Wallace, I got to believe that that's part of the reason that Dale Earnhardt slowed up a little bit there, that he may be looking at something on his temperature gauge.
Of course, at this point of the race, how much do you look down at those instruments? You just kind of go until it blows.
Well, but remember, you know, the points at the end are really the important thing. Some points are better than no points, or in other words, 3rd place or 4th place is better than winning it if it means finishing.
Exactly. A champion knows when it isn't his day, really, and he's just going to take the points. And remember, Earnhardt came in here leading the points. He'd like to win the championship. If he's just 5th or 6th today, he's probably still leading.
And remember, every car that came in, Sam, was pegged on the temperature gauge. Pegged. So past that, you don't know how hot they got.
Rusty Wallace trying to track down and pass Mark Martin. That battle, first to second, has pulled these 2 cars some distance ahead of Jack Baldwin and taken Dale Earnhardt out of contact with Baldwin. There you see Baldwin, and there is Earnhardt. 4 laps to go now.
Taken all in all, this IRock racing has been probably the best racing of any kind over the last 3 years. Every race contains a different matchup between great drivers. Here we have not seen this matchup in IRock for a while.
These are 2 of NASCAR's best. You know, if you think you thought you had an inexperienced guy running 1st or 2nd, you could kind of predict it. But these are NASCAR's regulars and 2 of their best right here.
And 2 of the biggest winners in Winston Cup last year now squaring off against each other. Mark Martin leading, of course, Rusty Wallace in 2nd. Both had terrific seasons last year.
So drafting really did not figure in, as you suggested, Bobby, but in this situation, having a friend there does seem to have counted for something.
It's so hard to pass at this track. Again, this is one of the hardest driving racetracks that I've ever seen in all the tracks around the country. It's a very difficult track. Experience is the total answer to this place. And today, of course, put the cooling problems in with that. We have really had an exciting race.
I think all of those problems have mixed in to give us more passing than we expected.
Well, yes, except I think Rusty Wallace's best shot at passing what might have been just when those tires were in their best possible shape right after the restart.
Well, it's decision time now, as it's about 11 to go. There's 3rd and 4th, Earnhardt in 4th. If Rusty Wallace is going to make his move, he has to be thinking about it, and he's going to have to be a whole lot closer than he is right now, as the white flag unfurls on the home stretch.
Yes, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it done. He's going to keep trying. Rusty's not a quitter by any means. But by the same token, the tires are getting worn down. They really only have about 5 or 6 really good laps on the tires. And that's the reason that you see so much passing right after the green, Paul.
Mark Martin has dominated this event in both, so to speak. What a drive.
Led the most laps. Mark Martin looks for the checker. Rusty Wallace looks for any opportunity to dart to the inside and get past. He closes in 3 and 4. The checker flies just ahead. And Mark Martin takes it. He takes his win at the International Race of Champions. Followed by Rusty Wallace in second place. Jack Baldwin third. Then Dale Earnhardt and Kyle Petty. So Mark Martin wins round 2 of the IRock. He also leads the most laps and takes the extra points there.
Well, Mark Martin, congratulations. No overheating problems for you today.
No, it wasn't. This car worked perfect, and tell you what, it feels really good. The Goodyear tires worked great. I think we could have run the whole race without even stopping for tires, man. This thing was just going super, and we got a good start in the race and got our first win in IRock.
Welcome back live to Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Mark Martin was the winner of that IRock race, and now we concentrate on this race at hand, the 51st Pepsi Southern 500, which has been under a rain delay. However, the track is drying nicely, and as a matter of fact, the drivers have been ordered to their cars, and many of them have already buckled in and are getting set to resume this race.
See Ward Burton there with his helmet on, his shoulder harness, all of his gear on. He's ready to go.
Well, we had 2 very hard showers that stopped this race at the end of 37 laps, and here's how they were lined up. Dave Marcus and Darrell Waltrip did not come in for pit stops when the rain came, so they are running first and second. Jeremy Mayfield, who was the leader before the caution in the red came out, is third. He was the first off pit road, followed by Earnhardt and Mark Martin, the top 5. Taking a look now at 16 through 30, several drivers have made nice advances. Jeff Burton advanced up into the top 10, but had a bad pit stop and has dropped back to 21st. We'll see him move back through the field as the green flag will come out. And here's the remainder of the way they're running. Mike Skinner was out early with an engine problem. He is the only one not only out of the race, but they have all other 42 drivers that are still on the lead lap.
Several cars have had contact with other cars, and we saw Nemechek and Hutch Strickland back there at the back. That's one reason they're back there, because they had to stop on this caution flag and try to make some repairs to their damage they had with contact on the other cars. Nemechek was in the back, and you see the left rear on the 90 car where the rear bumper is gone. That's what they've been working on with Hutch Strickland.
Let's go down to Jerry Punch.
Well, the track is essentially pretty dry, but the crews now are working in unison trying to get pit road dry. And you see we're down where I am toward the end of pit road. The problem they're having, you see the guys all around me with these long squeegees trying to get the water moved across the drain, is there's actually a drain hole here on the inside of the pit wall. As the cars are fired behind me, that's a very, very good sound. And the teams have actually put duct tape over this little drain pipe that drains water from the other side of the pit wall across pit road to stop the water from going across. They've stopped the water. Now they have put some rags in this little pipe, and they're trying to squeegee the water from that side back onto the pit wall and across to the inside. So essentially the track is dry. Pit road is almost dry. They've refired the car guys, and we're 147 laps from halfway, and a little bit more than that to obviously get this thing in, but the skies are clear enough and everyone's excited about getting back onto the green.
Yeah, the weather is probably as nice now as it has been almost all day. The skies are much brighter, and we see more blue sky now than we have all day, Ned.
Yeah, and if we can get this race started next 15 or 20 minutes, there's time to finish this race today in its entirety. And, of course, that would be the desire of NASCAR and the competitors and certainly the fans here.
Now, imagine what they'll do is fire them up and run them under caution for a while, don't you think, Benny?
Yes, they certainly will. They'll make sure that the pit road is dry, that all the racetrack, the apron, all the racetrack is dry. And you can see off pit road there on the inside some wet spots. I don't think those are crucial, but they'll probably run them 10 or 15 laps on the caution flag.
But the good news is that the engines are fired, and just a few moments they'll begin moving away, and before too long we'll be back under green for a resumption of the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart.
the family has always put in the forefront to protect the quality and the standards set by Adolphus Bush.
The deep sense of pride that my grandfather taught me, that my father continues to teach me.
I think he would be very happy that the generations of his family have practiced what he taught us.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather. Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack. Where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat. Thanks.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
You have your weekend projects. We have ours.
Cars are moving once again here at Darlington as the resumption of the Pepsi Southern 500 now is just moments away. Happy Labor Day to you tomorrow. For some, though, it's not a day of rest, but rather it's a day of activity for the Major League Baseball teams, and that's where you can spend tomorrow watching the triple header on ESPN. It begins at 1 o'clock as the Mets face off with the Reds. The Mets, of course, in a great battle with the Atlanta Braves, and the Reds are not too far behind the St. Louis Cardinals in their respective divisions. Then at 4 o'clock, see the Phillies and the Giants, and at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, the Pirates against the Dodgers. For more, log on to ESPN.com.
Pretty big day tomorrow in the Bob Jenkins household as well, huh, Bob?
Well, yeah, I've had a few of them, and I guess I'm going to have another one.
Big birthday tomorrow for Bob Jenkins. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Josh Goldberg, our producer's son, shares a birthday with Bob Jenkins.
Yep.
All right, there. Dave Marcus will not pit and let Darrell Waltrip lead the race. And Darrell has pulled up beside him a couple times and said, come on, Dave, the pits.
It's about the longest Dave's led of that race in a long, long time. It's been, what, over 2 hours?
Yeah, we had a rain delay of 2 hours and 7 minutes before they fired him up once again. And these are the first laps, as we said earlier, that Dave Marcus has led all year. The last time he was in front of a NASCAR Winston Cup field was back at Atlanta last November to end the season. Darrell Waltrip is in his final Southern 500. He has 54 career starts here at this facility and 800 career starts in all. So a big congratulations to Darrell for reaching another milestone.
Spots of the track is really, in fact, a good portion of the track is looking good now.
I think the problem they have right now is just pit road and down on the bottom part of the racetrack. Bill Weber?
Yeah, Benny, just an update on Johnny Benson. He got back in the car, and the radio does not work, so he can hear his crew. They cannot hear him. Hand on the roof will mean the car is tight. Hand on the door means the car is loose. Any other signals might indicate exactly how bad or how loose.
Some things just never change. That's the way we did when we didn't have radios.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Radios are very important, but it's kind of nice once in a while to see them going back to the old ways.
You know, thinking about that, it wasn't until the early 70s, I think, that radios were first used. As a matter of fact, in 71 or 72, Bobby Allison for the Daytona 500 chose a pit stall right in the middle of the pit road. And I said, Bobby, choose such a stupid pit stall because you can't see the pit board really well. And the guy said, Bobby has a two-way radio, remember? I said, oh, that's right. He was one of the first guys that used two-way radio communication with his pit crew.
laps are counting, we have now moved up to 40 laps, and before they go green, they will open pit road.
Yeah, that's why Dave hasn't come.
That's right.
Yeah, the pit road is closed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, pit road is closed. Silly me.
Of course, helping this drying process is the fact that the sun was. Well, yeah, but it's a lot brighter now than it has been for a long time, so we certainly do hope we can get this thing in for you. All of it.
Some of our onboard cameras, and they're all still out there this afternoon. This is Bobby Labonte, Circuit City onboard camera. Tony Stewart also carries that onboard camera. Dale Jarrett, the quality care on board. Rusty Wallace also has the Miller Lite on board, his back bumper and all over his car. Michael Waltrip, you see the hose, see the decals, the Nation Trent decals? That's on a hose, not the instrument panel that we usually see it on, because there are so many hoses inside these cars that there was no place to put the decal that the camera would see it. So the guy said, wait a minute, we've got to be identified, so we stuck it on the hose. The hose is trying to cool off Michael Waltrip. A lot of guys, as hot and as humid as it was today, were using a cool box air that was going through some ice and blowing in the helmet. I was told Michael Waltrip, one of the very few that did not utilize that today, just air hoses coming in, blowing air on.
John Curtin has more on a pit stop that we saw earlier that went wrong.
Well, you know, Bob, we saw that Scott Bray, who come over from the 57 Busch Series team to change the front tires for Jeff Burton this week, he and the front tire carrier, Ray Ocean, a little bit of a mix-up, I guess, knocked the lug nuts off. They had not worked a lot together, so this team has decided to make a change. They've enlisted some of the help from the Mike Skinner team, as Kevin Gabard, you see him right there, he is going to now be the front tire carrier, and Greg Burkhart, who is also coming up from the 31, he will be the front tire changer. They've worked together on the 31, so I talked to Frank Stoddard. He said that's what we need to have, two guys who have a lot of experience working together, because it is, you know, the pit stop is, how do you say it, poetry in motion. It's like a football team, like a running back following a lead blocker, something to that effect, so you need to have that familiarity. So that's what the 99 crew is going for, enlisting some help from Mike Skinner's team.
You talk about poetry in motion. Sometimes even the best ballerinas slip. The jack comes around. The left side is already slow, as Mark Armstrong is almost finished on the rear. He's finished. He gets up, and now the tire, they start, and his tire has slid off. Once again, they got to go back, tighten the lug nuts up, and all these cars driving by as Jeff Burton finally gets that left front tire changed.
That dropped him all the way back to 21st position for the restart. So even crew members have messages for their family members. Happy birthday to his father, Dale Swanson. Well, we continue to run under the caution here while they dry pit road. 43 laps now completed here at the Pepsi Southern 500. Another break before we turn them loose once again.
Make plans now to enjoy a Maryland fall getaway. Start by calling 1-800-MD-IS-FUN for your free vacation guide and a free coupon book containing hundreds of dollars in exciting travel discounts. Call 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
Running and dining, dancing, romancing, everything's better the closer together. 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
If anybody watches these NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series races, they'll understand what trading paint is.
We definitely do a lot of bumping and rubbing with 5 to go.
It is the very best racing car, side-by-side competitive racing, I think, going.
Once the green flag drops, there's no friends on the racetrack.
I come in
race against these guys, and they kick me, they run over me, they tear the sides off my truck.
The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. This is NASCAR.
Going to be going green at about 4 laps from right now, and the Pepsi Southern 500 will be back under green. We've mentioned that there have been problems for several drivers throughout the weekend. We talked about Bobby Labonte's crash in practice that relegated him to a backup car. There was also an incident involving this car, or at least this is the backup car that Kevin LePage is driving. Here's why he's not in his primary car.
Going in turn 3 yesterday, see some heavy contact. What happened? Wally Dallenbach had broken a brake rotor on the 75 Roto Zip car, and Kevin LePage comes along and runs over a piece of that rotor and punctures a right front tire. The tire goes flat, and he goes in the wall and knocks an oil line, an oil pump off the car, and that's an oil fire, and now we got some paint on fire, and it was not a good-looking deal.
But Kevin LePage got into the backup car, started this race from the 30th position, and now he is being shown in the 20th spot.
And he starts 30th, but in fact, he had to go to the tail end of the field and start about 42nd, 43rd.
As you can see, the shadows now are evident from the cars.
Yeah, the sun is shining again on most of the racetrack. Looking good. There, you can see the wet spots down on the inside on the apron down there, but
if you're down there, you're in trouble anyway.
You're already in trouble, that's for sure.
You see the teams are still, the trucks are still on pit road attempting to drive pit road. So all the cars except Dave Marcus and Darrell Waltrip have made pit stops. So only 2 cars, once they open pit road, will need to go down and make a pit stop, that being Marcus and Waltrip.
Looks like the jet dryers are speeding up and maybe headed for their rest area, huh?
Headed for the barn.
Yeah.
Well, they've been at it for a while.
Another optimistic sign here as we get set to go back to competition. So, before long now, with those jet dryers out of the pits, they should be opening up the pits very soon, and we'll see then what Dave Marcus does.
I think he's got to make a pit stop before the green waves again, because he was putting himself too much out of sequence, and those tires have been on there for a while, and he'll be running low in fuel before too long.
Just before we get this race underway, and before we assume that Dave Marcus pits, let's show you again how they are running. Marcus, Waltrip, Mayfield, Earnhardt, and Mark Martin are the top 5. Scott Pruitt is having a good race, at least so far. The rookie, who was the fastest of the rookies that qualified, he's now up to 7th. Jeff Gordon is in 8th position, and Ken Schrader and Michael Waltrip are also doing well. Wallace, Jarrett, Stewart, Benson, and Burton, Ward Burton, complete the top 15.
Of course, Ward Burton is one of those that had a bad pit stop as well, as we look at 16th through 30th. See Bobby Labonte, points leader in there at 18th.
And there's Terry Labonte, Matt Kenseth, Chad Little, David Green driving the 94 car once again in relief of Bill Elliott this week. Blaney, Dallenbach, Grissom, Bliss, Bodine, Sadler, Strickland, and Nemechek. All those cars on the lead lap. Mike Skinner lost an engine early. He's probably in Daytona watching us right now.
Nice overhead shot from the Pennzoil copter cam, and you can see the wet places, but they're way down on the inside of the racetrack and well out of the racing groove. Overhead shot also shows you the crowd on hand here this weekend for this Labor Day weekend tradition that's been going on since 1950. And again, we have certainly enjoyed our years coming here to cover the races not only in the fall, but also in the spring. Dave Marcus on the right is on pit road, and Darrell Waltrip is going to lead his final Southern 500. This is the 4th race that he has led this year in his victory tour. And we're still hoping that Darrell, before this year is out, can walk up with a victory.
And the fans recognize that, Bob. Many of them stood and cheered as he went across that start-finish line to lead in his last Southern 500.
What an emotional year this must be for Darrell, who has been running for many, many years. at these racetracks, but now says goodbye to them and the fans.
I can't believe we got the whole family together.
5 generations.
Can I get you anything, Grandma?
Yes, a Coke, please.
I don't think we have any.
What? I'm 101, and this will probably be the last time we get together. We're supposed to have Coca-Cola. You get away from me. Get away from me.
Okay, sweetie, on your toes. Swing through the ball. Through it. Eye on the ball, hon. We're working on the forehand. Okay, let's try backhand. We'll work backhand. Okay, you just need to connect with the ball. Let's stay in the game, sweetheart. Now, don't be afraid to charge the net.
How do you plan on financing your retirement? Conseco's annuities have tax advantages that can help. Conseco, step up.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. Take it. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Havoline.
Oh, yes, a brilliant move. Galvez scampering across the goal to stop it. They just couldn't seem to get enough players forward before. He's showing good fluid movement. To the right, the left. This is another aggressive shot. He's timed his run to absolute perfection. 2 defenders to beat. He's passed one. This is looking like a chance. Yes, he takes the shot in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
After a 2-hour and 7-minute rain delay, we are ready to go green once again here at the Pepsi Southern 500. Here's the highlights of what's happened so far. On lap number 5, the first caution comes out when there's a big jam up and Chad Little gets hit from behind by Joe Nemechek. It was a short day for Mike Skinner. Engine failure put him out early. On lap number 23, another jam up. Dale Jarrett does a nice job of saving it. Jeff Gordon gets his front grille punched out. On lap number 37, that's when the rains came, and we had heavy rain for a couple of times. However, the track is dry enough for us to resume the Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina.
And Hutch Strickland's just coming out of the pits. He's going to go a lap down. He'll be the only car that's going to lap down.
Drivers who were leading when the red came out, Dave Marcus, and oh, we got a spin. Johnny Benson over in turn number 1, and he collects another car. And everybody else slams on the brakes and dives for the inside of the racetrack. But Johnny Benson, who was running in 12th position, is spun in turn 1.
Caution is out.
Well, that green flag didn't last long, did it?
The damage there on the left front of the race car and the left front that is flat. It's got damage, looks like all around. Let's take a look at what happened just after the green fell.
Goes in the corner, and there we see the contact between Ward Burton, the 22 car, and Johnny Benson. Benson stands on the gas, tries to keep that car off the wall, but Kenny Wallace goes up. I don't know if there was contact with Wallace or not.
Here it is once again.
Well, Kenny is in so much smoke, there's no way in the world he can see what's up there.
Once later, Bobby Labonte was right behind that he made a move to the inside and didn't come very close to the accident.
So Johnny Benson, who started this race on the outside of row number 1, his best start since here in March of 1999.
Sometimes you just got to get it done, no matter what. You can plan all you want, but you still got deadlines. Sometimes you need extra equipment. I'll tell you who saved my neck a time or two. Nation's Rent. They got what I want. They get it to me when I need it. It's newer, and it works. I can count on these guys.
Nation's Rent carries Ingersoll Rand, air compressors, and compaction equipment.
They get it done for me.
Nation's Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT. Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Man, I'm hungry.
What, $1 for a sliver of raw fish?
It's sushi.
Sushi? Where I'm from, we call that stuff bait.
What else can you get for just $1?
Well, I can get a 20-minute phone call for only 99 cents.
Quit kidding around.
No, it's true. Dial 10-10-220. It's just 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
And just 7 cents a minute after that.
And get this, there's no monthly fee.
10-10-220 really is a great deal.
We know. Hey, you forgot to cook this.
Dial 10-10-220.
Well, hey, Miss Palmer, how can I help you?
Hi, Bill. Time to rotate those tires. Cooper Tires. Drive on.
Well, we're under caution again here at Darlington. We only ran about a quarter of a lap under the green before there was trouble for Johnny Benson. We get an update from Bill Weber.
Well, he's got significant damage, as you can imagine. They brought him in that first time and just put left side tires on, tried to pull the sheet metal away, did a lot of work around the dry brakes. They're concerned about whether or not they're going to be able to get fuel into the car. NASCAR wants them back on pit road to check some of that damage, but Benson was coming back anyway. He needs right side tires. They're going to need some tie wraps, and they also need to give him a radio cable so we can maybe fix that so he can tell them his version of what happened. So Benson will be back, and we go to Jerry.
And Ward Burton's crew members have told him that apparently Johnny Benson, as Bill Weber had reported a little bit ago, Johnny Benson did not have a radio communication that was working. They told Ward that they couldn't talk to Johnny Benson and to tell him you were underneath him, and so Johnny didn't know you were there. And Ward's reply was, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to hit him. I thought he would see me, but I guess he didn't. I didn't know he didn't have radio. So certainly that's an incident that that Ward wasn't happy happened, but unfortunately no one knew. They didn't know that Johnny didn't have radio communication with the spotter.
All right, Jerry. Johnny Benson, by the way, had completed 98.4% of the laps that he had raced here. That's the best among the active drivers with 5 or more starts here at Darlington. But right now, he's on pit road once again as they try to assess and correct some of the damage.
Got a tow problem, James.
Down to Bill Weber again.
And Benson is back here on pit road. They also need to work on the overflow to make sure that that is working properly. They also, the condition with Benson's radio is that he can hear. He can hear, he just cannot talk to the crew, and that's one thing he's trying to fix right now. So they also checked the tow. They're not overly happy with that. He may be back here shortly.
Just barely beat the pace car out.
He didn't beat the pace car because the stop sign was out. Staring him in the face.
Johnny Benson, 14th in the points standing. He did not heed that sign that the NASCAR official was displaying. So he comes back in again.
Watch your speed coming in. You know they'll want to penalize you more if they can.
They're kind of arguing the point right now with the NASCAR official, but here's what we're talking about. See the fellow in the white down there with the stop sign. You see him waving the stop sign at the Benson as he rode by.
It was very close on going out. Okay, we're about to go green flag racing again here.
Benson sits on pit road as the crew works on the car, and we are indeed back to green. That's Hut Strickland there on the right of your screen. He's the only car besides Benson not on the lead lap. Jeremy Mayfield and Dale Jarrett are first and second, with Mark Martin in third, followed by Jimmy Spencer and Scott Pruitt.
You're pulling Johnny Benson's car behind the wall. as we try to complete this first full lap of green pit to rain.
Here's a battle for position. The 32 and the 24 going for fifth. That's Jeff Gordon on the inside of Scott Pruitt, and Gordon takes away that fifth spot. And now here comes Rusty Wallace.
Rusty Wallace obviously made some serious changes on that car during the caution flags, the pit stops when it did rain, because Rusty really struggled in this Miller Lite car to begin the race, but looking a little bit better right now. As Martin Martin moves into that third spot, Jimmy Spencer goes into fourth.
Martin now working on Earnhardt.
You know, Ned Earnhardt's car, at the beginning of the race, the first 5 or 10 laps did not run that well, but the farther they ran, the faster that Goodrich Chevrolet got. Well, he didn't actually get faster, but the other cars started slowing down, and he would run the same speed.
And he's running that high groove here.
Here comes Mark Martin to the inside of Earnhardt, looking to the inside at least. Down the straightaway, however, he falls back behind the 9-time winner here at Darlington, Earnhardt, who with the win today would tie David Pearson for most career wins at this facility. That's Jimmy Spencer there on the right. Jeremy Mayfield, as he has done at the drop of every green flag, begins to move away. He's built up a lead of, let's check it as he crossed the line. It is a lead of 2.19 seconds that Jeremy has over Earnhardt.
That last lap, Jeremy Mayfield was a third of a second faster than Dale Earnhardt. And like I said, that will last for a little while, but then Earnhardt will start getting closer and closer to see Jeff Gordon trying to close in. He's in fifth spot. He's about 3.5 seconds. Oh, we see LePage on the inside of Bobby Labonte, takes a spot away.
That's the 15th position now that goes to Kevin LePage, and Jeff Burton now is to the inside of Bobby Labonte, and he takes that position away. Remember, both Labonte and Burton, Jeff Burton, started way back in the field.
Burton started 35th, and Labonte started 37th. Had to take a provisional for today's Pepsi Southern 500 after crashing in practice Friday morning. Talking about the Interstate Batteries Pontiac, the green car.
There's the Ralph Supermarket 4, driven by Brett Bodine, coming up now on Labonte, who slipped back to the 17th spot. There is Rick Mast, Ricky Rudd, and Jerry Nadeau.
Nadeau just took that spot away from Rick Mast, got on the outside of him and passed him.
Nadeau running now in 19th. Mast is 20th, and Ricky Rudd is in 21st.
Ricky Rudd turns the thing left, tries to get under Rick Mast, can't quite do it.
And we have a battle for second place and a change of second position as Mark Martin takes the Valvoline Ford to the runner-up spot.
And the crowd enjoyed it, and some of them didn't like it so well.
Now here is Jimmy Spencer, who is challenging Dale Earnhardt for that third position. What's the situation with Earnhardt, Jerry?
Bob, unfortunately, it's very similar to the way they were in happy hour yesterday. They weren't very happy with the car. So this morning, Kevin Hamlin and the Goodrich crew made wholesale changes. They changed 4 shocks, 3 springs, the track bar, the front sway bar, the wedge, and the camber, trying to get the car better. I just asked Kevin a moment ago here on pit road, how's the car? He said right now the big concern is the rain washed all the rubber off the racetrack. We need to get some rubber back on the track and see if our car will begin working again after maybe 20 or 30 laps of rubber being laid down.
7, 16, and 99. That's 12th, 13th, and 14th. Michael Waltrip in the 7th. There is Bobby Hamilton running back in the 16th position.
On board with Michael Waltrip back in the 12th spot as he looks back at LePage.
Jimmy Dean telemetry gets up to about 172 miles an hour and then hits the brake.
Now we see Jeff Burton trying to sneak on the inside of Kevin LePage. Can't quite do it. watch as he goes down the front stretch, and I don't think we'll see as many miles per hour, 174 down the front stretch. Talking about Michael Waltrip. He's getting off the gas as they come off two. Trying to make that corner. Should turn more than 174 down the back. This should be the fastest part of the race. I think I saw 176.
And here comes Jeff Burton out to the inside of LePage.
This race car is working great.
Ooh, he about lost the back there, did.
He sure did. Maybe not when you put that much power to the wheels, it don't work quite as good, but he has passed a lot of race cars already today, and we're not very far into this race.
Oh, and LePage tried to get a great run on Michael Waltrip, too. Looked like he dove down and almost ran wide open, trying to get a run down Michael on the back stretch. Could not quite do it. Now he's going to try on the bottom again.
Kevin LePage's best career finish occurred here a year ago. Came home 5th after starting in 9th position. He ran 12th in yesterday's Busch race.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. behind this group of cars. He's in 15th position. There he is, the Budweiser Chevrolet. And Bobby Labonte's sitting in a perfect spot. Look at him. He's got 6, 7 car lengths between he and Earnhardt, and 5 or 6 car lengths between he and the car behind him. That's exactly where he'd love to stay the rest of the day.
Here's Steve Park, Ted Musgrave, and then a battle for position behind them as Dave Blaney in the 93 tries to get around John Andretti in the 43 car. Andretti, a former pole sitter here at the Southern 500. That occurred back in 1995. Today he started 34th.
It's about 25th. Ted Musgrave, the 01 car, the Bell South car, is 25th, and Andretti's 26th, and all that group. And there we see Nemechek down on the inside, trying to get a run on David Green, and does. Takes the spot away.
And here is, once again, Jeff Burton trying to get around Kevin LePage and being successful this time.
Perhaps he heated his tires up when he tried that maneuver before and had to let him cool off just a little bit. Got him to run again and makes the pass.
That puts Jeff Burton up to 13th. LePage is 14th, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. running back in the 15th position.
Michael Waltrip trying to get on the inside of the 22 car. I really thought Ward Burton would run better than this today, because in happy hour yesterday, his car seemed to be so fast, but right now he's just got some handling problems.
He's back in the 11th spot right now as Jeremy Mayfield continues to lead this race. He has led 58 laps of the 71 that we have completed. Bobby Hamilton almost hit the wall up there.
We can see him off the accelerator, lost his momentum anyway as their 99 car goes on the inside of Michael Waltrip. Takes a spot away. LePage going to try to follow.
He'll have the right groove going into turn 1.
And the amazing Jeff Burton continues to come up through the field. He's now to 12th. This guy continues to click off laps in the lead. He has a 4.2-second advantage over Mark Martin. Dale Earnhardt is third, followed by Jimmy Spencer and Jeff Gordon.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing, that car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Buy 12 quarts of Haviland Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Haviland.
I told you this would work.
Good call, Dave. Excellent venue. Who do you think's getting married anywhere?
Guys, someone's coming.
Hi.
How are you doing? Are you here with the bride or the groom?
The groom.
Bride.
Bride.
Nice to meet you.
Guys, I think they're on to us.
Hey, I think they're onto us.
Having one on the house? Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Having.
Yeah.
Yeah? Alrighty. Looks like a lot more mates are coming by.
In the Outbacks, when we have a little dinner get-together, we try to make sure it's an experience mates will go away talking about. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Whose house was this?
I don't know.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Back at Darlington Raceway, South Carolina, a crash. John Andretti is involved. Looks like Ted Musgrave also. This is on the backstretch. Cheerios Pontiac is up against the outside wall midway down the backstretch, and it brings out our fourth caution of the day, and Robert Presley has some major damage on the right front.
Yes, he does. Well, that wheel was definitely pointed the wrong way.
And that team certainly did not need that after last week at Bristol, because that was a wipeout, and there's a lot of damage to this car. Let's see if we can see what might have happened coming off turn 2. We see Andretti has got high. He loses control, and 77 has no place to go. Makes contact, and watch Andretti go up here. Oh, again. And Andretti, boom, he is in the wall.
Well, it was Musgrave who was riding right ahead of Andretti, but I don't believe he was involved. It was Robert Presley who made the T-bone.
I tell you what, John Andretti did something that's so easy to do. I think you run awfully high up in the corner between 1 and 2, right against the wall, but then you got to start bringing it down. If you don't, you get that loose stuff, that rubber up there, the debris, and you lose the back end. It looks like what might have happened to John Andretti.
Well, I expect we'll see pit stops coming up here then, as we see Robert Presley try to get his car back to the garage area, which he does.
And pit road is open as those on the lead lap head for their respective pit boxes. Long line of cars making its way down pit road. Let's go to John Kernan.
And Jeff Burton coming into his pit. The car was loose, so they're taking a half pound of air pressure out of both rear tires. And don't forget, Greg Bernhardt is from the 31 team. He is now the front tire changer. Kevin Gabehart, also on loan from the 31, is the tire carrier to Bill Weber. Mark Martin has an open stall in front of him, so we'll be able to get out easy. The car's a little loose. They're going to tighten it up with air pressure. 1 pound in the right front, 1 pound out of the left front. They talked about wedge, didn't do it. We go to Jeremy Mayfield, but the car is essentially perfect. It's a little bit loose toward the end of the run. Mayfield is down, Earnhardt is down, then Martin, then Tony Stewart, Gordon, and Spencer in that order as pit stops take place under the caution flag.
Boy, nice pit stop by Jeremy's team, 15.3. Wow. 79 laps completed here at Darlington. We are under caution due to a crash involving Robert Presley and John Andretti.
Discover the amazing hitting secrets of America's finest baseball school in Teaching the Mechanics of the Major League Swing 2. Tommy Maskey's powerful teaching video that features the same revolutionary techniques that have produced baseball world's back-to-back-to-back AAU national championship teams. Parents, players, and coaches have been simply amazed at their students' rapid week-by-week improvement. These award-winning techniques benefit players of all ages and ability levels and make a valuable addition to any coach's library and a great gift. At just $29.95, call now.
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. Then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a nonprofit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-843-5400. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
We have a lot of sports center traditions. The annual slumber party seems to draw the most people.
Hi-ho, the Mary-o, the farmer in the dell.
Rich is by far the cutest.
I think? Why don't you marry him then?
Hello? Is your refrigerator running?
What?
You should chase it.
It's dark, it's crowded. It can get really out of hand.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
The big boys are coming to Homestead Miami Speedway. Gordon and Jarrett return for NASCAR's Winston Cup Pennzoil 400 weekend, along with Earnhardt, Martin, and Labonte. Tickets are on sale now. Join the champions, stars, and celebrities in a weekend of NASCAR thrills and excitement. The Pennzoil 400 and Miami 300 at Homestead Miami Speedway, November 10th through 12th. Get your tickets now. Order online or call 305-230-RACE. That's 305-230-RACE. Call now.
Welcome back to the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart. We're only 80 laps into this race. If you're just joining us, we got a 2-hour and 7-minute rain delay, and so we are still in the early stages of this race, really. Well, earlier, before the rain, we had a bad pit stop by the 99 team, but they certainly didn't have one a few minutes ago.
Well, they go down the 31 car and bar a couple of guys. Greg Burkhart, the tire changer on the front. Kevin Gavard, the tire carrier. Both those guys came in from Mike Skinner's car, and Mark Armstrong on the rear. He's a very good tire changer. We can see. Now, if we talk about forestry, folks, this is the ballerino and the tutu right there. Good work, guys.
The what? The tutu?
Yeah. Yes, sir. High five time.
When did you become so cultured?
Oh, well. Yeah, Frankie said yeah.
Round of applause for the boys. Well deserved, I might add. Show you a pit summary here from Cope. Mayfield in and out first. Earnhardt from third to second. Mark Martin loses a position. Second page will show you that Jeff Burton picked up 2 positions by that excellent stop by the Frankie Stoddard-led team. Down to Bill Weber.
A 23.99 second pit stop for Rusty Wallace. 23.99 because they made a right front shock adjustment because his car is so loose. So a long pit stop. They lost positions. They're hoping that shock adjustment will help them make it up on the track.
Drops him back to 19th position as we get set to go green once again.
Hud Strickland, who is a lap down, trying to get a lap back, but Jeremy Mayfield is just simply too fast.
Robert Presley and John Andretti both back behind the wall. So's Johnny Benson, and Mike Skinner is out of the race. Otherwise, all 38 cars besides are still out there and on the lead lap as Hut Strickland tries, but he's got a pretty good run going, but I don't think he's going to be able to get the lap back at the moment.
Looks like he can run with that 12 car about as well as anyone. Talking about the 90 car of Hut Strickland. There we see Rick Mast on the inside of Ricky Rudd. And Rusty Wallace, a Miller Lite car, onboard camera watches this. And he's going to get a run and go by both of them. Contact.
17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st right here.
As Rusty tried to turn under the 14 car. And we see Jeff Burton making a run on the 32 of Scott Pruitt. Kevin LePage coming with his teammate.
Gets him up to 8. Kevin LePage in 9th.
Boy, Kevin might want to go to the backup car more than just this weekend. He has given that backup car a very good run. Here's the battle for second position as Dale Earnhardt challenges Mark Martin for that spot.
No. Martin just passed Earnhardt.
Yeah, because Earnhardt beat Mark out of the pits.
That's right. See, I watch the monitor. You guys watch the racetrack. Yeah. I watch the monitor.
You did the Coca-Cola pit summary that said Earnhardt was in second spot. Pay attention to what you're saying now.
John Kernan is with John Andretti.
John Andretti's crew working on his car. John, you told me you were a little bit mad at yourself. Why?
Well, I mean, I just shouldn't have been up there that far against the wall. You got to run up against them, but the more you get up there, the more grip there is, and then you can go overboard. And I went too far, and I did it a little earlier, so doing it a second time, there's no reason. So I'm pretty upset with myself right now.
Are they going to be able to get the car fixed?
I don't know. It bent the snout over a little bit in the front when I hit it with the right front. So we're going to work awful hard to get the serious money back out there, but you know, just get points.
John Andretti mad at himself, but he is okay.
John Andretti's had a tough season. Only one top 10 this year. That was at the first Michigan race. Here's the 22 of Ward Burton and the 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Tony Stewart comes up on Dale Earnhardt for third.
Yeah, we got to give a call to Tony Stewart's pit crew. Remember, we didn't say too much about it, but Tony Stewart, his crew had a terrific pit stop as he tries to get under Earnhardt off two. Can't quite make it. Tony Stewart started way back 29th or something today.
Yeah, he's passed a lot of race cars, too. Trying to pass another one here now. Earnhardt runs the high groove, Tony down low, but can't make it work right then.
Tony finished 4th here in the spring and 12th here last year this time. Jerry Punch has a report on the 3 car.
Just prior to the restart, Dale Earnhardt told Richard Jonas, I'm not going to try to run with the 6 and the 20 because if I do, I'll burn my tires off. The idea here is to race the racetrack. That's what I'm racing right now, this racetrack.
That's something you definitely have to do here at Darlington is race the racetrack. Not there the cars.
John is with the other driver involved in that accident not too long ago, Robert Presley.
And Bob, sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, like you, right, Robert?
I tell you, it's something 3 weeks in a row we've been in the wrong place. But gotta say, this Jasper engine Ford was running great today. I mean, we moved way up there and got up middle of the pack, and John just got in the wall there and come back across and wasn't nowhere to go.
That's it from Robert Presley. Nowhere to go, wrong place at the wrong time, Bob.
Here's the 99 once again, moving up. He just passed Dale Jarrett for 7th.
Right here, we see, this is what Andretti, watch it come off the corner. See that, how the black goes right up to the gray? You get up right to the gray, as he said, there's a lot of grip up there, but if you go 6 inches too far, you get that debris, and then there's no safety. Steve Grissom is making an unscheduled pit stop down pit road, the Hot Wheels Pontiac.
So he goes left down.
Rick Mast and Michael Waltrip are contesting the 15th position, and Mast takes it.
So Michael's running as high as anyone. He's right up to the edge of that gray stuff. You can't get up there, though. There's too much debris. Sand, tire, there's Rusty Wallace, Sterling Marlin, Steve Park, Ricky Rudd, and the 25. Almost makes a move.
Rudd is in 18th position, so you can figure out where those others are right behind it. Rusty, of course, 19th.
Again, this time he's going to make the pass.
Whoop, when he slides up there, Sterling started to try to drive back under it, but decided that wouldn't be smart right then.
Looks like Sterling's car, the Coors Light car, is struggling just a bit right now because I noticed that when Rusty had gotten by, he pulled away quite a bit. Oh, here comes the 11 car. Brett Bodine.
Brett's in 22nd. Middle of that, trying to take a position.
Takes it away, trying to take it away from Jerry Nadeau, and they go in the corner side by side. That's not good. They made it so far.
But they're not through the whole turn yet. Now Brett Bodine is. He gets back, he gets out front.
And Pinson's running down there beside Dave Blaney, and that's the 33 car Nemechek now. And here comes Elliott Sadler up to the inside of Kenny Wallace.
Folks, I just can't tell you how difficult what these guys are doing out there right now in this big group, how difficult it is. As Kenny Wallace drives down on the inside of Matt Kenseth. Now Kenseth comes back on the inside. He's got position.
Musgrave on the inside of Elliott Sadler. Elliott Sadler made numerous pit stops during the last caution. They had the car jacked up as if maybe they were working on transmission linkage or something like that. They seem to be running okay now.
Joe Nemechek on the inside of Blaney. Oh, hit the wall. The 93 car just got that Darlington stripe off turn 4.
You know, the Darlington stripe comes a little bit different now than it did back when I was driving. I guess when you first drove here, Benny, were the guardrails here when you started?
The metal
they're
rail,
already,
they've already gone.
Okay, it was just a single guardrail around there, and you literally had to drive that race car right up next to that guardrail, all the way around what was stands 3 and 4 is turns 1 and 2 now. But that's where the Darlington stripe was born. They keep getting it in different ways now. But you had to do it back then. If you were not getting the Darlington stripe, you were not getting around this track. You just wear the sheet metal right off the side of the race car.
Yet back then, in control, you got the Darlington stripe. Now, when you get it, you're out of control.
Exactly.
Here's Brett Bodine leading this group of cars down the backstretch. Brett is in 21st.
Gary Nadeau, that 25 car, trying to get back in front of Brett Bodine. He might have a run. No, here comes Blaney.
Blaney got himself a run off the corner, and he passes Nadeau for the moment.
Meanwhile, Kenseth back there on the steer.
Oh! Nemechek is up against the wall.
I was just about to say that we're getting close to a recipe for a wreck here. They are going at it.
Next time around, Jeremy Mayfield will complete 100 laps.
Say one thing, if Elliott Sadler could get that groove he's trying to work on working, I see why Elliott's made so many pit stops. Man, he's been in the wall. Right side of that car's got some flat spots on it.
Take a look once again at Joe Nemechek getting up into the wall a couple of laps ago.
There he is in the corner. And right there's a bump. And boom. Bounce off the wall. Keep on getting up.
Jeremy Mayfield has almost a 3.5-second lead on second-place runner Mark Martin. Tony Stewart has moved to third. Dale Earnhardt is fourth, and Jeff Gordon fifth, with 100 of 367 laps completed in the Southern 500.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Havoline.
Cool cars. Cool boots.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
You better believe a paint like this, from a store like this, will go on like this, live on like this, and a look like this, give you pride like this, cause it's true.
It's True Value paint, and you can't do better. It really is this good.
Goes on like this, feels on like this, looks like this, pride like this.
True Value paint. Great paint, great store.
ESPN's live coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart is being brought to you by Daytona USA, the official attraction of NASCAR, and by Red Wing Shoes. Work hard. 104 laps completed in a race that was delayed more than 2 hours for rain. Jeremy Mayfield leads by a little over 3.5 seconds. And there he is running all by himself. Mark Martin back in second.
He is running so fast out there, but Benny, I'll bet that he's sitting there taking it easy with that car right now. He's not taking chances, certainly, but that car feels so good and is so comfortable that he can pull away from them just by not overextending the car.
Well, sure don't have to take any chances because there's no one that's been around him all day long. Every time they have a restart, he drives away from the field.
Here's the 36 of Kenny Schrader and the 7 of Michael Waltrip. They're running 14th and 15th as we go on board with Michael. Check some Jimmy Dean telemetry here.
It's down to 126 miles per hour down in corners 3 and 4 as he goes down the front stretch. Let's see what kind of mile per hour he reduces to down in 3 and 4. 138, he starts back on the accelerator. Now he's going to slow down a bit off this corner. 138 miles per hour, so 12 miles per hour slower in turns 3 and 4 than in 1 and 2.
As we watch this telemetry, I'll mention that Darrell Walter was in the pits with the hood up on his car. Darrell managed to lead a race under caution a little bit earlier, but now it's major problems for him.
So that makes now 4 cars that are back behind the wall, not listed as out of the race. The only one in that category is Mike Skinner, but Waltrip, Presley, Andretti, and Benson are all still working on their cars. Not on the lead lap, Hut Strickland and the 44 of Steve Grissom.
Oh, I got Michael Waltrip flirting with that gray stuff, that debris up in turns 1 and 2 just a moment ago. And we see Rick Mass, that Conseco car, got in by the 32 of Scott Pruitt, has moved up to the 12th spot, and I would imagine John Kernan can add something to that.
Yeah, how'd you know that, Benny? Hey, this is the same car that Rick had at Indianapolis, and early in the race he had passed about 7 or 8 cars, but then when Mark Martin got crashed into turn number 1, he slowed down, got hit from behind by Jeff Gordon, wrecked the car there, wrecked their day as far as a good run was concerned. Well, Rick was very happy with the car in practice early on Friday. Happy hour, not so much. So they made a bunch of changes to the car this morning, and Felipe Lopez told me it was a little bit loose that first run, this last pit stop. They made some adjustments to tighten it up, and it appears that Rick really likes the way the car feels right now because he's made up 19 spots since the start of the race.
Good run so far for Rick Mast as he is trying to better his best season performance, which came in the second Pocono race where he finished 8th. There is Mayfield, who continues to lead, stretching out the advantage in the last couple of laps. He was 3.5 seconds ahead, and now he's 3.8 seconds ahead of Mark Martin.
But he's about to come up on some lap traffic for the first time today. We've had caution. There's the third-place car of Tony Stewart, who is another 4 seconds behind Martin.
And in 4th position is Dale Earnhardt.
Jeff Gordon currently running in 5th spot, and Jimmy Spencer, good run going for him, back in the 6th spot. And let's don't forget about Jeff Burton. There he comes. The 99 car, the Exide car, is now moved up to the 7th position after starting 35th.
An up-and-down day for the 99. Started 35th, came up to 14th, dropped back to 21st, and since that time, he has steadily moved up. Currently running 7th.
Man, he's got to run awfully high around the racetrack. Then you talk about Darrell Waltrip being in the pit area with the hood up. The engine did expire on that car, and he had to take it to the garage area.
That's too bad for DW, his last Southern 500 here.
Here's Scott Pruitt, Kenny Schrader, Michael Waltrip running back in 13th, 14th, and 15th. Right behind Michael is Dale Earnhardt Jr., and then comes Ricky Rudd.
These cars have caught the 32 of Scott Pruitt. And when you get up behind these cars, as you could tell by our telemetry just a moment ago, they're running fast enough that aerodynamics plays a huge role, and they pick up that aero push, and then passing becomes a little bit of a struggle, especially when tires are as worn as the tires on these cars now.
Scott Pruitt, his car is not working as well as it did earlier. In the first couple of segments of this race, he was able to stay up there in the top 10 rather easily. Came out of the pits in 8th position on this last run here, but now is shown back in 13th. So that Tide car not working quite as well as it did earlier.
Scott Pruitt did not qualify for the spring race here at Darlington. So this is his first NASCAR Winston Cup race on this surface. He did finish 18th in yesterday's Busch race.
All right, as you talked about, Ned, Jeremy Mayfield is going to do something in a couple of laps he hasn't done all day. Try to pass someone.
115 laps complete. Jeremy Mayfield leads the Pepsi Southern 500. We'll be right back.
What would it be worth to wake up in a great mood?
I'm in a great mood.
Because you had a good night's sleep.
I slept like a baby.
In a nice, comfortable room.
What a room, yeah.
How about 10% off?
Hey, I like that 10%.
With Super 8's VIP card, it's yours, guaranteed.
VIP, that's me.
At over 1,900 locations. Clean, friendly Super 8.
Clean, friendly, yeah.
Super 8, all the room you want.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing, that car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Buy 12 quarts of Haviland Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Haviland.
We are here today working alongside Habitat for Humanity. You start with something that's just a slab of ground, and you help build a dream alongside the people that live in this home. We have NASCAR involved, we have Joe Gibbs involved, we have Tony Stewart involved.
We got some cheap manual labor here.
We try to reach out to the community, really become part of the community, and we're here to really make a difference and to say thank you to the community. The keys to the home, and
thank you.
You're very welcome.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just 99 bucks. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
You have your steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
Jeremy Mayfield's chances of winning the Pepsi Southern 500 are over, folks. He has hit the wall trying to lap Dave Marcus. What an incredible piece of bad luck for Jeremy, who had the car, at least in the first 119 laps.
No question but what he had the best race car out of here. He had totally dominated it up to this point.
And he had tried to lap Dave Marcus for 2 or 3 laps. As a matter of fact, when he went to break, he had almost a 4-second lead on Dave Marcus, and it had gotten down to about 1.25 seconds. He was under Marcus, and Marcus gave him room, but he couldn't use the racetrack coming off. And finally, they made contact, I believe, which is what forced the 12th car in the wall. Jerry Bunt?
Exactly, and Jeremy is just heartbroken. In fact, the car is so heavily damaged. As you watch it now, the crew is actually watching our television monitor here in the pits to see if they can see how badly the car is damaged. They said, Jeremy, just head to the garage area. We're going to go down there and try to fix it. Obviously, the right front suspension ripped away. He hit the wall a ton. And I was just getting ready to tell you that this is the most perfect car he said he has ever had in a race anytime since his career began. And it was happening right here where he's always wanted to win, at Darlington Raceway. And guess what, guys? It's not going to happen today.
Not today. And Kevin LePage just made a pit stop, headed out of the pits now to change all 4 tires, whether he ran over something maybe and cut a tire or whatever. Kevin was running in the top 10 before he came in.
Well, here is the incident that has eliminated Jeremy Mayfield.
Well, you can see Jeremy down on the inside of Dave Marcus and slides right up into him there and shoots him right straight into the wall. What a shame.
And you see just how close Dave Marcus was to the accident. Once again, he's trying to get by. And as I said, Marcus is getting a lot of room, but when you come off the corner, Jeremy needs to come off and let this car drift up the racetrack right there. He needs to come off and go up the racetrack. He does, but Dave Marcus makes contact with that right rear and just forces the right front in the outside retaining wall. Tough break for Jeremy. It doesn't get any worse than that, does it, Ned?
No, it sure doesn't. Man, that is terrible.
And apparently Michael Waltrip has a problem also. He's coming into the pits.
Well, he was running up in 16th position.
Well, he's not coming into the pits. He's down the backstretch slowly.
I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. He's very, very slow. Is he going to be able to make it? Meanwhile, Scott Pruitt under challenge from Kenny Schrader for the 11th spot.
And there's Dale Earnhardt Jr. A little love tap there. Said, hello, I'm back here too. And here's Steve Park. He's been passing some race cars coming up through the pack.
John, what was the problem with Kevin LePage?
He had a vibration in the right front. They decided, Pat Price's crew chief said he decided not to take a chance with it. So they decided to come on in, change 4 tires, and that seemed to fix it.
And Michael Waltrip flew up. That was the deal on him. He's trying to limp it on back here, but they say they're done. Engine failure.
I wonder now if he's going to make it. Yes, he is. He's on pit road now, talking about Michael Waltrip in the Nation's Rent car. And see Ricky Rudd on the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. That would be a battle for the 14th spot.
Jimmy Spencer and Dale Jarrett are involved in the battle for the 6th position. Jarrett to the inside has a nice run, takes that spot.
Well, you can almost see these guys just perk up now. The crew has told them the 12th car is out of the race. They say, okay, we have a chance now, especially this guy.
Well, Mark Martin hopes to make it 2 in a row here at Darlington. He won yesterday in the Busch race, and he is leading right now in the Winston Cup race with 126 laps completed. Second place now belongs to Tony Stewart. He's about 3.5 seconds behind. And out his onboard camera, the back we see Dale Earnhardt, who's running in 3rd spot. Jeff Gordon running 4th, and Jeff Burton is in 5th position. That's the top 5 with 127 complete in Darlington, South Carolina.
I'm a child care director. In the summer, I drive buses and vans. We have a blast on these field trips. It's just as much fun for me as it is for them. Parents are entrusting me with the safety of their children. We have to make sure we keep great tires on the van. We trust Walmart to service our vehicles. They have name brand tires and they have great prices, and they're guaranteed nationwide. That's one reason we bought them.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Because it's pretty precious cargo.
He's not going to like that. Perfect. Now tell me this isn't the finest crop you've ever seen.
Why don't you go next?
For the best flakes, we only accept the best corn. Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Here at Kawasaki, I want to take a moment to recognize the risk takers. Those who live on the edge. Those brave souls who buy another brand of ATV.
Unit 1, we got him.
Now that takes guts. Don't settle for anything less than the comfort, reliability, and engineering of a Kawasaki ATV.
Jenkins, Ed Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch back with you with the Southern 500 in Darlington. The leader is Mark Martin. It's one thing to drop out of a race. It's quite another to drop out when you are the best, Doc.
Indeed, if I've ever seen a guy have the field covered at Darlington, this guy had him covered today. Jeremy, I just heard you say before that happened, this was the most perfect race car you had ever had as a Winston Cup driver.
We haven't been like this for a long time. We finally got it right, and everybody worked hard in the shop, got this car like it is, and great engine, Penske engines, Mobil 1. Goodyear had a great tire, and I guess just, you know, a little too patient, and I guess I came up on him, you know, and got myself in the wall, and part of it.
Who is at fault there, Jeremy? Should you have stayed down, do you think? Maybe should you have waited a little bit more? Now that you look back and had a moment to cool off.
Yeah, I probably should have, you know, and you know, I should have stayed down and probably not took that chance, especially around him. I mean, I wasn't trying to ever do anything to him, and Dave's always been good to me, and I felt like he'd give me a little break, you know, and I tried to squeeze up and got into him and got in the wall.
How bad's the car?
Pretty bad, but we'll be back. This is 009. It's a pretty tough car, and we'll rebuild it. I just want to thank everybody who made this possible for us. It's a good race car.
Indeed. Jeremy Mayfield climbed out of the car, went over and began hugging crew members and giving them high fives. Even though he's disappointed to not be in the race, he appreciates their hard work, and they're trying to get it back together and get him out for some valuable points.
Well, Jeff Gordon has made a pit stop here on the 133rd lap of the race, and Bill has the report.
4 tires and fuel for Gordon a little bit early as compared to the sequence with everyone else, but their concern was that he may have run over something after Mayfield got in the wall. They had to be safe rather than sorry. The 25 car now on pit road.
4 tires on the Jerry Nadeau Michael Holligan car. Tire change complete, and away he goes.
Bobby Hamilton was in the pits there. Ward Burton coming into the pits. Hut Strickland and Scott Pruitt. You see on your screen there all of these pit stops. Ward Burton coming into his pits for a 4-tire change. A lot of cars beginning to slip and slide around after this is the longest green flag run we've had here today.
These cars qualified at almost 170 miles per hour, and now they're running. Mark Martin the last time ran 147 mile per hour average. Although he is in traffic, he could probably run somewhere around 150.
17.4 second pit stop for Ward Burton, and he is back on the racetrack.
Our other cars coming in. Jeff Burton coming into the pits, and here now Mark Martin has caught Dave Marcus. Mark was pretty far behind the 12 car, and he's trying to put a lap on Dave.
Down to John Kernan.
Jeff Burton is in for his scheduled service. They'll make a wedge adjustment on that left rear as they swing around to the left side. A really quick pit stop in action right now. You talk about poetry in motion. This is it. Just a little bit slower from the left front than the left rear, and Burton is away.
And Ricky Rudd comes into the pits. So does Kenny Wallace, Ted Musgrave, David Green, Chad Little, Tony Stewart coming down pit road. These are all scheduled stops. They could run longer on fuel, but they couldn't stand that ride on those tires anymore. Bobby Labonte, the points leader, coming in as we watch Ricky Rudd's crew work on his car.
And Rudd is away. Bobby Labonte is getting service on his car now as the crew switches around. Mark Martin was able to get around Dave Marcus, and Marcus got into the wall as Mark did. There's Bobby Labonte's stop complete. And now Ken Schrader comes in.
Now they'll be able to pick up about 2 seconds a lap once they go back out with those 4 new tires on.
Rusty Wallace brings his Miller Lite Ford down pit road.
Very slowly, 45 miles per hour. Rick Mass is in. John Kernan.
And it's a 4-tire change. No adjustments for Rick Mass. Already coming around on the left side. Tires coming off, going on. There, the tightening the blood nuts, finished on the left rear first to Bill Weber.
It's been a battle so far today for Rusty Wallace, so they'll give him 4 tires, make an air pressure adjustment and a chassis adjustment around to the left side. A little tight over there, but they're able to get the jack underneath the car and the left side tires on. A quick wipe of the grill, and the 2-car returns to the race. Rusty fighting it here so far this afternoon. Mark Martin, long pit down pit road. Now here's the story on Mark. When the 12 car was leading, he said the car was a little bit loose. They wanted to tighten him up a little bit. They talked about how to do that with wedge or taking a spring rubber out of the right rear. After the 12 car fell out of the race, Mark and Jimmy Bennett decided not to make any changes. Mark told his crew, we're the best car out here now. We're in front of everybody. Let's leave it the way it is. The car has come to him. It's been fairly neutral. So this is simply 4 tires, fuel, clean the windshield, and get him back out. You have to keep in mind a lot of these teams thinking about getting to halfway to Jerry.
Dale Earnhardt pitting right in front of Dale Jarrett. 4 tires, flat air pressure. They leave pit road, nose to tail, exactly the way they came in. Flat air pressure adjustment as well for the car number 88. Dale Earnhardt Jr. now in the Budweiser Chevrolet. Crew now going to the right side. Earnhardt Jr.'s car getting better and better. Had been little tight in the middle of the corner and a little bit loose off. Left side tires going on. Tony Urey Jr., left front tire. Lug nut tight. Earnhardt Jr. down and away. Back to you, Bill Weber.
What a run it has been for Jimmy Spencer. Chassis adjustment. He also gets 4 tires. Fuel going in. Left rear is done. Spencer has a good stop. Kyle Petty on the, that's Grissom on his right as they go down pit road.
You know who's going to be leading this race once all these pit stops are made? Jeff Gordon. He came in a little bit earlier than the others, but got back out there on those fresh tires and really picked up some time.
Now, we told you that Mark Martin got around Dave Marcus. Here's when Marcus got up into the fence.
Yeah, he gets up and gets against the fence. He has to back off a little bit, so passing Marcus for Mark Martin was a little bit easier than it was for Jeremy Mayfield.
John Kernan has an update on Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart came in, took on 4 tires. They made a track bar adjustment, a half round up. The car is just a little bit too tight.
Right now, Marcus is being shown as the leader of the race. Of course, he is well off pit sequence with everybody else. And we also might tell you that Darrell Waltrip is back in competition. They replaced the coil on that car, and DW is back in action. He is 36 laps down. There is Jeff Gordon, who is running second and will be the leader. In fact, he is right now. Jeff Gordon takes the lead, and that makes him the 7th different leader that we have had in the first 142 laps of the Pepsi Southern 500.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Nobody, but nobody beats a best deal. Best Automotive gives you a GM Quick Lube Plus oil change in 29 minutes or it's free. We provide quick, courteous service with more than 140 combined years of GM Goodwrench Service Plus. So for the fastest oil change around, come to Best Automotive.
Some drunken locals. Later, he sent a line drive home run right through the window of their pickup truck. Oh, yeah, he also played pro football. He just took off and went, boom.
And nobody catches Bo. Touchdown.
He pulled his hip right out the back of the socket.
There's no way of knowing how great he might have been. Bo Jackson, an all-new original episode of Sports Century, tomorrow at 8 on ESPN Classic.
To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC.
Back at the Southern 500 in Darlington, South Carolina, Jeff Gordon leads this race. Now that the pit stops have been made, he has about a half-second advantage on Jeff Burton. Mark Martin running in 3rd spot. Stewart and Earnhardt complete the top 5, and that shot there from the 4th turn, it was dirt, or was it?
It was a little sprinkle down in that area, down in turn 4. So far, it's not enough that NASCAR has felt the need to put out a caution. No more than it's raining right now. The tracks are keeping the cars are keeping the track dry.
Jeff Gordon trying to put a lap on Jeffrey Bodine, who's running in the 25th spot.
And Jeffrey says, "Come on, rain, need you right now. Need that caution."
Jeff Gordon tried to get under Jeffrey Bodine, and it looks like he will. A pretty good move by the 24 car, Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon has gone 4 straight races without a top 20 finish for the first time in his career.
Really?
Yep, finished 23rd at Bristol, 36th at Michigan, 23rd at Watkins Glen, and 33rd at Indianapolis.
No wonder Robin Loomis, his crew chief, said that just happened to see August get over with, because that was not a good month for him.
Yep.
And it was not indicative of the way they ran. They really ran some good races.
Well, there's Jeff Burton in 2nd, and the man on the move is once again Mark Martin, as he is in 3rd position with Jeffrey Bodine between himself, well, not anymore, and Jeff Burton.
Well, Mark has fresher tires, and that's going to allow him to run. Of course, he's had a good race car also, but he waited a little bit later to pit, and that's what put Jeff Gordon out in front, and Jeff Burton. They pitted earlier and was out there picking off some good laps while the others were running on old tires, but now their tires are heated up and a little bit slower.
The thing is, as we see just a few raindrops occasionally on these camera lens, the sun is shining around most of the racetrack, as we'll see Scott Pruitt in the 32 car and Jerry Ney doing the 25. Kenny Schrader, 36. This is 12th, 13th, 14th.
Mark Martin has caught his teammate, Jeff Burton, as they race another one of their teammates, Chad Little. All of those cars owned by Jack Rouse.
Look out. Oh, baby.
Oh, boy, did Mark Martin take advantage of the situation there and just drove right on by both of them.
Mark now moves to second.
Now, that'd be big if Jack Roush would lose 3 cars in one wreck, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would.
Those Roush would certainly have a talking to come tomorrow.
The PGA Air Canada will be coming up next, scheduled to occur at this hour. However, because of the rain delay that we had here, we are not even to the halfway point, but you will see that next, the PGA Air Canada Championship. John Kernan has a report on Jeff Burton, who's third.
Bob, Jeff just radioed Frank Stoddard, his crew chief, and told him the car's a little tight, but I still can't get on the gas where I want to without spinning the rear tires. So the car's just not quite the way they want it. So they've been making small little adjustments all afternoon long. Next pit stop, we'd expect another adjustment to try and cure that problem.
That's the worst possible thing that you can have is the car being pushing and loose all at the same time.
That's a nightmare to the crew chief to figure out what to do to it.
Here's Tony Stewart, who started 29th. Is currently in 4th position. He has been up as high as 2nd. Good run for the Rushville, Indiana Rocket. And the 3 car of Dale Earnhardt runs in 5th position with a couple of lap cars between Earnhardt and Stewart.
Bob Dale Jarrett's the next car. He's in 6th spot. Jerry right now is almost 5 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon. And you see 32.27. They qualified in the low 29-second bracket. Right along with the Ford Quality Care car. Watch him go down the corner and see what kind of... He just turns it left, That's pretty good. You don't have to jerk it back to the right to save the back end. Comes off the corner and probably looks pretty good. Comes off the corner, puts his arm up on the door and relaxes and waves to somebody.
Get out of the way. As if they saw him. Think he saw him make that little maneuver? That would be Dave Blaney up front of him there, car number 93.
Every straightaway just kind of relaxes that left arm, puts it up on the door.
There have been many memorable moments down through the years when ESPN has come here to televise races. We all remember, of course, the 85 Bill Elliott win. Here is Ted Musgrave and Steve Park doing battle for 20th. Park is successful in the past.
And these guys have got to get moving up as much as they can because the leader is not that far behind. As Tony Stewart, the Home Depot car, is now moved in front of the 99 as Jeff Burton taking over that 3rd spot. So right now, the NASCAR officials are extremely happy because they have a Chevrolet, a Ford, and a Pontiac running 1, 2, 3.
You know, that little sprinkle that we had there a moment ago was in traffic that we could see down over just back of turns 3 and 4, and the wind was blowing it away from us, and it looks pretty good over that way right now. We can see from the booth that it's looking pretty good, so maybe the wind is going to help us out here. Blow that cloud over somewhere else.
Ward Burton is running in 7th spot in the Caterpillar Pontiac.
8 3/4 seconds behind the leader.
36 and the 55 are contesting 14th.
Kenny Wallace makes the pass on Kenny Schrader in the yellow car, and here comes Ricky Rudd in the car number 28.
I thought Kenny Wallace ran so well that Square D car to begin with, and in the middle part of the race, or just after the restart, after the rain delay, I saw him back in the field. It looked like he'd had a problem, and he couldn't pass cars, but I guess it's just in heavy traffic, and he picked up that aero push because now it looks like he's marching back towards the front. Guys are about 23 seconds behind the leader. It takes about 32 seconds to get around the racetrack, so my suggestion would be to get up and go as quickly as you can.
Yeah, they've got about 9 seconds before the leader would catch them.
Ricky Rudd is showing the greatest improvement in terms of point standings from last year. Jeff Gordon going to the inside of Robert Presley, and Mark Martin coming along. So that's how close first and second are, and Martin closes in quickly on Jeff.
Yeah, he has moved in very quickly. And again, Jeff Gordon has been out there a little longer on his tires than Mark has. Beginning to show up a little bit. You can see there about a mile-an-hour difference in their lap speed.
And Robert Presley's back on the racetrack after suffering that heavy damage that he did off turn 2 early in the race.
And we told you that Darrell Waltrip earlier went back on the track after replacing the coil. Well, he is now behind the wall and shown now as out of the race. Well, Nadeau and Schrader and Ricky Rudd and Matt Kenseth here are having a nice little battle.
And Nadeau is losing some spots. Both those cars go by, and Dale Earnhardt has now gone past Jeff Burton, so all of a sudden that Exide car just not exactly what they're looking for as far as the chassis is concerned.
And the battle up front is a very good one also. Mark Martin within now about a car length and a half or so of the leader of the race, Jeff Gordon. Now, Jerry Mayfield still has led the most laps at this point. Gordon has led 22, Martin 20, Marcus 13, Spencer 2, and Darrell Waltrip and Chad Little both led 1 lap. 7 leaders, 9 lead changes in the 164 laps.
Well, Mark moved up pretty quickly on Gordon, but since he caught him, hasn't been able to do much with him.
Once again, and we talk about that aerodynamic push, and that's exactly what we're talking about. When you pull up behind the car, you can't get that full complement of air on the nose of the car, and you pick up that push off the corner. You're not able to turn under and make the pass like you want to.
John Andretti comes back into the race as the 25 is showing damage on the right side of the car, and Jerry Nadeau brings the MichaelHolligan.com car in for a stop.
The Darlington stripe strikes.
Push that brake back up underneath the left front. Push that brake, Gordon. Left front brake. Shane, push that brake.
Talking to Shane Parsnow, the front tire changer.
And Mark Martin takes a shot at Jeff Gordon off of corner number 4. They're side by side at the line, and Martin has the better line into the corner, and Mark Martin goes back into the lead. And you can hear the crowd reaction in the background. So on lap number 167, Mark Martin goes back into the lead. Gordon is second, followed by Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeff Burton. We'll be right back with more of the Southern 500.
Heat is holding position when your tires are ready to blow. Heat is making it through a 12-car pileup from 13th place.
Heat is the last 5 laps of the Daytona 500.
If you want the heat of the last 5 laps all the time, if you want the heat of door-to-door, fender-to-fender action, if you want the heat of Daytona, if you want the game designed by the pros,
You want NASCAR Heat, the only game that brings the heat home.
NASCAR Heat for PlayStation Game Console and PC CD-ROM, rated E for everyone.
I'm going to do something you're not going to like, because my job is to keep you from buying the wrong oil filter. This is what oil filters are about, and this is what ruins car engines. Remember, to fight this, you need this. Because an SAE test HS806 for weighted average efficiency, Purolator's Pure One filters out the dirt and grit that ruins engines more efficiently than the leading brand of oil filter. You care about your car? Great. Next time, put on a Pure One from Purolator.
Tomorrow, catch the league's top teams and the hottest bats in action as they bring muscle and power to the plate in a Labor Day slugfest jam-packed with 5 big games. The road trip rolls on. Nets, Reds at 1. Phillies, Giants at 4. Pirates, Dodgers at 9 on ESPN. Mariners, Red Sox at 1. Yankees, Royals at 8 on ESPN 2. Tomorrow.
Well, Mark Martin now has separated himself from Jeff Gordon since he has gotten around, the 4-time Southern 500 winner. Mark Martin right now enjoys a lead of just a little over a second.
We talked about Jeff Gordon stopping earlier than Mark Martin. All we're talking about, folks, 8 laps, which is about 11 miles difference in the tires, but it does make a huge difference as far as getting grip to get around the corner.
Mark Martin has finished 9th or better in 7 of the last 9 races here. He won the Southern 500 back in 1993. Tony Stewart runs in 3rd. He's about 2.8 seconds behind.
Dale Earnhardt, another 1.2 seconds behind Tony Stewart. There's Earnhardt. And here comes Dale Jarrett behind the 3 car of Dale Earnhardt.
Jarrett was able to pass by Jeff Burton while we were in break, and so put Dale Jarrett up in 5th spot. 99 slips back to 6th position. You're coming up through the field. The handle on the car has gone away. And the next car that will go a lap down, believe it or not.
Oh, trouble up in turns 1 and 2.
Jeffrey Bodine up against the wall.
And the caution flag is out, so Rusty Wallace catches a huge break.
Just about to say that Rusty was the next car to go a lap down, but what a break for him. And the Power Team Chevy is shedding parts.
Big break for Rusty there, and also Bobby Labonte was just about to get caught up in Bodine's situation there.
Bobby Labonte, points leader, currently being shown in 11th position.
22 cars now on the lead lap.
Replay of what happened up in turn number 1.
There's some contact between David Green in the 99 and the 60, but I think the contact happened after Jeffrey Bodine had lost control, Ned.
Yes.
On board with Rick Mast, is way up ahead of him.
Says, I got to get this thing slowed down here. Pick me a spot through that smoke.
Rick Mast being shown in 9th spot right now. A lot of damage to that ride. Here they come.
Pits are open, and the crews are about to go to work once again here on the 174th lap. Down to John Kernan in the Tony Stewart pit.
Tony Stewart, the first among the leaders to hit his pit stall. It'll be a 4-tire change, no chassis adjustments, but they went a half pound of air pressure down on all 4 tires. Already done with the right side, they swing around to the left to Bill Weber. You see the 6, the 24, the 3. The 24 is pitted directly behind the 6. No changes for Mark Martin. Still happy with the car. The 24 is a little tight. A track bar adjustment. We'll go to Jerry.
Bottom of your screen, Earnhardt a little bit loose, a slight adjustment in air pressure. Said, I can't drive the car as quickly as I want to or as hard as I want to. Earnhardt is down the way. He and 88 car almost get together on pit road, and Earnhardt will be the first one off. And by the way, they just told Earnhardt severe thunderstorms are 8 miles away. According to radar, this was a very critical pit stop for the Goodrich team.
Wow. Wow.
And we're still, what, about 10 laps or so away from the halfway point? 13 laps? Now watch as Bobby Labonte almost gets caught up in this Jeffrey Bodine problem.
Okay, he decides he'll go down below him, and then Bodine's car comes down here. Bobby got by, though, before they made any contact.
Looked like he was almost chasing the 18 car for a second. Not the case.
Now watch as Jarrett, Earnhardt, and Gordon try to get out of the pits at the same time.
Some great pit stops there.
I tell you what, if there's rain coming, this next few laps are going to be exciting.
Southern 500 under caution once again. Back in a moment.
I can't believe we got the whole family together.
5 generations.
Can I get you anything, Grandma?
Yes, a Coke, please. I don't think we have any.
What? I'm 101, and this will probably be the last time we get together. We're supposed to have Coca-Cola. You get away from me. Get away from me.
In anticipation of your runaway success as a Wall Street Journal reader, how to blend in with normal people. When in public, walking a pet can help you blend in. A tip on being madly successful from the Wall Street Journal, full of insight on making it big. Subscribe to the Journal for just 57 cents a day for 13 weeks, 25% off the regular rate. The Wall Street Journal. Call 800-249-1800. That's 800-249-1800.
The Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart at Darlington International Raceway in South Carolina. Labor Day weekend tradition for a half century. Well, we are nearing the halfway point. Halfway is 184. We're about to complete 176 laps. There is a report of rain in the area. Dale Earnhardt is leading his first Darlington race since the Southern 500 in 1995. Jerry?
Bob Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, and the guys at the front of the field have been told they've also sent people over to look at the NASCAR radar, and it looks very, very ugly. Southwest of here, us about 8.5 to 9 miles away, it is yellow and bright red. That indicates severe weather and severe thunderstorms. As you mentioned, we are 8 laps from halfway. They have told Earnhardt and Jarrett, and by the way, they're involved in a pretty serious points battle trying to catch Bobby Labonte at the next 8 laps to determine who wins the Southern 500.
This is going to be interesting. Well, let's check out the crew cam here on that most recent round of pit stops.
Shane Parsnow, the front tire changer for MichaelHolligan.com, number 25, driven by Jerry Nadeau. And he takes it off, and they're going to take out a spring rubber, make some adjustment in the right front. Shane said, I'll just clean the grill while they're doing that. They're not finished. Let me go check again. Well, they're still under there. Glenn Lennox, the tire carrier, finally finished. He puts the tire up there, and Shane will tighten it back up. Okay, let's go. Just right sides only.
Now we once again look at a Coke pit summary. Earnhardt picks up 3 positions. Jarrett, 3. Jeff Gordon lost 1. Tony Stewart lost 1. And Ward Burton gained 2. And the 18 of Bobby Labonte got into the top 10. But Mark Martin lost 5 positions. How about that?
Hard to believe.
Well, we're going to turn them loose again one more time. Bill has more on Mark Martin.
As you can tell by the fact he lost positions, their pit stop was a little slow, 17.288. These guys have really knocked out great pit stops lately. This just happened to be one of the ones. They didn't hit them all. So a slow pit stop for the 6 bunch here on pit road.
Well, let's reset the situation. We are coming up on the halfway point in about 6 more laps, and at the front of the field is Dale Earnhardt, who has won 9 races here at Darlington. Should he win today, he will tie David Pearson's record for 10 wins. And so we could be racing here to the halfway point with weather very, very close. 22 cars on the lead lap. The PGA coming up after the conclusion of our race.
PGA up in Canada for the Canada Classic. Brett Bodine, the 11 car on the inside, the Rouse Supermarket car up there. We'll try to contest Earnhardt to get a lap back.
Earnhardt is so good on those restarts. He pulls away.
Jarrett, Gordon, Stewart, and Ward.
DJ going for the lead.
Jarrett does get the lead. That was quick. In the second corner, Dale Jarrett goes to the front.
Those 5 bonus points, we also would like to, in case it does rain, be out front when it does.
He has not been one of the 8 leaders that we have had, so as he crosses the line, he will become the 9th leader of the afternoon. Jarrett has won twice here.
DJ almost got in the wall up in 1 and 2, had to squeeze out of the throttle, and allowed Dale Earnhardt to close up on that back bumper.
The 88 and the 3 are very much involved in the championship battle, but Jeff Gordon, he is back in the 10th position in the point standings, just wants to have a good finish and gain some points. But these two still have their eyes set on a championship, in Dale Earnhardt's case, an 8th championship. But right now it's Jarrett, but look at Gordon. It was in first, and Gordon tries to take second from Earnhardt and gets that car way down on the apron of the racetrack.
He got a tremendous run off turn 2, got up beside of Earnhardt, but could not make it stick.
DJ, I think, is having trouble down in 1 and 2 car. Is not exactly like he wants it to be. And here goes Earnhardt.
Earnhardt gets it back, and Gordon comes to second.
Well, he tries to go second, and he does. Now, here comes Tony Stewart. Does he have a run on DJ? Yes, he does.
Well, Jarrett falls from first to 4th and a half lap.
And then it was right. It just, the car was not like he needed it up between turn 1 and 2.
There is lightning over turn number 3. 2 laps from the halfway point. They have to complete a lap more than halfway for it to be an official race. We're on board with Tony Stewart running 3rd.
And Dale Earnhardt is just pulling away from Jeff Gordon.
The last time Earnhardt won was in the spring race of 1994.
2 distinct different lines. Gordon running very low in turns 3 and 4. Earnhardt running very high.
You see Ward Burton back there in the 22 cars. He's trying to get around the last car of Brett Bodine. Ward is in 5th spot.
Mark Martin back in 6th spot.
Tony Stewart now working on Jeff Gordon.
A couple of former Indiana residents right here doing battle.
They've had a couple of battles here recently on the racetrack. It's amazing how they found each other on the racetrack in the last month or so.
It sure is.
Halfway signal given to the field, this time by.
So next time it will be a complete race if we get rain.
But maybe we won't get rain. I'd like to see this thing go, because right now this thing's shaping up to be.
Martin came off the corner high.
Yeah, just passing Brett Bodine and almost bought the farm, as they say. I understand Mark is complaining about his car being a little bit tight with his set of tires.
Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart now seem to be closing in just a little bit on Dale Earnhardt. I'll keep an eye. Last time by, they were faster. by about a half mile per hour.
Tony Stewart way down on the bottom side of the track while Gordon maintains that high line. Tony Stewart has 1 top 5 and 2 top 10s here in his 3 starts.
Well, that time Earnhardt was about a half mile per hour faster than these 2 cars, so.
This is the same car, by the way, that Tony Stewart drove here in the spring, in which he started 9th and finished in 4th position. It's Dale Earnhardt, though, leading after 186 laps over Gordon, Stewart, Jarrett, and Ward Burton. We'll be right back.
Hey, Mr. Two Belt, why don't you change your oil every 3,000 miles? And remember, women know when you lie. I mean, missed oil changes. You know better. Come on, consider the risk. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. Can you say insurance? Because I could say I told you so. Reformulated Quaker State. What more do you need to know?
Save up to $50 on leading car care products when you buy Quaker State at AutoZone.
Nice-looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything,
Hey, Jack,
to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack, where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat.
Thanks.
Hey, guys, check this out. Wow. How do you think it got here?
I don't know.
What do you think we should do with it?
We can't leave it here.
Oh, is it dead?
I don't know. See if it's cold. Go on. Huh?
It's cold.
Getting lucky? Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Push, guys, push.
The Pepsi Southern 500 presented by Kmart, 191 laps old. Dale Earnhardt is the leader. There is Dale Jarrett, who lines up 4th behind Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, and Ward Burton right behind Jarrett. Mark Martin 6th, followed by the points leader, Bobby Labonte, who is in 7th spot.
Just quietly driven a great smart race. Bobby Labonte has found himself now right up there in 7th position, not too far behind.
That thunderstorm that we have been watching apparently is not going to affect us. At least let's hope not. It seems to be moving away from the track rather than right over it as the showers did earlier in the day. There is the points leader, Bobby Labonte, up to 7th spot.
And once again, I repeat, he's in the perfect spot where he wants to be, a few car lengths behind the car in front of him, and no one pressed on the back bumper of his Interstate Batteries Pontiac.
Bill has a story on the 28 car of Ricky Rudd.
Well, Benny and Ned, you're going to love this. When Ricky Rudd got back in the car after the rain delay and they were circling the track under caution, he was trying to adjust the head support to the right side of his head. And he noticed it was flexing a little bit, so he tried to move it, and it broke off. So he does not have any head support on the right side of his seat. Under caution, or when he pitted, they gave him a collar or a brace that Simpson Race Products makes to see if that helps him a little bit. But he broke that off, so he's driven the bulk of this race with no head support on the right side. One thing about Ricky, because he's not an owner anymore, he has got himself in excellent physical shape. This track will test that today.
Yes, it will, Bill. I always used a solid strap that went around my arm and hooked onto the helmet to keep my head from falling over. Tremendous amount of strain on these oval tracks that NASCAR Winch Cup cars run on.
And boy, you keep that pressure for so long between 1 and 2 because the turn is so long around there, and that is just a constant pressure.
Ricky Rudd is running in the 15th position. Scott Pruitt just up ahead and Rusty Wallace behind.
Ricky Rudd looks like he's fallen himself from last year, doesn't it?
Well, he rode those Tide colors for a long, long time.
And the Cal Wells team announced that they will be a two-car team as we knew next year. We didn't know who the driver was going to be, but now we do. It's going to be Andy Houston.
Andy Houston, now the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
And one other thing that was announced this weekend, Cale Yarborough, who of course is from nearby Timminsville, he has sold that team to McPherson Motorsports, and they will run full season next year. And they are going to have Jeff Fuller driving that car.
All right, folks. Jeff Gordon getting closer and closer and closer.
Boy, the last couple of laps, Benny, he has just mowed him down. Earnhart might have used his car up there, these tires up there, jumping out in front, hoping that rain would come quickly. And now it might be, he might be suffering the consequences.
That's right. He's talked about, we've heard Earnhardt, and today on NASCAR Today, he talked about being patient with those tires. And we see Tony Stewart has lost that third spot to Dale Jarrett. And could it be that Earnhardt hoped the rain would come and he raced to the halfway point, and he has, as Ned said, used up. And Tony Stewart has a problem. He is off the pace as Ward Burton goes by.
Ward Burton takes over that fourth spot. And Gordon are just a couple of car lengths.
And he's still going backwards. Mark Martin, he just let Mark go by on the outside. What's the problem, John?
Tony thinks he has a tire going down, so they're going to have to bring him onto pit road, change 4 tires. Be waiting. Greg Zipadelli barking out commands to the crews. Tony makes his way down pit road. 45 miles an hour. What they have to hope now, this is going to put them off sequence. They're going to have to hope that it does not rain and that they can stay out there under green before the next round of pit stops for everyone else. Stewart working his way slowly into the pits. Looks like the tires on the left side are up. I can't see on the right side, but, well, actually, the left front looks like it's fairly low in air pressure. So left's going on now for Tony Stewart. Just a terrible, terrible break. They get the left nuts tight, and he is down and away.
Well, that is a bad, bad break. It takes so long to come down this long pit road here at Darlington under green.
Jeff Gordon has been getting a great run off turn 2, but right now it looks like Dale Jarrett may be the guy that's getting a great run as he closes up right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt. I want to play with you guys.
They're coming up on David Green, who's driving the number 94, the Bill Elliott car. David moves all the way down to the inside of the racetrack. He's not going to affect it.
He's now 3 laps down in 34th position.
And Ward Burton is closing in. The Caterpillar car's in 4th spot. He closes in on these top 3.
In fact, the last lap, DJ was the fastest car of the top 6, and Ward Burton was the second fastest, just almost as fast as DJ.
Jarrett has never won the Southern 500. He has 2 victories here, but they both come in the spring race. A while ago, I was talking about memorable moments, and remember Bill Elliott's win of the $1 million, but unfortunately, Ned, one of the other things that immediately popped to mind when I think of the Southern 500 is Dale's "I'm in the wall" comment when he was going for the $1 million.
Yep. Well, there's rain on the roof we're here and rain on pit road. It could be coming close to an end here.
And Jarrett goes down to the inside, looks inside of Gordon. They cross the line, though, with Earnhardt still in the lead. Gordon, then Jarrett, then Ward Burton and Mark Martin.
Buddy, you're up here, so now's the time if you can do anything.
Yep, now's the time if you can do anything. That's right. Gordon goes high. Here comes DJ.
Yep.
Will it work? No.
Once again, we see lightning in turn number 3, or past turn number 3.
These guys are absolutely driving their heart out. They know that the end could be near for this race. Earnhardt's opened him up about a 5-car length lead here now. Looks up in his mirror and said, boy, that looks good. But here comes Gordon back again. He's been getting that good run off of turn 2, better than Earnhardt, and moves him right back in there. Mark Martin beginning to close in on these guys, too. His car was tight with those new tires on it, but apparently it's beginning to come in now.
Caution is out. The caution is out.
Caution is out. You don't have it yet, though.
I don't think the leaders got the caution flag, did they?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the leaders did get the caution, so they got to race back to the line.
Gordon is too far behind to make a challenge, it looks like, although he moves in closer as they come through the corners. We watch them come off the corner, and they will come down to the caution flag in that same order.
And I tell you what, folks, there will not be any pit stops right now. If this racetrack gets wet, this baby is over, and Dale Earnhardt has won his 10th race at Darlington.
Yeah, because as late as it is now, if it gets as wet as it did before, there'd be no way that they could get the track dry again.
Caution comes out at the end of 206 laps. Jerry, what's it like down there?
Well, Richard Childress talking to his driver, RC. The rain is picking up, and you told Dale we're going to gamble. What you going to do?
Well, we're going to stay out. You know, as I'm telling them to stay out. Yeah, we're just going to stay out right here. You know, if it clears, we'll be in trouble. If it stays out, we'd have a shot of winning the race.
But what you've been told is that the rains coming in are pretty severe.
Yeah, it's a lot of red sails just to the south of us over here coming in.
All right, they keep telling Earnhardt to stay out, stay out. If this rain hits, and as Benny said, if it hits hard, he could have just won his 10th race at Darlington in the Southern 500.
And, Jerry, I'm not so sure that he'd be in trouble, as Richard Childress said there, if it clears. Now, some of the ones that near the back of the pack, yes, they'll come in, but I think the majority of them are going to stay out there because they don't want to lose those positions.
Well, here are some of the guys that are in the back of the lead lap and are making pit stops. We saw Terry Labonte stop, and now here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. down. We saw Elliott Sadler also come on to pit road.
Yeah, you can't blame them. They were back there in the back. They have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
If it goes back green flag racing, they'll have fresh tires, and the leaders will have to pit, so they'll start up front.
Exactly. That's what will happen. Now, if no more than these three make pit stops here, then the leaders will be okay. Even if it does go back to green flag again, they would just have 3 cars to pass as opposed to if 10 or 12 of them stop.
Earnhardt gets the work done on his car. Earnhardt Jr., that is. Elliott Sadler also coming out of the pits right behind him. Well, the caution flag out once again because of rain or sprinkles, at least, here on the front straightaway. The top 5 are Earnhardt, Gordon, Jarrett, Ward Burton, and Mark Martin. Back in just a moment to Darlington.
Now, $2 buys 2 great-tasting sandwiches at Hardee's. 2 new buffalo chicken sandwiches, the taste of fiery buffalo sauce and Cool Ranch on a spicy chicken filet. Or 2 super satisfying roast beef sandwiches, oven roasted and freshly sliced. Hardee's 2 for $2 special. Get it now.
This country was built with hard work and good tools. Today, the Harbor Freight Catalog offers quality name brand tools at the lowest prices from the convenience of your home. Log on now for a free catalog. Power and hand tools, automotive and shop equipment, air tools and compressors, metalworking and woodworking, all from our free Harbor Freight Catalog. For your free catalog, log on to harborfreight.com. That's harborfreight.com.
Traditions. The annual slumber party seems to draw the most people.
Hi-ho, the Mary-o, the farmer in the dell.
Rich is by far the cutest.
I
Why don't you marry him then?
Hello? Is your refrigerator running?
What?
You should chase it.
It's dark. It's crowded. It can get really out of hand.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Back at Darlington, where the caution remains out because of some light rain over the racetrack. There is heavy rain not too far from the racetrack. As to whether it will move this way, we don't know right now. But Dale Earnhardt is the leader of the race right now. Under caution, 208 laps completed. Well, the NFL season officially began today. We have a great one for you on Sunday Night Football tonight.
Going to be fielded by Lorenzo Neal at the 25. Reaches it back to Wycheck. He throws it across the field to Dyson. He's got something. He's got something. 50. He's got it. He's got it. 10. He's got it. End zone. Touchdown Titans.
It's a rematch of that great playoff game last year. The Titans against the Buffalo Bills. ESPN and ABC are your exclusive home for primetime NFL football. Check it out at 7:30 tonight with coverage beginning with NFL Primetime presented by Miller Lite, and then the game at 8:30 Eastern Time. See that black cloud up there, and some lightning is also seen around the racetrack. Everybody has their eyes on the skies. Bill?
Okay, well, I'm here in the 24 pit. Robbie Loomis is watching the track, talking to your driver. First of all, your car's still a little tight.
Yeah, the car's been extremely tight all day long. We've been adjusting on it. The guys are doing a real good job with that. Just pretty happy with it right there. And we got up behind the 3. We got tight again, so we just have to see what happens here.
Obviously, you're watching the weather, Robbie.
Yeah, the weather's the biggest deal. We're trying to decide whether to come in now or stay out there.
Okay, and what they are here, they're in a pit mode, and they're going to do whatever the guys in front of them do. So we go down and check on one of those guys, and that'd be with Jerry in the 88.
Okay, well, we're Todd Parrott. And Todd, obviously you guys elected to stay out. What are you being told from your spotters about the weather?
Same thing that I'm feeling right here in the pit. That it looks like it's raining, drizzling a little bit, but it's let up a little bit. So do whatever those leaders do.
The car looked to be really coming in the last 4 or 5 laps. What has DJ said about the car if we get back to green?
Well, he said, right there at the start, the car was obviously good. It was free enough on new tires to get by Earnhardt and get the lead. But the car was a little bit too free right there. We freed it up a little bit, but right before the caution come out, he finally come on and said, the car was coming in. It took about 25, 30 laps for our car to come in. Like everybody knows, our car don't run on a short run. It's a long run race car, and just hopefully this thing will get back green, and maybe the guys that didn't get tires or whatever pit strategy seems to play out here at the Southern 500. Who knows? A lot of speculating going on down here.
All right, Todd Parrott will let him go back and talk to his driver, Dale Jarrett. Let's check in with John Kernan.
And I'm in point leader Bobby Labonte's pit with his crew chief Jimmy Maycar. The team has made up 14 spots on pit road, another 17 by Bobby out on the racetrack. And Jimmy, I heard Bobby say he was ready to go racing now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've been working on the car all day. We didn't start out with a real good race car, and we've been able to maintain staying the lead lap and worked on every pit stop, and we're just now getting the car around to where he said he's starting to be able to race with them. And so we need an adjustment or 2 more, I think, and we can make the right ones, we'll be there. So we're ready to go racing.
What about this weather? Have you sent some guys down to check on the radar? What do you think? Are we going to get back to green?
I think so. It's quit raining right now, and we're talking about getting back to green real soon here, so we're getting ready.
All right, well, they're getting ready to possibly bring Bobby in for a pit stop, so in fact, everybody's coming in.
Well, but DJ.
And Earnhardt, too.
And Earnhardt stayed out there. Well, oh, boy.
Okay, Bobby's in.
It's going to get interesting.
Gordon leads that group down, John.
And Bobby Labonte back here on the last island. They make a wedge adjustment. The car was just a little bit too loose, so they try and tighten it up a little bit. Now the tires going on the left side. Wait, get all the lug nuts tight. A good pit stop to Bill Weber.
Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon are both here on pit road. Again, Martin is in front of Gordon. It's a wedge adjustment and an air pressure adjustment for the 6 car. His car is tightened up. As we just heard, Robbie Loomis said Jeff Gordon's car has been tight since they got here. Gordon's going to beat up Bobby Labonte, then it's Burton, and then Mark Martin is away. Let's go to Jerry.
Ward Burton getting 4 tires. This car has been a little bit tight. He will try to beat Gordon and Labonte off of pit road as they race back to turn 1. 4 tires, slight air pressure for Ward Burton.
And the 3 in the 88, Earnhardt and Jarrett are going to take a chance here.
Wow. That's a big chance. They're gambling big that it's going to rain.
Boy, now that is, you talk about gambling, folks, that is huge. Because if it doesn't rain, it will take them 2 pit stops to get back to the front. I'm talking about 125 miles to get back to the front.
It sure will. Wow.
Reminder once again that the PGA Air Canada Championship is coming up at the conclusion of this race. The rain has not become that hard. It is sprinkling enough to keep the race under caution, and the NASCAR officials are watching the cell that contains heavy rain, not knowing, as we don't, which way exactly it's going to go. Now, if we should get rain here in the next few minutes and this race does not go under green again, Bobby Labonte, by making that pit stop, will lose 80 valuable points. Right now, it's Earnhardt, Jarrett, Spencer, Musgrave, and Schrader, the top 5.
The rigid 10-inch table saw powers through even the toughest hardwoods. The oscillating sander converts from spindle to edge belt sanding in seconds. Engineered for power and precision, each and every rigid tool carries a lifetime warranty. But when it comes to something with even more power, Rigid's got that too. Rigid, available at the Home Depot.
Make your move, Tony. Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Any flavor you can dream of, Sonic can make into an old-fashioned float or creamy smooth flurry drink. Choose from a cool Sonic float or one-of-a-kind Sonic flurry drink. Like a float, only blended. Try new peach or your favorite flavor, now just 99 cents each. Only at Sonic.
If a replacement windshield isn't installed right, you could have a slight leaking problem. So go to PPG Pro Store Certified Technicians. They're professionals who do the job right the first time. For auto glass repair or replacement, call 1-800-PPG-7011.
Hello, I'm Tom Jackson, analyst on NFL Primetime, where we follow 4 golden rules. 1, never use computer enhancement to improve highlights. 2, never say the Redskins are playing the Cowboys when they're playing the Giants. And 4, never hold back the best highlights just to spite the audience. Because at ESPN, we always play by the rules.
NFL Primetime, Sundays at 7:30 p.m. on ESPN.
Situation is the same for the moment. The caution remains out. We thought we were going to go back to green, but they decided not to, so we remain under caution here with Dale Earnhardt right behind the pace car and Jarrett right behind Earnhardt, and you can see by the puddle that it's beginning to sprinkle again, Doctor.
Interesting discussion between Dale Earnhardt and his owner, Richard Childress. Now, a moment ago, Earnhardt said, guys, with those other guys with fresh tires, I can't run on these worn-out tires. We don't have a chance. We're sitting ducks out here. And Childress said, look, you and the 88 were the two who did not pit, and there are 8 cars between you two and the first top car with fresh tires. Earnhardt said, I've got to pit. I can't race if we go back green. I'm a sitting duck. And Childress said, we're not going to go back green. It's going to rain again in another lap or 2. He puts the umbrella up. The word is that there's raindrops in turn 3, and now the team here is signaling that it's pouring. I can feel a drop or 2, but as far as they're concerned, it is a torrential downpour.
Of course. Yeah, they've got those umbrellas up saying, man, this is a torrential downpour. Somebody do something.
Yeah.
Rain is not an uncommon occurrence at this racetrack, whether it be in the spring or the fall. In the spring of 1999, Jeff Burton survived an incident at the start of that race, and then the rains came out, and Jeff Burton was in front. He did a little rain dance, and it was successful because he was the winner. And then in the Southern 500 last September 5th, again, it was a rain-shortened event, and again, Jeff Burton was the winner and took home a huge paycheck. Right now, he is in what, 11th position?
11th position,
Yep.
yeah. And Bobby Labonte's in 10th place. You mentioned a moment ago that he would lose 80 points, but a lot of cars have pitted since then and has allowed him to move back up, so he didn't lose nearly as many points as it thought there for a moment.
Now, unofficially right now, he would lose 40 points, and Dale would be 50 behind. So, Dale Earnhardt remains on the racetrack, and the pace car continues to circle around at 50 miles an hour. Now, as we look back through the field, there is the driver who is running closest to the front and has the freshest tires.
Exactly. They stopped when the caution first came out. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 21 car of Elliott Sadler, they're sitting there in 5th and 6th position now, and Terry Labonte was also one that stopped early. And so they've gained tremendous position here if this thing should come to a close.
Elliott Sadler with another good run. Started 21st and is currently in the 6th position. He is coming off his best career finish, a 7th last week at Bristol. And it is raining harder. There's no question about that. Even the NASCAR officials admit that it's raining hard enough to bring out the umbrellas. There it is, not a downpour yet, but it is raining harder. The PGA Air Canada Championship is coming up next here on ESPN when this race is concluded. We'll take another break and be back in just a moment with more.
Hey, I'm looking for a digital camera that stores images on a memory stick. Did you know I can find one of those digital... Excuse me, what did he say? Never mind. Which digital camcorder lets me shoot on standard 8mm tape?
This your car?
What's the easiest way to email my photos?
No email, hot dog.
No digital camera.
What do I look like, a camera salesman?
Got questions about digital imaging? Ask somebody who knows. Sony. Call and get your free Sony digital imaging guide. It'll tell you all you need to know about digital imaging. You'll even get a personalized recommendation on which products are best for you.
Which digital camcorder shoots at night?
Find out how Sony's digital cameras and camcorders let you capture, edit, and share your life like never before.
Megapixels. Yeah, megapixels.
So call now for your customized guide and get a password to Sony's members-only website.
Thought I told you to move along.
Call 1-877-710-SONY for your free guide.
A day of off and on precipitation. We had a 2-hour and 7-minute rain delay early in the event, and now we are back under caution because of rain. We are, of course, past the halfway point. We've concluded 216 laps, and that is the question right now, whether these drivers should stay out there and hope that it rains or whether they should come in and get fresh tires in case that it doesn't rain and we can go back to racing.
Well, the two Dales have made that commitment. They don't have any choice now but to stay out there. Then if this race should get started when they get one to go, they'd have to come into the pits then.
It's a good sign for them when the windshield wipers are on the pace car, and the jet drivers are on the speedway trying to make sure that if this cell that's around the racetrack moves away, that the NASCAR officials don't lose the track. They want it to be sure and keep it as dry as they can.
First time I remember seeing the jets on the racetrack when the cars are still circling around.
Yep. They are over in turn number 3 where it has rained the hardest. The track is the wettest. You can see
there's no takers.
Yeah, the pits are open, but nobody taking advantage.
Yeah, that's like giving away $10 bills in here, folks. Who wants to come in and get some?
Now, folks, there are 21 cars on the lead lap. Tony Stewart, bad break for him. He had that flat tire, and he went a lap down. There were 22 cars on the lead lap when we restarted the last time from a caution, but Tony had that mishap, and he went a lap down. He's being shown in the 24th position at the moment.
Here's a Napa Field summary. Earnhardt and Jarrett, followed by Jimmy Spencer in third, then Schrader, Earnhardt Jr., Elliott Sadler, Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Ward Burton, and Bobby Labonte.
Those 4 front cars have not pitted during this caution. Everybody else from behind there has.
See, Ted Musgrave, as Ned said, 21 cars in the lead lap. Ted Musgrave, the last of that group. Blaney will lead the group of the cars that's one lap down, and it goes back to 30th. Even actually goes back to 32nd. Dave Marcus and Brett Bodine both just one lap down. Robert Press is out there 80 laps down. John Andretti 91 laps down.
And Johnny Benson 120 laps down. Coming up next, the PGA Air Canada Championship.
NASCAR is certainly doing everything they can possibly do to try to get this race in. Are the windshield wipers off now? No, they're doing it.
Well, the other thing we have to think about if they should go back to green is darkness, because with the heavy cloud cover, it will get darker a little earlier than normal, and as to whether we would be able to get a full race in remains a question mark.
I don't think so, Bob. I don't think even if it stops raining that they can run 367 laps because it's going to be dark with this cloud cover about 7 o'clock, I would guess.
About to complete the 219th lap. Well, the fans are patient. They have been here through the rain delays, and they are still anxiously waiting to see how this one turns out.
Probably take close to an hour and a half if they went green right now to complete the rest of the laps if there were no other cautions.
And that would be beyond darkness.
Yeah, I think so. I believe that it would be too dark to race at 7:30. But they can run some more laps.
Down to Bill Weather. What's the weather like where you are, Billy?
Oh, it's actually dry where I'm at, Bob, but then I'm under a little bit of cover here. And I just got here, and this is the weather radar at the NASCAR truck here in the garage. And what I'm told, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but this cell, which you can see is flashing red with the yellow and the orange, is moving almost in a northeasterly fashion and basically is going to cross right. Here's the racetrack right here at the tip of my finger, and this cell is moving this way, and basically it's on a collision course if it continues to move in that direction. So this radar just updated itself about 2 minutes ago, and it had proceeded in a northeasterly direction, so it is moving this way. We're right here. I'm getting my umbrella, but we'll see what happens. Right now, it is not raining here in the garage area, and it was not raining when I walked in here from pit road. So that forecast isn't good, but right now it is not raining here where I'm standing at the track.
Well, that's a good indication that it isn't raining because their umbrellas are closed.
More from Jerry.
Well, now with the raindrops minimizing here around the racetrack, there's a lot of discussion ongoing. What does Dale Earnhardt do? And Childress asked him a moment ago, what do you want to do, Dale? We'll let you make the call. He said, well, I could hold them off for a few laps if we were to go back to green, but not for very long. I can climb up on this wheel and hold them off, but if we go green for a long period of time, I'll get lapped. He said, so what do we do? And he said, well, let's hang on for a few more laps if the rain does come back. And they saw the report we just showed a moment ago. They also have people up there standing at the radar, radioing to Dale Earnhardt about the red that's moving this way. It should be over the track momentarily. They're going to hang on and hope and pray that for at least their sake, what they're wanting the rain to move in and this thing to be over.
We mentioned the race was rain-shortened last year. They completed 270 laps last year. We are right now on the 220th lap of 367.
You think you're harder on your engine than most people? Well, good. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving, just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
Save up to $50 on leading car care products when you buy Pennzoil Clean Engine Formula at AutoZone.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you. The Polaris millionth automatic $1 million giveaway. The chase is on. See your Polaris dealer for contest details.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
Do you like your steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for a free oil change when you purchase lifetime Midas brakes. Guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Welcome back to Darlington. A long afternoon is still underway here at this track, Too Tough to Tame. You see up there at the top of your screen, the flashing lights are from the jet dryers that are still working the racetrack, trying to get it dry. That's where most of the rain fell, up in turns 3 and 4. And we have been running under caution now for several laps, and we're wondering whether it's going to rain harder or whether it's going to stop and we can get this race back under green. Running in 3rd position at the moment is Jimmy Spencer. This would be his best finish of this year. Right now, his best finish was at Talladega when he finished 5th. Right now, he's in our spotlight.
The late Mark Donohue became a favorite of mine because it was the first IndyCar race I saw, and he won it in the yellow and blue Sunoco car. A.J. Foyt, Junior Johnson, Kerry Arbor always gave it his all. Bobby Allison, he was a racer. Losing your friends in the sport, that hurts. There's got to be some way to slow these cars down because it will be a better race. It doesn't matter that one car can run a half a second quicker than the other. What matters is that if they all run a second slower and we put on a better race, the fans will keep coming. The bright side of this sport and the good side for us is running good. Coming out of here with a good finish. There's only ever one winner. And everybody else is losers. 42 losers and 1 winner. That's the bottom line.
Jimmy Spencer talking about a lot of subjects that are currently under discussion. Mr. Excitement from Berwick, Pennsylvania, currently running in 3rd position behind Jarrett and the leader, Dale Earnhardt. Well, we welcome you on ESPN2. We are now simulcasting here for a few moments, both on ESPN and ESPN2. As you know, we have gone long past our scheduled off time on ESPN, and because of that, we're going to switch right now to ESPN2. So those of you watching on ESPN2, stay with us. If you're on ESPN and want to see the rest of this race, go to ESPN2 right now. The PGA Air Canada Championship will be coming up on ESPN. The situation is we have light rain here at Darlington that is keeping this race under caution at the moment. Dale Earnhardt is the leader of the race. So again, ESPN2 is where you'll be able to catch the rest of the Pepsi Southern 500.